This is Audible.
Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of From Sand and Ash by Amy Harmon, performed by Cassandra Campbell. To the real Rabbi Nathan Cassuto, I have no words, only awe. Prologue, 24 March, 1944. Angelo must have slept in the damp grass beside the road for a while, but the evening was cold and his cassock was thin, and he awoke, shivering. Even that small movement made him moan, but at least the sharp pain along his right side revived him. It was dark, and his mouth was so dry he licked the dew from the grass near his face. He had to move in order to get warm, and he had to move to find water. He had to move to find Eva. He struggled to his feet and took a step, then another, telling himself that walking wouldn't hurt as badly as lying down. Each breath felt like fire, and he was pretty sure a few of his ribs were broken. The darkness and his bad leg made each step precarious, but he found the posture that hurt the least and settled into a sort of rhythm, limping along the Via Ardeatina toward Rome. At least he hoped he was going toward Rome. God help him if he was turned around. He could barely see out of his right eye. His left eye was swollen shut, and his nose was broken. No loss there. It had never been his best feature. He was missing 3 fingernails on his right hand, and the smallest finger on his left was broken. At one point, he stumbled and fell, only to catch himself on his oddly bent pinky. The pain had him retching and seeing stars, fighting to remain conscious. He gingerly pushed himself onto his knees so he could moan a prayer to the Madonna, begging her to help him just a little longer. She did, and he kept moving. It wasn't that far to the church of Santa Cecilia in Trastevere. 5 miles, maybe? But he was moving so slowly it would take him hours to reach it, and he had no idea what time it was. The darkness was welcome, if only to hide him. He was supposed to be dead, and he would be safer if people continued to believe it. He could only imagine how he looked, hair matted with blood and grime, his cassock filthy with gore and stinking of sweat and death. He'd been wearing it for 3 days. He looked like a messenger from hell instead of a member of God's army. He knew there was another church along this road. There was a church or 5 along every road in Rome. He searched his memory for the pastor's name, but couldn't produce it. There was a monastery nearby, too, and a school. He'd placed a few refugees in each. Children. Jews. But the road was quiet. He hadn't seen a soul since the trucks carrying German soldiers, well-used weapons and empty cases of cognac had rumbled away, leaving the old quarry and the catacombs behind. There was new death in the catacombs now. Old ghosts would have no more claim to the caves of Ardeatine. It took him a painful eternity to reach the church, but he picked up his pace when he saw the fountain. He practically fell into it, face first, choking when he gasped in pain and inhaled a mouthful of water instead of swallowing it. It was brackish and would probably make him sick, but it was the best thing he'd ever tasted. He drank his fill and eased himself up, trying not to cry out as his shredded fingertips grazed the icy surface. He washed as best he could, cleaning the blood and dirt from his hair and his skin. If he didn't make his destination before sunrise, he wanted to make himself as presentable as possible, and the water revived him. He started in fright when a shadow loomed over him, only to realize it was just a man made of stone. A statue. The statue looked down in frozen compassion, hands extended but unable to help him. Angelo didn't know the name of the saint or the significance of the statue. The name of the church eluded him, too. But something about it, the solemnity of expression, the melancholy acceptance in the stance, made him think of Donatello's sculpture of St. George, and the day Angelo had found his calling. He'd been 13 when St. George had spoken to him. Not audibly. Angelo wasn't a fool or a seer, but St. George had spoken to him all the same. He'd been on crutches that day, his leg too sore to wear his prosthetic. The school excursion had tired him, and keeping up with the other boys was of little interest to him anyway. Father Sebastiano had brought them to the Palazzo del Bargello, and Angelo hadn't made it much farther than the entrance when he saw the statue. It was recessed and elevated so he couldn't touch it. But he wanted to. He got as close as he could and stood with his head back, gazing up at the statue as St. George stared off into an ancient distance, with an innocence that belied his armor and a fearlessness that contradicted the concerned slant of his brows. His eyes were wide and clear, his back was straight, and he faced the approaching threat with steadiness, though he looked barely old enough to wield a sword. Angelo could only gape at his face, transfixed. He'd stayed in that same position for a long time, ignoring the famed dome, the frescoes, and the stained glass. The enormity of the museum and all its wonders were reduced to that one sculpture. Now, more than a dozen years later, he stood peering up at a statue that wasn't Donatello's famed sculpture. Yet he beseeched him anyway. "Help me, San Giorgio," he said aloud, hoping the heavens were listening. "Help me to face what is to come." Angelo turned and staggered away from the fountain, back to the road that was as ancient as Rome itself, feeling the eyes of the unknown sculpture on his weary back. Angelo's thoughts returned to his champion, to the long-ago afternoon when things had been made so clear, when immortality seemed like a prize and not terrible torture. He hurt too much to be tempted by immortality now. Death sounded so much more inviting. That long-ago afternoon, he had eventually been joined in his contemplation of St. George, but was unaware of it until the man spoke up, telling him the story behind the art. "George was a Roman soldier, a captain of sorts. He would not renounce his faith in Christ. He was promised gold and power and riches if he would simply worship the gods of the empire. See, the emperor did not want to kill him. He valued young George very much, but George refused." Angelo had pulled his eyes from Donatello's sculpture. The man beside him was a priest like Father Sebastiano, older than Angelo's father, but younger than his grandfather, Santino. The priest's eyes were bright, and his hair neatly groomed. His face was kind and curious, but his hands were clasped behind his back, his very posture bearing solemn witness to his self-denial. "Did he die?" Angelo had asked. "Yes, he did," the priest answered gravely. Angelo had supposed as much, but the truth still wounded him. He had wanted the young hero to be victorious. "He died, but he defeated the dragon," the priest added gently. That hadn't made any sense to Angelo, and he wrinkled his nose in confusion as his eyes returned to the sculpture and the huge shield in George's hand. He thought this was a true story, and there was no such thing as a dragon. "The dragon?" he asked. "He fought a dragon?" "Evil, temptation, fear. The dragon is a symbol of the battle he must have waged within himself to stay true to his God. Angelo nodded, understanding perfectly. They fell into silence once more, staring at the sculpture of the soldier brought to life by a master's hand. "What's your name, young man?" the priest had asked him. "Angelo," he answered. "Angelo Bianco." "Angelo, St. George lived more than 1,500 years ago, yet we are still talking about him. I think that makes him immortal, don't you?" The thought had moved Angelo to tears that he tried to blink away. "Yes, Father," he whispered. "I do." "He risked everything, and now he is immortal." "He risked everything, and now he is immortal." Angelo groaned, the memory making his stomach twist. Oh, the irony. Oh, the incredible, terrible irony. He, too, had risked everything, and he may have lost the only thing he would trade his immortality for. As dawn started to creep into the eastern sky, pale light falling over spires and campaniles onto the eternal city, Angelo finally reached the gates of Santa Cecilia. The bells of lauds began to ring as if to welcome him back, but Angelo could only cling to the iron spires and pray that, by some miracle, Eva waited for him inside. Mother Francesca discovered him a few minutes later, sitting with his back against the gate as if he'd been propped there by Satan's henchmen. She must have thought he was dead, because she cried out in horror, crossing herself as she ran for assistance. Angelo was too tired to reassure her. He watched through swollen lids as Mario Sonnino appeared above him, checking his pulse and crying out instructions to several others to carry him inside. "It's not safe." Angelo struggled to speak. Mario was not safe outside the gate. Mario was not safe inside the gate. "Someone could see you." Angelo tried to warn him, but the words were sloppy on his lips. "Take him up the stairs to Eva's room," Mario commanded. "Where's Eva?" Angelo asked, forcing the words out, needing to know. No one answered him. They took the stairs quickly, and Angelo cried out as his ribs protested the motion. He was laid carefully on the bed, and Eva's scent rose up around him. "Eva," he asked again, louder this time. He peered through the eye that wasn't completely swollen shut, trying to see, but the shapes were blurred and the people were ominously silent. "We haven't seen her for 3 days, Angelo," Mario finally answered. "The Germans took her." 24 March, 1944. Via Tasso. Confession. My name is Bathsheba Rosselli, not Eva Bianco, and I am a Jew. Angelo Bianco is not my brother, but a priest who wanted only to protect me from the very place I now find myself. The first time I met Angelo, he was a child, like me. A child with eyes that had known too much disappointment for someone so young. He didn't speak for a long time after he arrived in Italy. He just watched. I thought it was because he was American. I thought it was because he didn't understand. It makes me laugh a little to think of it now, how I would act things out and speak so loudly, as if there were something wrong with his ears. I would dance around him, playing my violin and singing little songs just to see if he would smile. When he did, I would hug him and kiss his cheeks. There was nothing wrong with his ears or his comprehension. He understood me perfectly. He was just listening, observing, learning. Camillo, my very patient father, would tell me to leave him alone. But I couldn't. I simply couldn't. I realize now how the pattern never changed. I danced around him for years, trying to get his attention, wanting only to see him smile, wanting only to be near him, wanting only to love him and be loved by him. I was rebelling even then, pushing back against the fear, though I didn't recognize it. Rebellion was always my biggest ally, though sometimes I hated her. She looked like me and hurt like me, but she wouldn't let me give up. When fear took my reasons for fighting, rebellion gave them back. My father told me once that we are on earth to learn. God wants us to receive everything that life was meant to teach. Then we take what we've learned, and it becomes our offering to God and to mankind. But we have to live in order to learn. And sometimes we have to fight in order to live. This is my offering. These are the lessons I learned, the tiny acts of rebellion that kept me alive, and the love that fed my hope when I had nothing but hope itself. Eva Rosselli. 1929. Chapter 1. Florence.
Santino has a grandson. Did you know that?
Eva's father asked. Nonno has a grandson? Eva asked.
Yes, nonno. Though he isn't really your nonno. You know that too, don't you?
He is my nonno, because he loves me so much, Eva reasoned.
Yes, but he isn't my father, and he wasn't your mamma's father, so he isn't your grandfather.
Her father explained patiently. Yes, Babbo, I know, Eva said crossly, not at all sure why he insisted. So Fabia isn't really my grandmother. It felt like a lie to say such a thing out loud.
Yes, exactly. Santino and Fabia had a son, you see. He left Florence and went to America when he was a young man because there was more opportunity for him there. He married an American girl, and they had a little boy.
How old is the boy?
11 or 12. He is a couple of years older than you.
What's his name?
His name is Angelo, like his father, I think. But please, Batsheva, listen for a moment. Stop interrupting.
Eva's Babbo only used her long name when he was growing impatient, so she listened and held her tongue.
Angelo's mother died, he said sadly.
Is that why Nonna was crying yesterday when she read her telegram?
Eva had already forgotten that she wasn't supposed to interrupt. Yes. Santino and Fabia want their son to bring the boy to Italy. He has had some medical problems, an issue with his leg, apparently. They want him to live here, with us, at least for a while. Santino's older brother is a priest, and they think the boy can go to the seminary here in Florence. He is a little old to start, but he was in a Catholic school in America, so he won't be too far behind. He may even be advanced.
Her father said this as if he were thinking out loud, rather than communicating anything Eva actually needed to hear.
And I will help where I can, he mused.
We would be friends, I think, Eva said, because we have both lost our mothers.
This is true, and he will need a friend, Eva.
Eva couldn't remember her mother. She died of tuberculosis when Eva was little. Eva had a vague memory of her lying very still in bed with her eyes closed. Eva couldn't have been more than 4 years old, but she could still remember the height of that bed, and the elation of success when she pulled herself up and over the side while clutching her tiny violin. She had wanted to play a song for her. She had crawled to her mother's side and touched her feverish cheek, the high red color of a consumptive making her look like a rouged doll. Her mother had opened her lids slowly, her eyes glazed and drugged, furthering the comparison. It had frightened Eva, the almost lifeless figure with glassy blue eyes staring straight up. Then Eva's mother had said her daughter's name, and it crackled and broke between her lips like old paper. Bathsheba, she had whispered, the word followed by a cough that had racked her frame and made her body shake. The way she said the name, the rasping whisper, the way she sighed through the syllables like it was the last word she would ever say, had made Eva hate her name for a very long time. When her father would call her Bathsheba after her mother's death, she would cry and cover her ears. That's when her Babo had started to call her Eva. It was all she remembered of her mother's life, of their very short life together, and she had tried to forget it. It wasn't a memory she cherished. She would much rather hold her mother's picture, pretending to remember the lovely woman with the soft brown hair and porcelain skin, holding Eva in her lap, sitting next to a much younger Camillo, no gray in his black hair, his face serious beneath smiling brown eyes. Eva had tried to remember being the infant in the frame, the tiny girl who sat in her mother's lap and gazed up intently at the woman who held her. But as hard as she tried, she couldn't remember that woman. Eva didn't even look like her mother. She just looked like her father, Camillo, with paler skin and rosier lips. It was hard to love or miss someone you didn't even know. Eva wondered if Angelo, Santino's grandson, loved his mother. She hoped he didn't love her too much. Loving someone and then losing them would be much worse than not having them at all.
"Why are you so sad?"
Eva asked, pulling her knees up under her long nightgown. She'd found Angelo watching the storm in her father's library, the doors open to the balcony, the rain falling heavily onto the pink flagstones below. She didn't think he would answer. He hadn't answered her yet. He had been living in their villa with his nonno and nonna for 3 months, and Eva had done everything in her power to make him her friend. She had played the violin for him. She had danced for him. She had splashed in the fountain in her school uniform and gotten scolded just to make him laugh. He did laugh sometimes, and that kept her trying harder. But he'd never talked to her. "I miss my mother." Eva's heart lurched in surprise. He was talking to her, in Italian. Eva knew Angelo understood when he was spoken to, but she had expected him to speak in English, like an American.
"I don't remember my mother. She died when I was 4,
she said, hoping he would say something else. "You don't remember anything?" he asked.
"My father has told me some things. My mother was Austrian, not Italian like my Babbo. Her name was Adele Adler. A beautiful name, isn't it? I write it sometimes in my very best penmanship. Her name sounds like an American film star. She even looked like one a little. My father says it was love at first sight."
She was babbling, but Angelo was looking at her with interest, so she didn't stop.
"The first time my Babbo saw my mamma, he was in Vienna on business, selling his wine bottles. Babbo has a glass company, you know. He sells his bottles to all the wineries. Austria has very good wine. Babbo has let me taste it."
She thought Angelo should know how sophisticated she was. "Did she play the violin too?" Angelo asked hesitantly.
"No, Mamma wasn't musical, but she wanted me to be a great violinist just like my grandfather Adler. He is very famous, or so Uncle Felix says."
She shrugged.
"Tell me about your mother."
He was silent for several seconds, and Eva thought he was going to revert to silence once again. "Her hair was dark, like yours," he whispered. He reached out slowly and touched her hair. Eva held her breath as he fingered a long curl and then dropped his hand.
"What color were her eyes?"
she asked gently. "Brown, like yours too."
"Was she beautiful like me?" This was asked without guile, for Eva had always been told how beautiful she was and accepted it with a shrug. The boy tipped his head to the side and reflected on this.
"I suppose, to me she was. And she was soft." He said the word in English, and Eva wrinkled her nose at this, not sure she understood.
"Soft? Soffice o grassa?"
"No, not grassa, not fat. Everything about her comforted me. She was soft." The answer was so wise, so specific, so old, that she could only stare.
"But your nonna is soft too,"
she offered eventually, trying to find something, anything to say. "Not in the same way. Nonna fusses. She tries to make me happy. Nonna wants to give me love, but it isn't the same. Mama was love, and she didn't even have to try. She just was." They sat watching the rain then, and Eva thought about mothers and lovely soft things, and the lonely way the rain made her feel, even though she wasn't alone.
"Do you want to be my brother, Angelo? I don't have a brother. I would like one very much," she said, her gaze tracing his profile.
"I have a sister," Angelo whispered, not answering her, not looking away from the rain. "She is still in America. She was born, and my mama died. And now she is in America, and I am here."
"Your father is there with her, though."
He shook his head sadly. "He gave her to my aunt. She is my mama's sister. She wanted a baby."
"She didn't want you?" Eva asked, confused.
Angelo shrugged, as if it didn't matter.
"What is her name? Your baby sister?"
Eva pressed. "Papa named her Anna after Mama."
"You will see her again."
Angelo turned his face toward her, and his eyes were more gray than blue in the shadow of the small lamp on Camillo's desk. "I don't think I will. Papa said Italy is my home now. I don't want Italy to be my home, Eva. I want my family." His voice broke, and he looked down at his hands like he was ashamed at his weakness. It was the first time he had said her name, and Eva reached for his hand.
"I will be your family, Angelo. I will be a good sister. I promise. You can even call me Anna when we are alone if you want to."
Angelo swallowed, his throat working, and his hand tightened around hers. "I don't want to call you Anna," he said with a sob in his throat. He looked at Eva again, blinking away tears. "I don't want to call you Anna, but I will be your brother."
"You can be a Rosselli if you want to. Baba wouldn't mind."
"I will be Angelo Rosselli Bianco." He smiled at that and wiped at his nose.
"And I will be Bathsheba Rosselli Bianco."
"Bathsheba?" It was Angelo's turn to furrow his brow.
"Yes, it's my name. But everyone just calls me Eva. It's a Hebrew name," she said proudly.
"Hebrew?"
"Yes, we are Hebrei."
"Hebrei?"
"We are Jews."
"What does that mean?"
"I'm not sure exactly." She shrugged. "I don't go to religious lessons at school. And I'm not Catholic. Most of my friends don't know our prayers and they don't go to temple. Except my cousins Levi and Claudia. They are Jewish too."
"You aren't Catholic?" Angelo asked, shocked. No?
Do you believe in Jesus?
What do you mean, believe in him?
That he is God.
Eva wrinkled her forehead. No, I don't think so. Jesus is not what we call him.
You don't go to Mass?
No, we go to temple, but not very often, she admitted. My Babbo says you don't have to go to a synagogue to talk to God.
I went to a Catholic school and Mass every Sunday. Mama and I always went to Mass.
Angelo hadn't lost the shocked expression on his face.
I don't know if I can be your brother, Eva.
Why? She squeaked, perplexed.
Because we aren't the same religion.
Jews and Catholics can't be brothers and sisters.
Angelo was quiet, contemplative. I don't know,
he admitted finally. I think they can, she said firmly. Babbo and Uncle Augusto are brothers, and they don't agree on very much.
Well, then, we will agree on everything else, Angelo said gravely, to make up for it.
Eva nodded, just as solemnly. Everything else.
Why are you always arguing with me? Angelo sighed, throwing his hands in the air.
I'm not always arguing with you,
Eva argued. Angelo just rolled his eyes and tried to shake his persistent shadow. She followed him everywhere, and he usually didn't mind, but he'd spent the morning teaching her to play baseball. Nobody in Italy played baseball, and now his leg was bothering him. He wanted Eva to go away so he could attend to it.
So, what exactly is wrong with your leg?
Eva asked, noticing his discomfort. She'd already taught Angelo the basics of soccer, and though Angelo couldn't run very well, he could protect and defend. He was a superb goalie. Still, as much time as they'd spent playing together, he hadn't ever talked about his leg, and she'd been surprisingly patient, waiting for him to reveal the secret. She was tired of waiting. There's nothing wrong with it, exactly. It just isn't all there.
Eva sucked in her breath in horror. A missing leg was so much worse than she had imagined. Can I see? She begged.
Why? Angelo shifted uncomfortably.
Because I've never seen a missing leg.
Well, that's the problem. You can't see what isn't there.
Eva sighed in exasperation. I want to see the part that is there.
I would have to take off my trousers, he challenged, trying to shock her.
So, she said saucily, shrugging her shoulders, I don't care about your smelly underwear.
When he raised his eyebrows in surprise, she pressed sweetly.
Please, Angelo. No one shows me anything interesting. Everyone treats me like a baby.
Everyone did treat Eva like a tiny princess. She was doted on, and Angelo had noticed that she didn't especially enjoy it. All right, but you have to show me something, too.
Like what?
She lowered her brows doubtfully.
My legs are just normal. My whole body is normal. What do you want me to show you?
Angelo seemed to ponder that for a moment. Eva was sure he was going to ask to see her girl parts. Nonna would paddle them, and Nonna would cross herself and get out her black beads and start praying if they were caught. But Eva was curious, too, and wouldn't mind having her questions about boy parts answered. I want you to show me that book you write in, and I want you to read it to me, Angelo said. Eva was surprised, but it was probably safer than show and tell, and she only had to think about it for 5 seconds.
All right.
Her hand shot out to take his in a brisk handshake. From Angelo's glower, she knew he was worried about the deal he'd made. Her willingness to shake probably had him thinking he was getting the raw end of it.
He probably thought she wrote about him. She did, but she didn't care if he knew about it. Still, he shook her hand and began to pull up his right pant leg. All the other Florentine boys wore short pants almost year-round, but not Angelo. Angelo looked like a little man in his trousers and ugly black boots. "I thought you had to take your trousers off," Eva huffed, not liking that she'd already been lied to. "I just wanted to see what you'd say. You aren't a lady, that's for sure." "I am too. I'm just not a silly lady who makes a fuss about a boy's baggy underwear." He stretched his leg out, the adjustable steel columns strapped to his knee and upper leg on one end and attached to a black boot on the other. Eva touched the adjustable braces with an outstretched hand, fascinated. "It helps me walk. My papa made it for me." His face changed at the mention of his father, the way it always did. Angelo's father was a blacksmith, and he had promised to train Angelo to make things out of metal too. Angelo didn't need 2 legs to build things with his hands. But that had been before his mother died. His father was in America, Angelo was in Italy, and nobody would be teaching Angelo to work metal. "Can you take it off?" Eva really wanted to see him in all his legless glory. Angelo unbuckled the straps and moaned a little, as if it were a relief to loosen them. He pulled the prosthetic free, and Eva stared down at the leg that ended just below his knee, her eyes wide, her lips parted in a soundless "oh." Angelo looked embarrassed, and maybe a little ashamed, as if he'd done something wrong. She reached out and took his hand immediately. "Does it hurt?" The leather looked soft, and he wore a thick sock to protect his skin from the weight and pull of the contraption. But it wasn't like pulling on a boot, and the oddly shaped lump just below his knee was red and chafed. "Wearing the metal leg is a little uncomfortable, but I like being able to walk. I used a crutch for a long time. The brace is adjustable, and it will grow with me for at least a few years. I can still use the crutch when my legs get tired." "How did you lose your leg?" "I never really had it." "You were born without it?" "My mother said the doctor thinks the cord in her stomach was wrapped around it early on, and it wasn't getting any blood. It didn't grow right, and parts of my leg died. They removed the dead parts after I was born." He shrugged. "Mama said it wasn't a big deal if I didn't allow it to be." "Some of it grew right." Eva's eyes were on the muscles of his bared thigh, and Angelo blushed and immediately began reattaching his metal leg so he could push his trousers back down. His embarrassment made Eva blush too. She just wanted him to know his leg looked fine to her. "I do exercises every day. I jump and lunge and squat so that my legs are strong. The doctors told me that the stronger I am, the more I can do. I am very strong," he added shyly, his eyes darting to Eva's face before he looked down again. She was impressed, and she smiled, nodding. Eva suddenly stood up and left the room. Angelo watched her go, probably wondering if she was done with him, but she was back before he was finished buckling the final strap. She held a book in her hands, and she sat down close to him on his bed. He scooted over immediately, almost falling onto the floor. She wondered if she made him feel shaky inside. She felt like that around him sometimes, but she kind of enjoyed the sensation. He glanced at Eva, and she recognized the look. Babbo looked at her like that when she did something he didn't understand. "Don't you want to see my book?" she asked. "I want you to show me," he insisted, not taking it. "Okay, well, this is my book of confessions." She opened the soft leather cover and turned through the pages, not letting him get a very good look at any of them.
You have very nice penmanship, but I don't read Italian very well. Speaking it is one thing, but I've only ever read in English.
Eva nodded, glad that he couldn't easily read her thoughts or her words.
I thought it was your diary.
He sounded disappointed.
Who are you confessing to?
He asked. Oh, it's definitely my diary, but I confess things. Very private things. She waggled her eyebrows at him, letting him know that he was hearing very privileged information indeed. Mostly, she just wrote about her day, but she had to make it sound good.
Read one to me,
Angelo insisted. I thought you were shy, she said dryly. You aren't. You are quite bossy, actually. I'm glad. Angelo tapped the book, drawing Eva's attention from him to the pages. All right. I will read you the confession I wrote about you when you first arrived in Italy.
About me?
Yes. You will like it, I think. I am so glad Angelo is here. I am tired of being with adults all the time. Babbo says I am smarter and more mature than children my age because I've grown up surrounded by old people. That's good, I suppose. But I'm tired of old people. I want to play hide and seek and tag. I want to have someone to tell my secrets to. I want to slide down the banister, jump on my bed, and climb out my bedroom window and sit on the roof with a friend. And not just the ones in my imagination. Angelo is only 11, 2 years older than I am, and I'm already as tall as he is. He's kind of small. Nonna says that is normal. Girls mature more quickly. She says he will catch up. But he is very handsome, and he has very beautiful eyes. They are far too beautiful for a boy, though. Of course, that is not his fault. His hair is curly like a girl's as well. He'll have to keep it short and never wear a dress. Otherwise, he will be prettier than I am. And I don't think I like that idea. Angelo scowled at Eva, and she snickered at his displeasure. You are very handsome, you know, she teased, even if your nose is too big for your face.
I don't think you have to worry that I will be prettier than you, he huffed. You're the prettiest girl I've ever seen.
When he realized what he'd said, his face flushed all over again.
I didn't like that one, he said quickly. Read me another.
And so she did. She read him confession after confession, and he listened as patiently as a priest. 1938. 17 November, 1938. Confession. Sometimes I'm afraid to sleep. I dreamed my old dream last night, the dream I have been having since I was 9 years old, the one I don't understand but that seems to understand me. As always, it is dark in the dream, but the darkness is crowded. I can't see anything but the flash of moonlight through the small window high up on the wall and the slats that ring the darkness on all sides. I am moving, and I am scared. I know I must reach the window, and suddenly my fingers are clutching at the ledge beneath the small opening, and the toes of my shoes are shoved into the slats that I've used as a ladder to reach it. If you jump, they will punish us. Hands grab at my clothes, and I shake them off, kicking desperately. They will kill us, a woman wails below me. You must think of the rest of us. You will die if you jump, someone else hisses, and the consensus grows around me, but I can't listen. My head fits through the opening, and the air against my face is like water, like life, a waterfall of cold hope. I open my mouth and gulp it in, unable to quench the thirst clawing at my throat, yet I'm fortified by it anyway. I force my shoulders through the window, clinging to everything and nothing, wiggling to free myself, and I'm suddenly hanging head first over a world that is racing and clattering, yet I can still hear my heart pounding in my chest. Then I'm falling. Eva Rosselli. Chapter 2. Italy. Her father woke her, saying her name and shaking her fiercely, rescuing her from her dream.
Eva! Eva!
He was afraid. She could hear it, and his fear made her afraid too. She opened her heavy lids and looked at him, and his face melted into relief.
Eva, you scared me.
His voice broke, and he gathered her up, her tangled covers between them, his arms circling her back. His neck smelled like sandalwood and tobacco, and the comfort she drew from the scent made her limp and drowsy. "I'm sorry," she whispered, not sure exactly why she needed to be sorry. She'd been asleep, that was all.
No, mia cara. I should have known. When you were small you would sleep so deeply, Fabia would lay her head against your chest to make sure you were breathing. I suppose I forgot.
After a few moments, he let her go, and she slumped back against her pillows. "I was dreaming," she said.
Good dreams.
No, it hadn't been a good dream. The same old dream. The one I've told you about before.
Ah, did you jump this time?
Yes, I suppose I did. But not with my legs, with my whole body. I fell through the window. I let myself fall. Then I woke up.
In dreams, we always wake up when we are falling. We always wake up before we land.
Her father soothed. That's good, because landing will be very painful. Landing might kill me, she whispered.
Then why are you jumping in the dream? Why do you always want to jump?
Her father asked. Because if I don't, I will die for sure. That was the truth. In the dream, she knew it. Jump or die. Her father patted her cheek like she was 8 instead of 18, almost 19, and she grabbed his hand and kissed his palm. He closed his hand over the kiss, the way he used to do when she was little. He was almost to the door when she asked him, "Did I scream? Did I scream and wake you?"
You screamed, but you didn't wake me. I was already awake.
It was 3 a.m, and she noticed suddenly how old her father looked. It scared her worse even than the dream. "Are you okay, Babbo?" she asked fearfully.
Sono felice se tu sei felice.
I'm happy if you're happy. It was what he always said. "I'm happy," she smiled at him affectionately.
Then all is well in my world.
Again, what he always said. He switched off her lamp, and her room was bathed in darkness. But he hovered at the door.
I love you, Eva.
His voice sounded strange, like he was crying, but she could no longer see his face. "I love you too, Babbo." Eva's father, Camillo Rosselli, knew what was coming. He thought he had sheltered his daughter from it, or maybe she was just Italian enough, young enough, naive enough, that she completely missed the gathering storm and thought only of dancing in the rain. Most of her friends had no idea she was Jewish. Eva didn't remember she was Jewish most of the time. She had no sense of being different. She'd noticed the cartoons mocking the Jews, the occasional derogatory sign in the articles in Santino's papers. Those things always infuriated her father. But it just seemed like politics to Eva. And politics in Italy was for the politicians, not the people. The people mostly shrugged and went about their lives. Sure, she'd heard Camillo arguing with his brother Augusto. But they argued constantly. They had argued at least once a week for Eva's entire life.
Jews are the pure blood of Italy. The synagogue preceded the church,
Augusto would say. "This is true." Camillo would answer heatedly and pour more wine. "We lost friends and family in the Great War. All in the defense of our country, Camillo. Surely that counts for something." Camillo would nod and sip and nod. "I trust the fascists more than the communists," Augusto would add. "I see no reason to trust either," Camillo would retort. And that is where Augusto and Camillo would not see eye to eye, and they would spend the evening smoking, sipping, and arguing about Il Duce and the black shirts versus the Bolsheviks. "No freedom-loving Jew can support an ideology that uses force and intimidation to gain followers." Camillo would point a long finger at his younger brother. "But Camillo, at least they don't seek to take our religion from us. The fascists are as disdainful of Catholic conservatism as we are. It's about nationalism. Revolution, even." "Revolution rarely helps the Jew." Augusto would groan loudly and throw up his hands in disgust. "When was the last time you went to temple, Camillo? You are more Italian than you are Jewish. Does Eva even know our prayers? Did you even realize today is Shabbat?" Camillo would shift guiltily in his seat, but his answer was always the same. "I know it is Shabbat, and of course Eva knows the prayers. I am a Jew. I will always be a Jew. Eva is a Jew. She will always be a Jew. Not because we go to the synagogue, not because we observe holidays. It is our heritage. It is who we are and who we will always be." Lately, they had talked more and more about the growing anti-Semitism in the reports on the radio and in the newspapers. Camillo's brother-in-law, Felix Adler, with his clipped German-Austrian accent, so different from the rising and falling rolling Italian the rest of the family spoke, had even threatened to leave Italy when the Manifesto della Razzia had been published in the newspapers last July, causing an uproar that ruined August. The family had vacationed in Maremma, just like they had every year, escaping the heat of the city for the seashore. But the manifesto of race had come along with them and occupied their thoughts and hijacked their happiness. "Mussolini is building a case against us. He is saying we Jews haven't served our country well. It is our fault that wages are low and taxes are high. It is our fault that housing is limited, food is scarce, and schools are crowded. It is because of the Jews that there are no jobs and crime rates are soaring, you know?" Camillo had said, shaking his head in disgust. Augusto would scoff. He was always more optimistic than his older brother. "The only newspapers that are printing things like that are those trying to get government money. They spew the nonsense and cozy up to the fascist powers that be. Nobody believes it. Italians know better. But Italians are allowing it. It is being tolerated. Whether our friends like it or not, it is being tolerated. We Jews are tolerating it. We are not so long out of the ghetto that we have grown a sense of righteous indignation. We hope that the worst won't happen, all the while expecting that it will, so when it does we aren't surprised. You know, Augusto, someone leaned some old rusted gates against the wall across from the cafe on Via San Gianna where I drink my coffee every morning. There was a sign on them. It said, 'Put the Jews back in the ghetto.' It's been there for over a week. No one has taken it down. I didn't take it down," he added in a shamed murmur. "The king will put a stop to it. Mark my words," Augusto pushed back. "King Emanuele will do what Mussolini tells him to do," Camillo had predicted with finality. Eva had heard it all, but they were all old men to Eva. Camillo, Augusto, Mussolini, and the king. Old men who talked too much. And she was a young woman who was not inclined to listen. On September 5th, 1938, a week after returning from the seashore, a new law, authored by the fascists and signed by the king, declared that Jews could no longer send their children to public or private Italian schools, or be employed in any capacity in any Italian school from kindergarten to university. It was the first of many laws to come. Eva had finished secondary school the spring before, and instead of applying to university, she decided to explore her options. Camillo had warned her not to wait to apply, but she had dragged her feet. She just wanted to play music for a while. She was a member of the Orchestra della Toscana and had been for 2 years, and she was the youngest violinist ever to win first chair. Plus, she had 3 boyfriends who kept her very busy: a Jewish boy who played the cello, a Catholic boy who played hard to get, and a Firenze policeman who looked handsome in his uniform and loved to dance. She was juggling them all with no plans to stop any time soon. She was young, beautiful, and life was good. So she didn't apply. And suddenly that door was closed to her. The morning after the bad dream, Eva awoke to a different sort of nightmare. When she walked into the kitchen looking for breakfast, Santino was sitting in his regular spot at the scarred table where Fabbia served his coffee. She said the dining room was for Camillo and Eva, and he was reading from La Stampa, a national newspaper he read every week from cover to cover. 3 other papers were stacked beneath it, and every so often he ran his hand down his face, from eyebrows to chin, saying, "Mio Dio," like he couldn't believe what he was reading. Fabbia was crying. "What's wrong, Nonna?" Eva asked, going to her side immediately. Her thoughts rushed to Angelo, the way they always did, worried that something had happened to him. "There are new laws, Eva," Santino said grimly. He tapped the page of newsprint he was holding. "More laws against the Ebrei, the Jews." "Where will we go?" Fabbia asked Eva. "We don't want to leave you." Eva could only shake her head in confusion. She took the paper from Santino, knowing he had a spare, and began to read. Fabbia was crying because it had suddenly become illegal for non-Jews to work in Jewish homes. She and Santino were Catholic. According to La Stampa, the new racial laws prohibited Jews from owning homes, property, or businesses above a certain value. Jewish-owned businesses couldn't employ more than 100 people, and they had to be managed by non-Jews. Camillo's glass factory, Ostrica, had more than 500 workers. His father had started the company, and Camillo had gotten a chemical engineering degree so he could be the best glassmaker possible, and he had made it hugely profitable. But none of that mattered now. Not only could Jewish teachers not teach at the schools and universities, but no textbooks written by Jewish authors were allowed in Italian schools. Jews and non-Jews were no longer permitted to marry. Jews could not be legal guardians of non-Jews. Camillo's father, Alberto Rosselli, had been born in the ghetto. It had only been 68 years since the Jews in Italy had been freed and given the full rights of Italian citizens. And those rights had been taken away again. Now Jews couldn't hold political office. They couldn't serve in the military. Foreign Jews weren't allowed in Italy at all, which meant Felix Adler, Camillo's brother-in-law, had 4 months to leave, and going back to Austria was no longer an option. Eva read the list over and over, examining the language, the details. Then she read it again, not able to fully comprehend what was happening, what had already happened. Uncle Augusto, Aunt Bianca, Claudia, and Levi came over, and the family all talked in varying tones of incredulity until they lapsed into nervous silence as the day wore on. Augusto could only scratch his head. "Why does this keep happening? Why the Jews? It is always the Jews." Camillo told Santina and Fabbia that there were ways around the laws, and he would think of something. He told everyone not to worry, but for the first time in Eva's life, she didn't believe him. By late afternoon, Eva couldn't stand the black mood in the villa and grabbed her hat and her pocketbook and walked to the seminary. It had been 3 years since she'd visited Angelo there. In the beginning, Fabia and Eva would visit Angelo at the seminary almost every day. It made the transition easier for him, and they would walk to the trattoria and have a gelato or play a game of checkers in the piazza in his hour of free time. Padre Sebastiano, the director of the seminary, was indulgent with Angelo, giving him certain allowances due to his circumstances and regular donations from Camillo. Fabia would crochet, Angelo and Eva would talk and laugh, and Angelo would be fortified until they came again. Slowly but surely, Angelo shed his little boy-lost persona and became a true Italian seminarian, blending in with all the other boys who attended school with the goal of becoming Catholic priests. But when he turned 15, Angelo told Eva to stop waiting outside for him. He said it was frowned upon and the other boys teased him. Eva had laughed and said, "But we are family." He had looked at her then, his mouth pursed like he wanted to say something. He had waited until Fabia's attention was elsewhere. "What, Angelo?" Eva huffed, her hands on her hips. "You and I are not related, Eva." "But we are family, Angelo." She was hurt by his rejection, but he was unyielding, the way only Angelo could be. "You are too beautiful, and I am too attached to you. And you are not my sister or my cousin, or anything close," he repeated firmly, almost as if the truth of it made him sad. "The other boys think you are beautiful too, and they like to say things about you, and me, so I need you to stop coming here." Things had changed between them after that. Eva stopped waiting outside the gate for him, and even though the seminary was only 5 blocks away from the villa they both called home, she only saw him on school holidays or on the weekends when he missed his grandparents. They still talked and laughed when they were together, and she still played the violin for him, but things had definitely changed. She needed him now, though. She needed to talk to him, to tell him her world was falling apart. Their world. For their worlds were intertwined by their families, whether Angelo wanted to claim her or not. She walked down the street, finding herself looking at the familiar buildings and people of her neighborhood through new eyes. No one acted any differently. No one stared at her or pointed a finger at her, yelling, "Ebrea! Jew!" Donna Mirabelli was walking toward her on the street, and when she saw Eva, she smiled warmly, greeting her the way she always did. The shops were open. The earth had not opened up and swallowed Italy whole. The laws were silly, Eva told herself. Nothing would change. This time, Eva didn't wait at the gates for Angelo to appear. She walked across the piazza, past the fountain where John the Baptist stood in the center, his arms outstretched and surrounded by doves, and let herself in through the entrance with the neat little placard announcing to visitors that they had arrived at the Seminario di San Giovanni Battista. John the Baptist was the patron saint of Florence, and everything was named San Giovanni something or other. The door opened into a small foyer, where a tired-looking priest with thinning hair was typing away at a little desk. A few students traversed the wide staircase beyond him. They stopped in their tracks when they saw her. Apparently, female visitors were unusual. The typing ceased, and the priest looked up at Eva expectantly, removing his glasses. "I need to see Angelo Bianco. Please. It is a family matter." "Wait here, signorina," he said politely, setting his spectacles down and smoothing his cassock as he stood. He walked swiftly to the double doors to his left, and Eva wondered if there was another set of stairs or if Angelo was just beyond the doors. When Angelo appeared, his forehead creased with concern, his blue eyes wide, his hands outstretched toward her, he already had priestly mannerisms. Eva did her best to smile and put him at ease, though she wanted to throw herself at him. His hair was parted neatly and slicked down, tamed but not smooth. It rippled like the surface of the sea on a breezy night, dark and glossy. She fought the urge to run her fingers through it, freeing the curls. She gripped his hands instead and found herself fighting off tears. "Can you walk with me?" she asked in a rush.
"Eva, what is it? Tell me what's wrong. What's happened?"
"Everyone is fine. It's not anything like that. Just, please, Angelo. I need to speak with you."
"Give me a moment."
Angelo acquiesced and turned, walking as swiftly as his limp would allow. He was back a few minutes later with the wide-brimmed black hat, typical of seminarians, and the cane he had stopped resisting.
"Can you just leave with me?"
She felt like she was going to be detained at any moment.
"I am 21 years old, Eva, and I am not a prisoner. I've told Padre Sebastiano that I am needed at home and will be back in the morning."
They walked across the piazza and out into the street, but Eva didn't want to go home. Not yet.
"Can we walk for a bit? I've spent all day listening to Fabia's tears, my father strategizing, and Santino's hammering. Why does he always find something to hammer when he's upset? Uncle Felix has been playing the violin all day, terrible, terrible songs. And when he's not, he's pacing."
The laws. Angelo didn't ask. He already knew.
"Yes, the laws. I can't go to school now, Angelo. Did you know that? I should have enrolled last summer, like my father told me to do. They are letting Jews already enrolled in the universities continue with their studies, but I wasn't enrolled. No, I can't. No new Jewish entrants allowed."
"Madonna," Angelo breathed, the words sounding like a curse instead of a plea. They walked in silence, both of them lost in helpless fury.
"What will you do instead of school?"
he asked finally.
"I wanted to teach music, but there will be many Jewish teachers looking for work now that they can't teach at the regular schools."
"You could teach private lessons."
"Only to Jewish students."
"Well, that's something, isn't it?"
He tried to smile encouragingly. Eva frowned back at him. "Maybe I will marry a nice Jewish boy and have fat Jewish babies and live in the ghetto. And maybe we will be run out of our country like the Schreibers were run out of Germany, like my grandfather Adler is being run out of Austria, like Uncle Felix is being run out of Italy."
"What are you talking about? Who are the Schreibers?"
Angelo tipped his head in question. "The Schreibers, remember, the German Jews who came to stay with us." Eva couldn't believe he'd forgotten. When Adolf Hitler became Chancellor of Germany in 1933, things started to go very badly for Germany's Jews. Laws had been passed, just like the laws being passed in Italy. Eva stopped walking, her stomach churning. They had thought it couldn't happen in Italy, but they were just like the Schreibers. They were just like all the refugees that Camillo had opened his home to. For 2 years they had had people in the guest house, different families, all Jews, all Germans, and none of them stayed long. The Rosselli villa was a place to regroup before permanent plans could be made. All the refugees were quiet, and they kept to their rooms. The Schreibers had a daughter who was Eva's age, and one a little older, Elsa and Gita. Eva thought they could all be friends. She spoke German. But the German girls never came out of the guest house. Eva complained in the beginning that they might as well not have guests at all. To her, having guests meant entertainment, fun. Camillo explained that the refugees were tired and afraid, and none of this was fun for them. "Afraid of what? They are in Italy now." Italy was safe. Italians didn't care if someone was Jewish.
"They have lost their homes, their businesses, their friends, their whole lives. Mr. Schreiber isn't even Jewish." So why did he have to leave?
Because Mrs. Schreiber is.
She is Austrian,
Eva retorted, so sure of herself. She is an Austrian Jew. Just like Mama was. Just like Uncle Felix is. It is illegal under the new laws in Germany for a German to be married to a Jew. Mr. Schreiber was going to be sent to prison even though he was married to Annika long before the laws were passed. So, they had to leave.
The Schreibers were the first. But there had been many more. A steady stream, actually. Some were more open than others, relating horrors that seemed impossible. Uncle Augusto had even scoffed at some of the stories. Privately, of course, and only in conversation with Camillo, who grew increasingly gray during those 2 years. What couldn't be denied was that most of the refugees they took in, even if for only a short time, seemed to be in varying states of shock, and there was an ever-present nagging tension among them, as if at any moment the local authorities would swoop in and arrest them.
I don't remember them, Eva,
Angelo said softly.
But I do remember there being strangers for a while.
For 2 years, Angelo. Then they just stopped coming. Babbo said they couldn't get out of Germany anymore. Eva hadn't really understood what that meant. She had just shrugged and life went on. There were no more skittish Jews at the villa. Until now. Now their villa was full of skittish Jews. Eva clenched her fists and stopped walking, needing every ounce of strength to keep her tears behind her lids. But they seeped out the corners and dribbled down the sides of her face. She turned and blindly walked the other direction, looking for some place to let them fall without an audience. Angelo followed, a silent shadow, his slightly uneven gait oddly soothing. Eva walked without realizing that she'd known her destination all along. She found herself just outside the San Frediano gate on Viale Lodovico Ariosto, standing at the entrance to the old Jewish cemetery. Her mother wasn't buried there. Her Rosselli grandparents weren't buried there either. The old cemetery had closed in 1880, almost 60 years ago, long before they died. The tall cypress trees that lined the path leading from the entrance made her feel safe. They always had. Her father had brought her there once, long ago, and showed her where his maternal great-grandparents were buried. They were Nathans, and he was proud of the name. He said Nathan was a Jewish name with an impressive history. Sadly, Eva didn't remember it. But she loved the cemetery and had come back alone many times, setting her smooth stones on those Nathan headstones, vowing each time to ask Camillo more about her ancestors. But she never did. Very few stones decorated these headstones now. 60 years was a long time to carry memories and leave pebbles in their place. She had no stones with her today. No pebbles or pretty rocks. No weight in her pockets and far too much heaviness in her heart. The time-worn headstones reminded her of a mismatched chess set. Some stones were fat and curved, others tall and ornate, but most were short and tottering like ancient pawns. Eva liked to imagine the shape of the markers was a caricature of the person buried there, and she took pride in the royal stature of her ancestors' monuments. She wove her way to the far corner, to the little bench that someone had erected long ago to sit with long-dead loved ones. Angelo followed, still silent, but he'd pulled off his hat, as if wearing it among the graves was sacrilegious. It was ironic, she thought. Jewish men covered their heads, signifying themselves beneath God for prayer and religious rituals. But she didn't tell Angelo.
"What is this place, Eva?"
he asked, sitting beside her carefully, his hands in his lap, his hat in his hands, his cane leaning on the bench between them. Eva fought the urge to knock it down. She was tired of things that came between them.
It's an old Jewish cemetery.
She kicked at the blanket of fallen leaves and untended grass at her feet and upended a little rock. Leaning down, she retrieved it, brushed the dirt from its surface, and shined it between her palms. Then she stood and placed it on the base of the oldest Nathan headstone and sat back down next to Angelo. He reached for her hand and turned it over so he could see her palm.
"Why did you do that?"
Angelo took out his handkerchief and started gently removing the grime from her hands. His tenderness wiped away her anger, too. Eva's lips trembled, and she wanted to lay her head against his shoulder and cry out all her fear and confusion.
"Eva?"
He prodded softly, when her answer never came. She swallowed back the feelings in her throat and tried to speak. Her voice was low, barely a whisper, when she finally responded.
"The story Babo told me is that in ancient times, it wasn't common to mark graves with a headstone or any kind of marker. Jews did it, but they did it to avoid inadvertently stepping or bending over a grave and desecrating it or becoming impure from the body beneath the ground. I don't know exactly. It's a mitzvah."
Eva shrugged, a uniquely Italian shrug that said, "I don't know, but knowing isn't very important."
"What's a mitzvah?" "Something, a holy act or tradition that elevates the mundane to the divine."
Again the shrug.
"So before the days of headstones and markers, every person who walked by the grave added a rock, building it up so the monument became permanent. I guess eventually someone thought of adding a bigger rock with a name or birth date so people would know who was buried there. And now we do it as a sign of remembrance."
"Something that elevates the mundane to the divine," Angelo murmured. "That's beautiful." He was done with her hands, and he gently returned them to her lap, ever respectful, ever careful. Eva didn't want her hands back. She needed Angelo to hold them tightly, to grip them in his and tell her everything was going to be all right. The emotion swelled again, and her thoughts were so loud, so insistent that she pressed a trembling hand to her forehead so they wouldn't escape. But the devastation of the day had peeled back her defenses, and she found herself blurting out all the things she shouldn't say.
"I thought I would marry you someday, Angelo. Do you know that? I wanted to marry you. But that can't happen now, can it?"
He gasped, but didn't answer. She finally made herself look at him, and his blue eyes clung to hers. There was awareness there. Her words shocked him, but her feelings didn't. "That was never going to happen, Eva. In 1 year, I will be able to receive the holy orders, and I will become a priest."
"I am going to be a priest, Eva. My path is set,"
he said firmly. But there was tension in the set of his lips, and the hand he raised to her cheek shook slightly. She pulled away in disgust, brushing at his hand like he was a persistent fly. Her feelings kept bouncing back and forth between tenderness and outrage.
"No, it can't happen because I am a Jew, and it's now against the law for Catholics to marry Jews. It's against the law for me to love you, Angelo. It should make it so much easier for you now."
"What are you talking about, Eva?" Angelo kept his voice neutral, soft, like he was trying to calm a fretful child. But she wasn't a child, as Angelo was well aware.
"I've seen the way you look at me, Angelo. You want to be a priest, but you love me."
"Eva." The word was like a whip, and Eva flinched. "You can't say things like that." He stood abruptly, his cane gripped in his hands. "We have to go. It will be dark soon.
And after a day like today, your father will wonder where you've gone."
Eva stood, but she wasn't finished. "Babo says so many boys become priests because of family pressures. Because they can get an education they may otherwise not get. He worried that you were forced into the seminary because your father and your grandparents wanted you to go, and because you never felt like you had a home."
"It wasn't like that for me, Eva. You know that. You know being a priest is what I want."
"But you were a child." Her voice was hesitant. "How could you have known what it would cost?"
"It has cost me very little compared to what it has given me."
His eyes were so clear, so guileless, yet so fierce, that it was all she could do to hold his gaze.
"God makes me strong. He gives me courage. He gives me peace. He gives me purpose."
His voice was filled with conviction.
"And he can't give you those things unless you're a priest?"
Eva asked sadly.
No, Eva. I don't think he can. Not in the same way."
He held out his arm, a peace offering,
and Eva slipped her hand through it, letting him lead her out of the cemetery.
They picked their way among the graves, and Eva was suddenly glad for his arm. Her anger and despair had boiled over and left her cold and weak, tired. She numbly placed one foot in front of the other until Angelo spoke again.
"I would have been a soldier, a pilot. If I'd been born with 2 good legs, I would have been a pilot. I've dreamed of flying since I could walk. Maybe it's because I couldn't run like the other boys. You don't need to run if you can fly. Now, with war in the air and Mussolini passing these insane laws, I'm grateful for my bad leg. I'm grateful I won't have to drop bombs and fight for things I don't believe in."
"Is the Catholic Church the only thing you believe in?"
Angelo sighed. "Eva, I don't understand what you're asking me."
"Do you believe in people? Do you believe in me?" Her voice was tired. She really wasn't trying to fight. Not anymore. Fighting with Angelo was like kicking a wall. She only ended up hurting herself.
"I put my faith in God, not people," he said softly, stubbornly, and Eva wanted to slap him.
"But God works through people, doesn't he?" Eva insisted. He didn't answer, but waited for her to continue, looking between her face and the road they walked along, the lengthening shadows giving them a sense of privacy. He hadn't even pulled his arm away, and Eva let herself cling to it. "My father used to believe in Italy. Uncle Augusto even believed in fascism. Fabia believes in the Pope. Santino believes in hard work, and you believe in the church. Do you know what I believe in, Angelo? I believe in my family. I believe in my father. I believe in Santino and Fabia. And I believe in you. The people I love most in the world. Love is the only thing I believe in."
"Don't cry, Eva. Please," Angelo whispered, and his voice broke in distress.
Eva hadn't even realized she was.
She raised a hand to her face and wiped at the moisture that clung to her cheeks.
"These laws are going to destroy all of us, Angelo. It's only going to get worse. I believe that, too."
1939.
29 June, 1939. Confession. I've never hated anyone before. Not a single soul. But I'm learning. There are more racial laws. Angelo raced home when he heard, only to find us completely unaware of what had transpired. He became the bearer of bad news. There is never good news anymore, it seems. Jews can no longer practice their trade among non-Jews. Doctors, lawyers, journalists, all the trained professions. In one day, they lost their livelihoods. And that isn't all. We are banned from popular resorts and vacation spots. We can't spend our holidays at the beaches, the mountains, and the spas. We can't put advertisements or death notices in the newspapers. We can't publish books or give public lectures. We aren't even allowed to own radios. I laughed at that one and said to Angelo, "We can't own radios. What about electric razors? Babbo loves his new electric razor. Don't get too attached, Babbo." What's next? Washing machines? Telephones? Angelo didn't laugh. Instead, he stared down at the decree in his hands. "You can still own a telephone, but your names will no longer be listed in the telephone directories, and you are barred entrance from certain public buildings." No one had laughed after that. The absurdity of it all was the most insulting part, and the insults never seemed to end. Eva Rosselli. Chapter 3. Vienna. "My father won't leave his apartment. He says the last time he did, a German soldier made him scrub the sidewalk. The bleach burned his hands, and he can't play his violin." Uncle Felix threw himself onto the sofa and buried his face in his hands. "They stormed his house and took his art, his valuables. He is living in my old bedroom with nothing but his violin, which he is lucky to have, and he is worried that he can't play because of the sores on his hands. There is a German commandant living in his apartment, sleeping in his bed, eating off his plates and sitting at his table. But he still thinks he will be able to wait it out. He still thinks it will all blow over. Many of his friends have already been arrested. Musicians, artists, writers, academics, taken to a work camp. How long will they last, Camillo?" Felix wailed the question from behind his hands. Eva's father just shook his head. Uncle Felix didn't really need him to give any estimation on the life expectancy of the imprisoned Austrian artisans. They both knew. "Every day they are arresting Jews. I have to go get him. I have to get him out of Austria. I have to bring him here." "Felix, you can't," Camillo reasoned gently. "They are deporting Jews from Austria, not letting more come in. If you are lucky, you will be turned away at the checkpoint. If you are not, you will be detained and deported. There is no scenario where you will reach Otto and be able to get him out. I am doing all I can. Otto has to apply for a visa, though. He must wait in line like all the others and show them his passport. He must tell them he has family and a place to stay here in Italy." Camillo had been over this time and again with his aging father-in-law, but Otto Adler was weary and stubborn, and the incredibly long lines outside the emigration office were intimidating. Many waiting in line were often subjected to the kind of indignities that he had suffered recently, scrubbing paint from a wall or political slogans from a sidewalk, or licking the cobblestones, or picking up horse dung with their bare hands. "I have told him, but he won't listen," Felix mourned. On March 12, 1938, Austria had welcomed Hitler with open arms. Anschluss, they called it. Union. But Otto Adler said the word was just Nazi propaganda to reframe a forced incorporation of Austria into Nazi Germany. Otto Adler had watched it all from his apartment high above the street. A street that was thick with thousands of people waving the crooked cross, raising their arms and calling out to the motorcade that moved slowly down the street. It was a military parade, with Adolf Hitler himself standing in an open command car, waving and acknowledging the jubilant crowds that were welcoming him, the Austrian-born conqueror, into their beautiful city. It was like nothing Otto Adler had ever seen before. A parade, but more than that. The cheering crowds treated Hitler like a savior or messiah. Otto was not impressed, and he refused to be part of the celebration. He turned his back on the parade, resuming his practice. But the onlookers were as thick as flies, and the sound from the street seeped through the windows and the walls, making it impossible for him to drown them out, even with Tchaikovsky's violin concerto in D major singing from his strings. "Sieg Heil! Sieg Heil!" they intoned, throwing off his rhythm and making him curse. He shrugged and changed his tempo to keep time with the chanting. He was good at adapting. "That is the problem with so many Jews," he told his son in a letter. "They don't adapt. They haven't assimilated, but I have. I have been welcomed into the arms of the highest society. I have played for royalty and dined with dignitaries. I am not afraid of the little Führer. I will adapt, and as long as I have my music, I am happy. I don't need much." Still, he hated to see Austria bow to the Germans. All of Austria lay prostrate, letting Hitler roll right over them with his tanks and fiery words, and they celebrated the invasion. 8 months later, and mere days before the racial laws were passed in Italy, Nazi stormtroopers and Hitler Youth implemented and carried out violent pogroms against the Jews. In cities throughout Austria and Germany, rioters looted and vandalized Jewish businesses and homes. They burned 900 synagogues and damaged or destroyed 7,000 Jewish businesses. Instigators attacked, spit on, and threw Jewish men and women into the streets, killing 91 of them. Police rounded up, arrested, and sent 30,000 Jewish men to concentration camps. And when it was all over, the Nazis presented the Jewish community with a bill for the damages, claiming they had caused it to happen. All this terror had a beautiful name, Kristallnacht, the night of broken glass. Otto Adler wrote to Camillo and told him he could have made a fortune. Ostrika would have had business for a year just replacing the smashed windows and the shattered glass in the streets. Then he'd confessed and told Felix he was finally afraid. He wasn't adapting anymore. "How can you compromise with people who don't want you to exist? They want us to disappear. I can't adapt to death." 1938 had been a very bad year to be Jewish. 1939 was even worse. Angelo went home from the seminary that day, expecting to accompany Camillo, Felix, and his grandparents to Eva's concert, only to find that she'd been asked to resign her position and leave the orchestra. No explanation, just dismissal. She hadn't really needed an explanation. The reason was obvious. Another member was dismissed as well, the Jewish cello player she'd dated off and on the year before. "I don't care. It's their loss," Eva said defiantly. Her chin was high and her eyes were bright. She obviously did care. But Felix cared even more. The news was yet another very personal blow to the teacher who had spent years molding her into a classical violinist. Felix wasn't adjusting well to any of the laws. He'd been in Italy for 13 years and had become a citizen after 5. But his citizenship was revoked with the new laws. Camillo had managed to get him an exemption. Angelo didn't know how, but he knew it usually had to do with money and bribes, which Camillo had gladly paid. For the time being, Felix was safe, though his father was not. His father's precarious fate in Austria and the continual insult of the Italian racial laws had made the handsome 45-year-old Austrian look 60. His blue eyes were heavily shadowed, and his light brown hair had turned almost completely gray. He was gaunt and quiet, and spent far too much time in his room. "I was the best they had, by far," Eva said again, her eyes on her Uncle Felix. I don't need an orchestra to be a violinist. You are already a violinist. No one can take that from you, Felix said stiffly. But his posture belied his words. Eva watched her uncle retreat with helpless anguish written all over her face, and Angelo had to bite his inner cheek to keep himself from cursing out loud, condemning the outrageous laws and the constant strain on the family he loved. Let's go, Eva, he said suddenly. Let's walk. You need air, and I need gelato. He didn't need gelato. He needed to kick someone, to throw rocks through windows, something. He thought about the shop he'd seen along the main piazza the previous week. It was an apothecary shop, one he'd frequented before. They sold a salve that soothed the ache and protected the stump of his right leg from being over-chafed when he wore his clumsy prosthetic. It was painted a cheery, welcoming yellow. But it didn't welcome everyone. A sign in the window said, "No Jews allowed." And next door, another shop upped the ante. "No Jews and dogs allowed," as if the two were synonymous. Angelo had swallowed back the bile rising in his throat and opened the door. A tinkling of bells alerted the shopkeeper of his entrance. "Buongiorno, signore," a woman had called out from behind a row of shelves. Angelo hadn't answered, but retrieved the salve he liked from its usual spot and set it on the counter, waiting for the woman to ring him up. She had eyed him warily, his failure to reply to her friendly good morning apparently noted. "How can you tell?" he had asked, unable to help himself. "Scusami." "How can you tell whether or not someone is a Jew? Your sign says no Jews allowed." The shopkeeper blushed and her gaze slid sideways. "I can't, and I don't care. I also don't ask." "Then why the sign?" "There is a certain amount of pressure, you know. The fascisti leave us alone if the sign is on the door. I'm just trying to protect my shop." "I see. And the shop down the street. Do the fascisti have something against dogs, too?" She snickered as if he were making a joke, but her smile faltered as he glowered down at her. "I have shopped here for years, but I won't be back unless that sign is taken down," he said softly. "But you are not a Jew, signore," she protested. His black seminarian robes and broad hat made that clear. "No, and I am not a dog, nor am I a fascist pig." He left the salve on the counter and turned to leave the shop. "It's not that simple, signore," she had called after him, and he'd glanced back at her crimson face. He had embarrassed her. Good. "It is exactly that simple, signora," he said. And it was. With all his heart, he believed it was. Black and white, right and wrong. "I need to be back before sundown. It is Shabbat," Eva said quietly, pulling Angelo back to the present. But she grabbed her hat and gloves with an eagerness that betrayed her own need to escape for a while. They meandered purposefully, stopping to purchase their favorite gelato in huge portions, determined to forget the world around them for a moment, needing to laugh, needing to forget, needing to pretend that their lives were sweet and simple, if only for an hour or two. But they would have had to walk with their eyes closed. The world was not sweet or simple anymore. The proof of it was all around them, and neither of them was blind. "We don't look like that, do we?" Eva said around a spoonful of ice cream, staring down at the weekly paper someone had left behind near the park bench where they sat to eat their treat. She slid her foot over the pages to keep it from flapping in the breeze. A cartoon labeled "Race Defilers," depicting a Jewish man with exaggerated features carrying an unconscious Aryan female into his private office, was front and center. Eva picked it up and studied the cartoon thoughtfully. Then she looked up at Angelo and squinted her eyes. "That looks more like your nose than mine." She was trying to laugh it off, her voice light and purposely unaffected. "I have a Roman nose." Angelo tried to laugh too, but his stomach churned. He'd seen too much of that kind of mockery and humor in the Italian press. It had been an ongoing campaign, worsening with the scientific manifestos on race, and the blame for all the country's problems that was constantly focused on the Italian Jews, who made up less than 1% of the country's population. Angelo read all the national newspapers, a habit he'd cultivated when he felt homesick for America. If he was to be an Italian, he had to understand Italy. And he'd tried. But even as a 12-year-old boy, painstakingly reading the politically charged La Stampa, he wondered if the papers represented Italy or just the government. "He looks a little like Mussolini," Angelo said, wishing he could make Eva laugh like she used to. "Yes, Mussolini, and Signore Balbo, who conducts the orchestra," Eva added dryly. And Angelo crumpled the piece of newsprint in his hand. He thought about the picture he'd seen in a newspaper of an Austrian woman sitting on a bench that said, "Nur für Arier," for Aryans only, and he wondered how long it would be before Eva was not allowed to even sit on a bench in her own country. "You never used to observe Shabbat," Angelo said. Not because he cared, but because he needed to change the subject. "Yes, I know. Funny, isn't it? I never really thought about being Jewish until I started to be persecuted for it. Babo always celebrated learning above everything else, but we decided we'd better see what all the fuss is about. We're becoming devout." She winked at Angelo and shrugged. She had grown up in the last year. She still kept a few men on a string, but the string was getting longer, the dates fewer and further between. When she wasn't teaching violin lessons to Jewish children for little or no money, she was at home, practicing. Her life had narrowed dramatically to her music, her family, and a few Jewish friends who were as watchful and reticent as the Rossellis had become. "And what have you learned?" he asked, sounding like Father Sebastian. He smirked to soften the effect. "A great deal, but I haven't learned the most important thing." "No? And what would that be?" he asked. "Why do people hate us so much?" "They've taken my father," Felix cried. "He's been arrested." "How do you know?" Camillo asked, his face pale, his hands extended toward Felix. Felix held up the letter. His hand was trembling like he was stricken with a disease, the paper flapping like he was shaking the terrible truth from it. "Smaid, it is illegal for her to work for a Jew, but the German commander living in my father's apartment needed a housekeeper, so he hired her to cook and clean for him. She cared about my father, and I think she's watched out for him as best she could. She said she would have called me, but she was nervous about speaking freely. There are always listening ears on the phone lines. But she thought I should know. When she arrived at the apartment on the 14th, 2 weeks ago, my father was gone. When she asked the commandant where he was, he told her it was his turn." "Where have they taken him?" Camillo pressed. "She doesn't know for certain. She writes that the whole building was cleared. There are no Jews left. The officer told her soon there would be no more Jews in Vienna. I read that some of them are just being relocated to Jewish ghettos." Camillo started pacing, trying to remain positive, his thoughts scrambling for solutions. Smaid thinks he will be sent to a work camp. Her brother works at the train station, and he told her that every day the train leaves early, before the sun rises, so the people of Vienna won't see them leave. He says they are loaded with Jews. He says the trains have been going to a place called Mauthausen, near Linz.
But Linz is not too far from Vienna. This is good. This is not good, Camillo. None of this is good. He will die. The certainty in Felix Adler's voice made Eva wince and Camillo collapse onto a chair. He looked completely defeated. They wouldn't let him bring his violin. The German officer was looking at it when the maid arrived for work. He told her he's going to send it to his son in Berlin. He's going to send my father's violin to his son. Felix repeated, suddenly enraged, and he swept his arm across the table, upending the lamp and the radio they weren't supposed to own. What are you playing, Eva? Felix Adler sighed from the window overlooking the garden. I don't recognize that. It sounds a little like Chopin, but it's not. It's Chopin mixed with Rosselli, sprinkled with Adler, and doused with anger. Eva murmured, her eyes closed, her chin gripping her violin. She expected him to scold her, to tell her to play what is written, but he was silent. She continued playing, but she opened her eyes, watching him as she let her bow flit over the strings like a bee flirting with a flower. His hands were clasped behind his back, his feet together. It was the way he stood when he was deep in thought or when he was listening. She and Uncle Felix had had a love-hate relationship since he'd arrived in Italy in 1926, 2 years after her mother's death. She had been only 6 years old and was not prepared for the maestro that was Felix Adler. He had come to Italy with the express purpose of molding her into an Adler violinist, and he had come to Italy out of love for his sister, which he reminded Eva of frequently. It was her dying wish. He'd acquired other students, and he'd played with the Orchestra della Toscana, but his focus had been Eva. Eva had challenged him at every turn. She was willful and distracted, easily bored, and known to disappear when it was time for lessons. But she had a gift. She had a remarkable ear, and what she lacked in discipline she made up for in musicality. She loved the violin. She loved to play. And Felix had eventually learned to forgive her for the rest, though it was forgiveness bestowed grudgingly. It had taken him a while to realize that she wasn't really reading the music he put in front of her. She was listening and copying. If she didn't understand something, she would ask Felix to show her. After a few demonstrations, she could play bar after bar from memory. Teaching her to read music had been torture for both of them. She'd hated it, he'd hated it, and they'd hated each other half the time. He made her do everything she despised and rarely let her do what she loved. Long notes and scales and sight reading, day after day. I don't want to practice long notes. I want to play Chopin. Eva would stomp her foot. You can't play Chopin. I can too. Listen. Eva immediately launched into a Chopin nocturne, complete with every variation he'd purposely played just to test her. You can't. You are parroting. You are not reading. You are listening to me and playing without looking at your music and seeing the music as you create it. I see the music in my head, and it doesn't look like little black dots and lines. It looks like rainbows and flying and the Alps and the Apennines. Why can't I just listen and play? She had whined. Because I won't always be here to demonstrate. You have to be able to read the notes and turn the notes into music, both in your head and on your instrument. You are composing, but the greatest composers can see the notes when they hear music. They don't see the Apennines, and you will never be able to record your compositions if you don't understand how to read and write music. She had learned eventually, but she still relied far too heavily on her ability to mimic, to embellish, to adapt. The word adapt made her think of her grandfather, who hadn't been able to adapt after all. Uncle Felix. Eva lowered her violin and bow, interrupting her reverie and her freestyle composition to stare at her uncle's rigid back. Please keep playing, Eva, he said quietly.
What would you like me to play, Uncle?
Play whatever you wish. Something else mixed with Rossellini and sprinkled with Adler, he said, and his shoulders began to shake. She'd never seen her uncle cry, and in the last months he'd cried twice. She didn't know what to do to comfort him. So she played. She played Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat major because it was hauntingly beautiful. But she drifted off into her own arrangement and ended up playing something that didn't sound like anything she'd ever played before. When Eva finally lowered her violin, Felix had sunk into a chair and dried his eyes on a handkerchief he still held wadded up in his hand. He met her gaze, and his eyes were so sad her heart ached in her chest. But he smiled at her with tenderness and began to speak. His voice was tired, his words measured. In my life, I've only been good at one thing, the violin. Not as good as my father. Maybe I could have been, but I drank too much and lost my temper too often. I came to Italy because I failed in Vienna. I came to Italy because I was in love with a woman who wasn't in love with me. And for the last 13 years, I've taken it out on you. If you hadn't been so strong, I might have broken you. I might have made you hate me. But you fought back. You shrugged me off. And now I listen to you and I am in awe.
You are?
Eva asked in amazement. These were things she had never heard before. When you play, Eva, I feel hopeful. They can take our homes, our possessions, our families, our lives. They can drive us out like they've driven us out before. They can humiliate us and dehumanize us, but they cannot take our thoughts. They cannot take our talents. They cannot take our knowledge or our memories or our minds. In music, there is no bondage. Music is a door, and the soul escapes through the melody, even if it's only for a few minutes. And everyone who listens is freed. Everyone who listens is elevated. When you play, I hear my life lifting off your strings. I hear the long notes and the scales, the tears and the hours. I hear you and me together in this room. I hear my father and the things he taught me that I passed on to you. I hear it all, and my life plays on, his life plays on, over and over, when you play. Eva set her instrument down, and with tears streaming down her face, knelt in front of her uncle and slid her arms around him, pressing her cheek to his thin chest. He embraced her gently, and they stayed in sorrowful silence, listening to the wind as it wailed a mournful strain not so different from the one Eva had composed, wondering if the wind would be the only witness, the only whisper, when the death in Austria came for them, too.
10 August, 1939. Confession. I am 19 years old, and I've been kissed many times, but I've never been kissed like that. It felt like drowning but not needing to breathe, like falling but never hitting the ground. Even now, my hands are shaking and my heart is so swollen and fat, it feels like it's going to burst, or I'm going to burst. I want to cry. I want to laugh. I want to bury my head in my pillow and scream until I fall asleep, because maybe when I go to sleep I can relive it. I can't believe it happened, yet I think I've been waiting for it to happen for the last 7 years. Ever since I conned Angelo into kissing me the first time. I've been waiting for him for so long, and for a couple of hours tonight, in a little world that was only big enough for the two of us. He was mine. I don't know if I will be able to keep him. I'm afraid when tomorrow comes, I'll be waiting for him again. Eva Rosselli.
Chapter 4.
Grosseto. Angelo had been surprised when Camillo announced he was still taking the family to the beach house, considering the set of racial laws that had been passed earlier that summer. But Camillo had made the reservation before the law was passed, and he stubbornly maintained that he had been renting that particular lodge from the same family for 20 years, and he would keep on renting it for 20 more. So that August, only months before the war broke out, they all boarded the train for Grosseto, confident in Camillo's ability to make everything all right. The first few days of Angelo's planned 5-day retreat were spent sleeping, eating, playing checkers, and debating everything and nothing, simply because Camillo and Augusto enjoyed discussion, and Angelo enjoyed listening to them argue. In the last few months, they argued less, as fascism had revealed itself and Augusto had been proved wrong. But they still found points of disagreement and seemed relieved that they had. Eva walked a lot, her feet flirting with the surf, dancing in and out of the waves until she was wet and cold. She would lie on her big white towel and fall asleep in the sun until she was almost dry. Then she would repeat the process. Her porcelain skin had grown rosy and brown, making her look decidedly more Italian than Austrian. Her hair and eyes were dark, but her skin was unquestionably less olive than Angelo's was. His skin turned smoky after an hour in the sun, and within a few days he looked like he'd spent his life casting nets with the fishermen of Grosseto. Umbrella-shaped maritime pines fringed the beaches, and one afternoon Angelo found himself stomping around in the cork oak woodlands, where aristocratic families still hunted for wild boar, losing himself in the shade and the scents and the quiet. As the shadows grew longer, and his skin grew sticky with sweat, he tromped out of the woods and headed back toward the beach, eager for a quick swim in the cool, clear waters. Clouds had rolled in, and the sky was no longer the guileless blue it had been earlier in the day. Still, even with rain threatening, Angelo shrugged out of his shirt, removed his shoe and his prosthetic, and hopped through the waves until he could immerse himself in the Tyrrhenian. Before too long, Eva was treading water beside him, and they kicked and splashed and floated on their backs until distant thunder rumbled and urged them back to the shore. Rain was coming, but the air was still warm, and they toweled themselves off and let the heat dry their hair as they watched the storm move toward them. "What's that?" Eva inclined her head toward his pile of abandoned clothing and forest finds. He rarely saved anything, impatient with clutter and generally unsentimental, but he'd thought maybe his nonno would like that afternoon's discovery. "I found a quiver of black and white porcupine quills." Well, I saw some spotted pink flamingos in the lagoon," Eva countered, her eyes on the water. She was smiling slightly, letting him in on the game. "That's nothing. I woke a barn owl, and he dove at my head," he shot back. "And I killed a wild pig with my bare hands. I thought about bringing him back for dinner, but then I remembered pigs aren't kosher." Eva pursed her lips, clearly trying to come up with a better story. "Well, I found this." She handed him a shell, still completely intact, still hinged at the back. He took it and peered inside. The interior was smooth and empty, the life inside long gone. "No pearl?" "No, just sand." "But the sand can become a pearl," he offered, handing the shell back to her. "The sand doesn't really become a pearl, silly. It doesn't become something else. It's just hidden. The grain of sand is still there beneath the layers of nacre." "Nacre?" he interrupted. It wasn't a word he'd heard before. "The mineral substance that the oyster coats the grain of sand in." The mention of the oyster had its same old effect, and Ava's eyes touched on his briefly before she glanced away. Another time it probably wouldn't have registered. But here they were, sitting in roughly the same spot where they'd sat 7 years before, when the skies were clear and no storms threatened.
You mean mother of pearl? How did you know that?
Babbo. He's a chemical engineer, Angelo. He knows the actual name of every substance known to man.
So the little irritant becomes a beautiful pearl.
He winked at Eva and tapped her nose.
Are you calling me a little irritant?
He laughed, unable to help himself. She had always made him laugh.
Yes, I am. A beautiful irritant.
Keep it up, and I will steal your fake leg, and you will have to hop back to the house.
You're so heartless,
he said in mock horror.
A heartless irritant.
She swiped at him, and he blocked her easily, stealing her shell in the process. Thunder belched through the sky once more, not nearly as polite and distant as it had been before. Eva and Angelo, still bickering good-naturedly, quickly dressed and gathered their things. They weren't quick enough, though, and with a solid crack, the swollen skies suddenly split above them. Rain peppered the sand, and Eva squealed. Angelo couldn't run very well, and Eva wasn't inclined to let him get drenched alone, so they looked around for immediate shelter. Hand in hand, they struggled across the sand toward the trees and the little fisherman's shack that sat back from the shore. The lock was broken and the shack abandoned, though an old net and a rusty fishing pole still remained among the dust and the cobwebs. Clothes clung to limbs, black hair to burnished cheeks, and they tumbled, laughing, into the shack, the damp walls and the earthy darkness making the space feel more like a medieval dungeon used for torture than a respite from the storm. Eva picked up the pole in one hand and tossed Angelo the net, and within moments they were quarreling once more as they fenced, saying things like, "On guard," and "Feel my wrath," and "Take that, fool." Eva made the mistake of lunging too deep, and Angelo easily swiped her sword away.
"Surrender, knave,"
he said, with a sneering twist of his lips. His black curls were clinging to his forehead, and his blue eyes danced with Eva as she sashayed around him, pretending she was a skilled swordsman. She was laughing and relaxed, the old Eva, and his heart softened as he looked into her grinning face. She sensed the shift in his attention, and she feinted, as if to kneel, only to step forward and grab at his arm, pivoting as if to throw him over her shoulder in a move that was more ancient wrestling than fencing. He dropped his net and pulled her against him aggressively, her back to his chest, his forearm resting firmly beneath her breasts, one large hand wrapped around her rib cage. He had meant for it to be part of the game. Clearly he hadn't thought. His body hugged hers from his chest to his thighs. Her hair brushed his face. Her female scent tickled his nose, and his mouth was poised at the silky whirl of her ear, ready to demand her surrender. They stood frozen for several long seconds, locked in the strange embrace, eyes closed, mouths slightly open, trying to breathe without movement, without sound, and growing lightheaded in the attempt. Eva's hands had risen to Angelo's arm when he pulled her to him, and she stood motionless against him, her hands gripping the hard length that held her hostage. She didn't dare say his name, didn't dare utter a sound. Surely it would break the spell. Then she felt his lips move ever so softly against the lobe of her ear, skim the uppermost edge of her jaw, then travel back again. Eva resisted the sweet shudder that slid down her spine, but Angelo felt the tremor and his lips left her skin. But he didn't pull away or loosen his arm. Eva slowly turned her head, feeling his breath mark a path across her cheek as she raised her face and lifted her chin. Then it was her breath tickling his cheek and warming his lips. Again they paused, muscles tensed, straining to feel everything, to miss nothing, and still not cross any lines. Their eyes stayed closed as they neared that line, stood toe to toe, and then stepped over it, into each other. Mouths touched, pressed, retreated, brushed, retreated, pressed, sought, then slid away, and still their eyes remained closed, denying everything. Eva turned as Angelo shifted, and the dance began again, the angle different, more direct, less accidental. Accidental, innocent, sweet. The words slipped through Angelo's foggy mind, and he nodded slightly. Yes, that was it. Innocent. With his mouth pressed against Eva's, that slight nod lifted Eva's full top lip, separating it from the lower one, and Angelo explored the space between them with an unintentional touch of his tongue. Unintentional, innocent, sweet. So incredibly sweet, just like that kiss so long ago. But the sweetness pulled him under like Camillo's wine. Then he was drinking deeply, pulling every last drop from Eva's mouth, unable to stop. It was like nothing he'd ever tasted before, and she cradled his face, letting him sip away, slip away, lost in the flavor, the texture, the heady heat of her mouth on his. Then they opened their eyes. Dark and heavy met blue and blazing, and Angelo ached to close his eyes again, even as he lifted his mouth and dropped his hands from her body. "Eva," he whispered, and his torment made her tremble. "Again," she pleaded, and her eyes begged. "Again, Angelo." "Madonna," he breathed. "Madonna," he pleaded. But the lovely Madonna, mother of his precious Jesus, couldn't hold a candle to the Madonna before him. They moved as one, bodies coming back together, the renewed contact so welcome and wondrous that their sighs slid around them like a hushed hallelujah chorus. Then there was only pleasure and pressure, mouths and momentum, as one kiss grew and multiplied and became something new, something neither of them had known before. Outside, the storm abated, welcoming a rainbow of soft pastels reflected in silvery puddles that neither of them saw. Outside, Fabia called for them, telling them to come in for supper. But neither of them heard. Outside, the air chilled with the evening, but neither of them felt the cold. Outside, Camillo Rosselli worried, puffing on his pipe, wondering what the future would hold for the two young people who had always loved the other but didn't belong together. And as their fires were banked, they both smelled the smoke. They left the fisherman's shack with their virginities intact, but they didn't go inside to safety and sanity. Instead, they drifted up into the fragrant, rain-damp evergreen forest that stood sentry on one side of the vacation home, unwilling to part, unable to stop touching, to stop kissing, to walk away from each other and into the place where separation would surely invite guilt and regret, at least for Angelo. When they finally parted and Eva tiptoed up to her room, drunk on love and dizzy with desire, smiling against the palm she pressed to her lips to keep from giggling, Angelo sat on the veranda and tried not to think at all. He, too, kept his hand pressed to his mouth, but it was not to keep from laughing. He could smell Eva on his fingers. His body tightened all over again, and his breaths grew painful. He was in exquisite agony. He had never known such pleasure, and not just in her body and her skin, not just in her mouth and her sweetness, not just in the way she touched him and made him tremble. It was more than that. It wasn't pleasure, It was joy. He'd been warned about the dangers of the flesh. Seminarians were counseled extensively, cautioned endlessly, and threatened with their very souls when it came to bridling passions and denying every carnal impulse. But no one had told him he would be filled with this immeasurable joy. He felt close to tears, and it wasn't simply because he'd just fallen into the snare every seminarian secretly dreads and simultaneously dreams about. It was love that made each touch feel like redemption and each kiss feel like rebirth. Not lust, not pleasure. It was love that created joy. He'd known for a long time that he loved Eva, but he had never admitted to himself that he loved her the way a man loves a woman. He had never allowed himself to ruminate on the idea. He'd locked it away the moment he'd decided to marry the church and forsake all others.
Angelo?
Angelo dropped his fingers from his mouth as if he'd been caught with his hand in a cash register. Camillo stepped out onto the veranda and looked around, obviously expecting Eva to be out there too. When he saw that she wasn't, he eased himself into a chair to the right of Angelo and filled his pipe as if he had all the time in the world. It wasn't late, though Angelo and Eva had missed dinner. Everyone else was still awake inside the house, and low murmurs and tinkling laughter filtered out into the loamy air. Angelo hoped no one had noticed the length of time he and Eva had spent alone. Camillo puffed and purred, smoke billowing from his mouth in fragrant clouds. Angelo had always loved the smell of his pipe, and he closed his eyes briefly, letting the scent mingle with the salt and the sea, the evergreens and the rain, before he exhaled and then breathed in deeply once more, savoring the aroma.
You might be our only hope, Angelo,
Camillo said after a time. Angelo had grown drowsy in the comfortable darkness, the inevitable adrenaline crash leaving him weak and loose-limbed. What do you mean, Camillo? Camillo had never allowed Angelo to call him anything else.
You know, you could marry Eva and take her to America. You are an American citizen, and if she were your wife, you could get her out of Italy, out of Europe. You could make sure she is safe from what is coming.
Angelo was so stunned he could only sit, staring off into the darkness like it held a forest full of jesters, waiting to laugh at Camillo's incredible suggestion. He sat still for so long, with his face so blank, that Camillo leaned forward and peered into his eyes.
She would never leave you,
Angelo said finally, offering the only response that came to his mind.
Ha!
Camillo barked softly and puffed again, slumping back in his chair.
I knew it.
You knew what, Babbo? Angelo said, slipping and calling him by Eva's pet name.
I knew you wouldn't pretend with me, he said. You love Eva, and she loves you. You are a priest, and she is a Jew. And you are a poet,
Angelo said mildly, though his heart was galloping.
Camillo laughed softly. That I am, a great poet and philosopher. That is why I smoke this pipe. It gives me the look I desire.
I am not a priest yet, Angelo murmured. It was a silly thing to say. He had spent 9 years in the seminary. 9 years. And now he was in the final months of his training. His ordination had been scheduled.
That's like a man who is betrothed saying he is not yet married.
It was exactly like that, and Angelo had no response. He was too honest and too shell-shocked by the whole evening to play games. Camillo was right. He couldn't pretend. And reality was starting to penetrate the fog he'd been in. Angelo wasn't a stupid man. He wasn't blind, he wasn't deaf, he wasn't dumb. But he'd been a fool. He'd thought he could love Eva and not be in love with her. He'd thought he could be close to her and not be too close. He'd thought he could have Eva and have God, too. And he couldn't. He was not the exception. He was the rule. He was not St. George, slaying dragons for his god. He was simply Angelo Bianco, being slain by the wiliest serpent of all, Satan, flaming red with 7 heads and 10 horns, which John spoke of in his book of Revelation. "I still want to be a priest, Camillo," he whispered, and his chest ached at the admission, as if he were betraying Eva. He was betraying Eva, just like he'd betrayed the church and betrayed himself. The last few hours had been the sweetest of his life, but they had not been his finest.
"I know," Camillo said. "I know you do. That is why you are sitting out here alone instead of somewhere with Eva. That is why you've spent all these years treating her like a sister and letting me treat you like a son."
"You are my family," Angelo said, emotion rising in his chest.
"Yes, but you can still save her."
Camillo met his gaze with a frank expectation that confused Angelo all the more.
"But I thought you meant marriage? No. It's illegal, first of all. Catholics can't marry Jews, even though we've been marrying each other for decades in Italy. Even though Santino's Catholic uncle married my Jewish aunt 30 years ago.
He scoffed, disgusted. But he waved his hand in the air, dismissing his derision, as well as the mention of the convoluted family connection that had brought Santino and Camillo together in the first place. He continued.
"And second, you're right. Eva wouldn't leave. It is a distinctly Jewish trait. We would rather die together than be separated from our loved ones."
He puffed his pipe, letting the silence cleanse his mental palate.
Who knows? Maybe that isn't a Jewish trait. Maybe that is a human trait."
He waved his hand again.
"Regardless, I know she will not leave me to save herself."
"I don't understand, Camillo. What do you want me to do?" Angelo hoped Camillo could tell him exactly, give him instructions, make the path ahead straight and narrow.
"You are our only hope because you will be in a position to help many people, Angelo. The church is already helping refugees. Did you know that?"
Angelo shook his head. The question was, how did Camillo know?
"I have been looking for ways to help my father-in-law. I have been working with Delasem."
"What?" Angelo had no idea what Delasem was.
"The Delegation for the Assistance of Jewish Immigrants,"
Camillo supplied.
"There are growing networks, Angelo, and the Catholic Church is quietly assisting where they can. The Catholics may save our souls after all,"
Camillo said, smiling around his pipe.
"Or maybe just our lives. But I will settle for that much."
"What can I do?" The instructions seemed very vague.
"With the threats of war, Ostrika's contracts have gone up tenfold. The government is our largest contractor. They don't pay well, but they buy huge volume. We are just happy they haven't taken the company in the name of the greater good. We specialize in fine handmade glass, but we invested in the machinery to do heavier industrial-grade glass when Mussolini started posturing, and the war looked like it was going to become inevitable. We are richer than we've ever been, and a large percentage is going to Delasem. I have even donated a large portion to the church, with the caveat that you are the trustee of the account and have a right to dictate where, within the organization of the church, that money goes. I would ask that you make sure that it goes to feed and hide refugees and those who are sheltering them. Can you do that? Will you do that for me?"
"How?" Angelo asked again.
"Become a priest, just like you've always planned. And if worse comes to worst, use your connections to hide us. I need you to save our family, Angelo."
Eva lay awake all night, gloriously giddy, caught in the haze of remembered kisses, only to fall into a fierce depression when she contemplated the future. The last year had convinced her there were no happy endings, only happy interludes, and somehow the interludes made the endings even worse. She ended up falling asleep near dawn and slept until noon. She took a leisurely bath, dried and curled her hair, painted her toenails red, and finally slunk down the stairs at about 3 o'clock, certain that everyone would take one look at her and see her feelings stamped all over her face. She was terrified of that first glance with Angelo, because then she would know if he felt the same. Maybe she just wouldn't look at him at all. Fabia was in the kitchen, breading and frying sardines. Santino was fashioning some kind of hat decoration from the porcupine quills Angelo had found, and the rest of the family was gathered on the veranda, sipping lemonade laced with something stronger, enjoying the slightly cooler temperatures, courtesy of the previous night's storm. They all greeted Eva warmly, with no mention of her late morning or her absence at dinner the night before. Angelo wasn't on the veranda. She breathed a little easier as she wiggled beneath her father's arm on the porch swing, leaning against him and closing her eyes so she could avoid seeing Angelo if he eventually joined them. But it wasn't Angelo who made his way up the walk in late afternoon. It was not uncommon for the manager and his wife, an older couple who had always been unfailingly polite and welcoming, to stop in every now and then and check on their guests. They managed the whole row of beach houses for one of Italy's wealthiest families, though Eva could never remember which one. The couple was greeted warmly all around by the group gathered on the veranda. But the warm reception changed almost immediately into something cold and damp. The elderly man and his wife stood side by side in front of Camillo, as if they needed moral support to do the immoral deed.
"I'm sorry, signore,"
the old man said.
"I know you have come here for many years, and we don't mind. We are happy to have you join us. But people are complaining. They recognize you from past years, and they know you are Jews. The new laws, you understand."
Camillo stared at the couple for a moment, disbelieving. Eva straightened, pulling away from him as he rose, clearly needing to face this unexpected assault on his feet.
"We will refund your money, of course,"
the woman added hastily. She extended an envelope to Camillo. He took it, opened it slowly, and looked at the lire inside. Eva could see his humiliation, and her own face grew hot with outrage. She reached out and took her father's hand. He stiffened briefly, then squeezed her fingers.
"I see,"
Camillo said slowly, calmly.
"When exactly would you like us to go?" "As soon as possible. You understand we don't want to lose more business or get in trouble with the carabinieri."
The man shrugged like it couldn't be helped.
What else can we do?"
"We will leave in the morning, then," Camillo said stiffly. The old woman looked at her husband, and her husband looked back at Camillo.
"It would be better if you left tonight, signore."
The silence on the veranda felt like standing in front of a blazing furnace.
"It's a full day's trip back to Florence, and we have people in our party who are getting on in years,"
Camillo said softly but firmly.
"We were just about to sit down to a late lunch, and we will need to gather our things. We will leave in the morning."
The woman reached out and yanked the envelope from his hands.
"Then we will need this to cover our losses," she snapped. "And don't blame us if the carabinieri show up and throw you out. They won't be as nice as we have been."
The old man looked at his wife, his face reflecting the shock that Eva felt. The woman had grown hostile with very little provocation.
"I'm sure tomorrow will be fine,"
the old man said, backing off the veranda, his hat in his hands.
"Come now, Guida,"
he commanded his wife. His wife turned away, but she didn't return the envelope. When Angelo finally showed up and heard the news from his sobbing grandmother, he left the house again, slamming the front door with wall-trembling force. He'd stormed off to the manager's cottage, only to come back a half-hour later looking shaken and sick. No one asked him how the conversation had gone. He was as silent as the rest of them as they dined on Fabia's fried sardines, green salad, and tomatoes. From the frozen expressions and weary eyes all around the table, one would think the crucifixion was at hand and not simply the Last Supper. Eva didn't think anyone would appreciate her attempt at levity and kept her Catholic wordplay to herself. They packed their things in an embarrassed stupor and retired early, none of them wanting to talk about the aborted holiday. The next morning they left the house as clean and tidy as they'd found it, and climbed into the hired cars that would take them and their luggage to the train station in Grosseto. Eva didn't want to look back, but as they pulled away, she found herself turning in her seat to see the house disappear around the bend. They wouldn't be coming back to Maremma Beach. There would be no more white sand vacations and fresh fish from the market in Grosseto. There would be no more stolen kisses. Of that she was almost certain. Those things were only memories now, and the memories had been tainted.
15 August, 1939. Confession. I am afraid of rejection. A rejected infant will often die, even if its basic needs are met. A rejected child will spend his whole life trying to please everyone else, and never please himself. A rejected woman will often cheat, just to feel desirable. A rejected man will rarely try again, no matter how lonely he is. A rejected people will convince themselves they deserve it, if only to make sense of a senseless world. I am convinced there is nothing worse for the human heart than rejection. But over the past year I have grown accustomed to it. I expect it, accept it, roll with it instead of against it. I hate this about myself. And sometimes I wonder where the old Eva has gone. The girl who had fire. The girl who secretly believed she could do anything, be anything, and love anyone. And then I remember. She was rejected. Eva Rosselli.
Chapter 5. Rome. Angelo wasn't expected back at the seminary for 3 more days, and he used the first 2 to visit with Monsignor Luciano in Rome. He confessed his feelings for Eva, told him of the intimacy they'd shared, and he asked him for counsel and absolution. The Monsignor gave both, but he didn't hide his dismay very well.
"There is no future in this, my son."
Angelo thought about Eva, her bright smile and laughing eyes, the way her mouth had felt beneath his. She loved him. He loved her. Surely there was a future in that. But Monsignor Luciano continued, as if he heard the doubt in Angelo's silence.
"Even if you didn't become a priest, she is a Jew, Angelo." "Yes, she is. You can't marry a Jew." "Because of the laws?" "Yes, but that isn't what I'm referring to. You are Catholic. You can't marry her because she isn't a believer."
"She believes in God." Angelo felt the sting of affront, a desire to defend, even as he recognized what his mentor was saying to him.
"Which God?"
Monsignor Luciano pressed.
"Certainly not Jesus." Do you really think God is a God of conditions, Monsignor? Angelo found himself arguing. Maybe the only condition is love. Love for him, love for each other. She doesn't reject Jesus. She just doesn't know him. Angelo tried to explain. Are you confident that you could help her come to know him? Monsignor Luciano probed. Angelo thought about that for a moment before coming to a conclusion. I don't know, Father. Even if she accepted Jesus as her savior, I don't think she would be baptized. Why? Because she is Jewish. Angelo threw up his hands, frustrated by his inability to find a better explanation. It is her heritage, it is her history. It is more than religion, it is who she is, who her father is, who her ancestors were. But it is not who you are, Monsignor Luciano said quietly, folding his hands and looking at Angelo. Angelo reared back, almost as if he'd been slapped. He turned away from the Monsignor, not wanting him to see the reaction his words caused. It was not who he was. That was the crux of the matter. He was not Jewish. He'd been raised and loved by Jewish people, but he was not one of them. The hurt and rejection he had felt when his mother died and his father left him in Italy reared its scaly head and burned him all over again. The church is the best place for you, Angelo. You won't be a burden. His father's final words to his son. He was older and wiser now, and he could rationalize his father's decision and his grandparents' desires for him. But the feelings, the insecurity, had never gone away. You know what is best, Angelo. You know what is right. Now you must go forward and not look back, the Monsignor said, and Angelo could only nod. The church was the best place for him. Deep down, he believed it. Angelo didn't belong with Eva. It was not who he was. Angelo spent his final day of vacation back in Florence with Eva, trying to find a way to tell her nothing had changed and nothing could change. He took her to all his favorite places, trying to share his feelings, to explain what drove him. Instead, he ended up sounding like a tour guide in a city she already knew and loved. She was quiet, and he could feel her depression. The art and architecture didn't feed her spirit the way it fed his. He tried harder, pointing out a fresco there, a statue here, telling her what he loved and what he appreciated so she could appreciate it too. And little by little her face relaxed, and her smile came back as the art came to life. The only thing he wanted to show her inside the Palazzo del Bargello, amid the sprawling expanse of some of the world's greatest art, was Donatello's statue of young St. George, shield in hand, eyes facing a threat no one else could see. Padre Sebastiano brought a group of us here about 2 years after I came to Italy. This one statue changed everything for me. I couldn't look at anything else. The rest of the group moved on, but I couldn't move. Another priest saw me staring at the statue, and he told me the story of San Giorgio and the dragon. He relayed the tale that had moved him, altered his thinking, and redirected his life. As he talked, Eva's eyes were fixed on the sculpture, like she could almost imagine how he had looked, standing there all those years ago, a boy who wanted to be a saint. He risked everything, Angelo said as he finished the story. And even though he died for his beliefs, he lives on because of them too. He met Eva's gaze then, and her eyes were sad. Maybe she saw the truth and it hurt her. After that, Don Luciano, the priest I met that day, kept tabs on me and even sent a letter to the seminary, asking for periodic updates on my schooling and progress. Don Luciano is now in Rome. He is a Monsignor. I am hoping I will be able to learn alongside him at some point. It was his fondest wish,
In the Piazza del Duomo, they stood in front of the bronze baptistry doors, and he pointed out the life of Christ, so painstakingly illustrated, engraving after engraving, panel after panel. The first time I saw these, I could only stare. It was like being in love, when your eyes can't look away without instantly wanting to go back. He breathed, his voice an odd whisper. But Eva just nodded, her eyes on his face instead of the baptistry doors. Angelo turned away from the baptistry. Now to Santa Croce.
Santa Croce, too?
Eva asked, groaning as if she were 5. She was teasing, but beneath her banter was a growing despondence. The more they saw, the wider the gulf between them grew. They walked the short distance, a few city blocks between the Duomo and the Basilica, their conversation mild in the August heat. The forecast had threatened rain, but the sky was cloudless, the breeze non-existent.
"Have you been inside?"
he asked as they began to cross the Franciscan Basilica's lengthy piazza.
Yes, on school outings, and once with Uncle Felix. He made me play my violin outside, remember? I drew a crowd. He was quite pleased with me that day.
"I do remember. You told me all about it. You were quite pleased with yourself, too, if I remember right."
Eva always came alive in front of a crowd, and when she'd told Angelo about the numbers she'd drawn, he had wished more than anything he could have heard her play.
"Playing for an audience is a million times better than playing alone," she said, confirming his thoughts.
"Well, I love Santa Croce. It's charming, less intimidating."
Angelo winked at Eva, and she just shook her head and sighed. He studied the towering white edifice ahead of them, the arched doorways, the intricate carvings, the height crowned with several crosses and a blue 6-sided star that made him think of the ugly yellow stars some of Camillo's refugees had worn on their clothing. The reminder depressed him. Thank God Italy had not resorted to pinning labels on her Jews.
"Less intimidating?"
Eva countered doubtfully. She rubbed her head, and he could have sworn he heard her whimper. He was invigorated by the art, but Eva seemed overwhelmed by it all. Or maybe it was him. Maybe he depressed her.
"Catholicism is so ornate," she said,
trying to take it all in.
"That is one of the things I love about it. It's complicated and beautiful, and there's nothing easy about it. Everything is symbolic, ritualistic. Like a beautiful woman, it makes you work."
Eva harumphed.
"What do you know about beautiful women?"
"I grew up with one. I think I know plenty."
"Ha!"
she laughed. He was trying to be sweet, though he was also being truthful.
"I'm not complicated, Angelo."
"You are to me."
He eyed her briefly, then looked away.
"No, you make me that way. You are far more complicated than I'll ever be. I'm not sure what drives you. I have never been able to understand your passion for—"
"God," he finished her sentence.
"No, I don't think your passion is for God exactly. I think your passion is for ascension."
Angelo could only stare at her in stupefaction.
"Ascension?"
he asked, incredulous.
"You aren't hungry for power. You aren't hungry for riches. You aren't hungry for women, or fun, or music, or pleasure."
"Am I really so bland?"
He laughed at himself, and Eva laughed too, but she pressed her point.
"You are hungry for purpose, for meaning, for martyrdom, or maybe just sainthood."
"I think you just described the ambitions of every good priest,"
he said, strangely relieved.
"Yes, I did, didn't I?"
Eva looked a little stunned.
"Why are synagogues so plain, do you think? Is it because Judaism is much more bare, simplistic?"
It was Angelo's turn to search for the right word. Eva thought for a moment.
They aren't all plain, but unlike Catholicism, a religion that has had unfettered centuries to decorate—"
She shot him a wry look.
"You only need the Torah and 10 Jewish males to have a synagogue. The rest can be cobbled together. My father says it's because Jews, as a people, have had little chance to settle. We are always on the move. The exodus never ends. We have been unable to make roots. So our roots are in our traditions, our families, our children."
Angelo could see Eva suddenly struggling with her emotions, and he reached for her hand. Her tears made him want to tear at his clothes and pull at his hair. He hated to see her pain. He hated the terrible injustice of it all, and he could only watch helplessly as she fought for her composure.
"It's happening again, Angelo. All over again. The Exodus."
He could only nod, agreeing. But then she looked up at him, and her eyes were fierce, glittering with anger and unshed tears.
"Our rituals are all about our children. So different from Catholicism, where they take a man and ask him to make vows that deprive him of his roots, of children, of family. There will be no descendants of Angelo Bianco. Your tree ends with you."
Angelo shook his head, but he didn't bother to defend the church or himself. Eva was angry, and she had a right to be. The anger and the hurt and the longing for things to be different, both in the world and with them, was like a tangled ball of string, interwoven and indistinguishable. He understood that, and in a way, he felt it, too. Angelo didn't think Eva blamed him for the way things were, but she did blame him for the way things could never be. "I didn't come here to see Santa Croce. It is wonderful, but some other time. Come on." Angelo released Eva's hand and gripped her elbow, tugging her toward the picturesque cloisters to the right of the massive church. They worked their way around until they stood at the columned entrance of the renowned Pazzi Chapel.
"Filippo Brunelleschi's Pazzi Chapel, famed for its Renaissance architecture,"
Eva parroted. She was Florentine, after all, and Camillo Rosselli was her father, a man who valued learning above all else. But Angelo was pretty sure she'd never seen beyond the exterior. "Very good. Now, come inside and sit with me," he demanded. She followed obediently, stepping into the quiet chapel. She was clearly expecting more extravagance, more opulence. Instead, Angelo watched as her face softened and her chest rose and fell, deeply at first, as if she couldn't find her breath. Then her hand rose to her chest, and she left it resting there, as if her heart had attempted to break out and fly up into the soaring, simplistic beauty of the domed interior. "You like it," he said, more than a little pleased. He led her to the stone bench that lined the walls beneath the long windows and the arched pilasters that made up the rectangular perimeter of the room. Angelo sat down with a sigh, stretching his legs out before him, his hand rubbing absently at his knee. There was always a little pain when he wore the prosthetic, like a shoe that rubs in all the wrong places. He didn't mind the pain for the most part. It reminded him of his weaknesses and made him thankful for his strengths. "This is where the monks of Santa Croce would have sat, once upon a time. This was a meeting room, a chapter house," he softly explained to Eva. They were alone in the chapel, but the space demanded reverence.
"I wonder how the violin would sound in here,"
Eva mused, her eyes on the light that poured through the oculus at the top of the dome overhead. "Wonderful. This space with you on the violin? Paradise," Angelo said, wishing he could hear it. The strain he'd felt between them all day had dissipated at the chapel doors, and they sat in companionable silence. "The plan of Brunelleschi's chapel is the circle and the square,"
A rectangular base with a conical central dome. Every space is divided geometrically. The dimensions are mathematical. Every proportion is perfect. Everything is in harmony. Nothing is superfluous. The white plaster of the walls, the grey stone pilasters, even the glazed terracotta circular paintings are mellow, serene, and balanced. He explained in hushed tones.
I can feel that,
Eva said, nodding.
I like it here.
She paused, and then added with incredulity,
I've lived my whole life in this city. How have I not been inside this chapel before?
You were born in Florence. You take it for granted. But I was born in New Jersey. It is not exactly known for its art. Even as a boy, and a pretty sad, homesick boy at that, I recognized that this city was special. If you look down on Florence from the hills surrounding her, you see the domes, the bell towers, the medieval castle ramparts, and it's almost as if no time has passed at all. Like the Renaissance is still in full swing. There's a sense of timelessness, of being transported back 500 years when chapels like this were being built.
You've climbed the hills. I haven't even climbed any hills,
Eva teased. You doubt me? Angelo smiled and tapped his prosthetic leg with his cane.
No.
She smiled too.
I think you were born with half a leg so the rest of us could keep up.
Ah, Eva, spoken like a true sister.
I'm not your sister, Angelo,
she said softly, and he didn't argue. Funny how they both employed or rejected the familial relationship when it suited their own purposes. But he needed to confess something, and he couldn't wait any longer. Eva.
Yes.
There was fear in her voice. Do you remember a year ago, in the Jewish cemetery, when you told me that Camillo worried that I had been pushed into the seminary, coerced a little? Eva nodded. I didn't want to admit it then. I was afraid if I admitted it, you wouldn't let it go. But your father was right. Eva's eyebrows shot up at the admission, but he continued lightly, determined to get it all out. Before he left me here, my father told me what was expected of me. He told me my uncle had made inquiries and recommendations, and that I would be entering the seminary. He reassured me I would be cared for and taught. He told me that because of my leg, physical work, the kind he did, wouldn't be an option for me, and the church was the best place for me. It will be hard for you to provide for a family, Angelo. Your duty is to be able to provide for yourself and not be a burden to others. Angelo quoted softly.
He said that.
Eva's cheeks pinked, and her hands clenched in outrage. He did, he said, nodding. Forgive him, Eva. I have.
You could have been anything you wanted to be, Angelo. You still can.
Ah, there she is again. The girl who thinks I can walk on water.
I'm Jewish, Angelo. I don't think anyone can walk on water.
He shook his head at her irreverent humor and smiled in spite of himself. When I'm here, I feel like I can simply immerse myself in space. All my life I have been physically imbalanced because of my leg, but in here, everything makes sense. Everything is simple. My mind and body are in harmony. There is balance.
But you can't live here, she said.
Angelo thought her intention was probably to tease, but her voice sounded plaintive. No, I can't. But I can do my best to carry that peace inside of me. That sense of purpose. I didn't want to be a priest in the beginning, Eva. But I have come to believe it is what God wants for me. I started to believe it the day I saw St. George. I don't know how, and I don't know why, But I have to defeat my own dragons. We all do. This is the way I will defeat mine."
Eva's face was pale, and Angelo could see her pulse hammering at her throat. His own pulse pounded in his head, and he felt a bead of sweat trickle down his spine under the shirt he wore beneath his seminarian's robes.
"The art I've shown you today is old, ancient, but the art centers on one thing. It is the story of Christianity. And that gospel is a living, breathing thing, still inspiring and moving men and women today. It is the thing that separates us from chaos, from selfishness, from being lost. It is the breather of hope and the light in the dark. It has always been enough for me, more than enough. I fell in love with the Catholic Church through the art. Then I was asked to give my life to her. It was easy for me, don't you see? When you love someone that completely, you will do anything for them. I feel that way about the church and about God."
He hesitated briefly, and then, with a deep breath, said, "And I feel that way about you." Eva's eyes snapped to Angelo's, and he saw a flash of joy in their deep brown depths before it flickered out with the realization that there was more. He wasn't finished.
"I would do anything for you, Eva. Anything."
He thought of what Camillo had said about not only blessing lives but saving Jewish lives, and it gave him the strength to continue.
"But I can't have you and the church. I need the church, Eva. I need the church, and I believe the church needs me."
She didn't respond. Not at all. Not a glance or a sigh. Not a word.
"Eva."
The question was soft, but he knew. He could feel it between them. Dark, thick, slippery. Dangerous. She turned and raised her eyes to his. His breath caught in his throat as he rose stiffly from the stone bench and stepped away. He had to step away from her. Dear God, what had he done? She didn't just love him, she was in love with him, and he was unable to give himself to her. The truth he'd been skirting rose in his chest like spilled oil, dark, thick, slippery, dangerous. He took several steps away, turned, and walked back. She rose to meet him. Her eyes shone and her lips trembled. Kyrie eleison, Lord have mercy. Christe eleison, Christ have mercy.
"I can't," he whispered.
"You can," she whispered back, almost pleading, abandoning all pretense. For a moment he let the possibility pull at him again. Could he? He shut his eyes and tried to imagine walking away from the church. His father's words echoed in his head.
"You belong in the church. It is the best place for you. Your job is not to be a burden."
He pushed the words away, but Camillo's voice rose up as well, and the chorus was deafening.
"You will be in a position to do so much good. Save my family."
And finally, Monsignor Luciano's parting salvo.
"It is not who you are, Angelo."
"I can't, Eva," he said more firmly. "I won't," he added, his voice harsh. He would be strong. He would not lose the battle in this moment, not even for Eva. "You already have." Her voice was mild, but the pain was sharp, making her mouth twist wryly. She mocked herself, and the agony in her face echoed in his chest. She was reflected in him, and he in her. It had always been that way. When she was in front of him, she was the only thing he could see. She filled his vision, but his eyes were single to a different glory. He closed them briefly and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, only steel remained. "It was wrong, Eva. On so many levels. You know it. I know it. Neither of us can afford to let it happen again. It won't happen again." He kept his hands clenched at his sides, holding himself firm.
I love you, Angelo.
The last truth, and maybe the only truth that really mattered. "And I love you," he shot back. The truth was terrifying to him, but not as terrifying as turning from the only course he truly believed in.
But not enough.
"More than anyone I've ever loved before."
But not enough,
she repeated. "We are only as good as the promises we keep, Eva. And I've made a promise. You don't want a man who can't keep his promises, do you?" Their eyes caught and held, and he saw the moment she believed him. He recognized her defeat, saw her acceptance. He saw Eva, the little girl who had always given in to his whims and followed his lead. She knew he wouldn't yield. Unyielding Angelo, she'd called him. She'd told him once that his virtue was as disheartening as it was admirable. He didn't feel virtuous at the moment. She nodded then. An acknowledgement, an acquiescence. A muscle in his jaw jumped and his lips firmed. Without a word, he held out his arm, but she wouldn't take it.
"Please just go, Angelo. Just go,"
she whispered. "I want to walk you home. I need to see that you are safe."
"I need you to leave me now."
Her voice grew stronger. "I won't do that," he insisted, willing her to yield once more.
"You already have,"
she said again. And when her eyes rose to his, the little girl was gone.
"Go, Angelo."
It was his turn to yield. With a heavy heart, he turned and left the quiet chapel, knowing this time and forevermore Eva wouldn't be following.
1940. 10 June, 1940. Confession. I still love my country, even after what she has done. Italy has not been loyal to her Jews, but in my heart, bruised and betrayed as it is, I am still Italian, and my soul quakes at the thought of what is to come for my country, even if she has rejected me. We are officially at war. Italy invaded France and simultaneously declared war on Great Britain. No more rumors or threats, no more posturing and pounding of chests. Italy is at war, allied with Germany. We are allied with a country led by a man who hates Jews. I wonder how many men, how many Jews will have to die for Hitler to declare himself the winner. Germany already invaded Denmark and Norway, rolling over them without mercy. Belgium surrendered in only 18 days. Next is France. When England falls, there will be no one left to stop them. America wants no part in the war. I want no part in it either. Jews are not allowed to fight anyway. Non-Italian Jews resent us for it. Impromptu work orders are popping up all over the city, run by the fascist police. Jewish men and boys, and sometimes women too, can be randomly pulled from their homes or off the street to shovel gravel or dig ditches or move bricks from one place to another. It is our patriotic duty, the fascists say. They say it is the least we can do, as if we made the laws that banned us from military service. Better banned than forced to fight with Hitler, I suppose. But it feels wrong to sit by while others fight, even if they die for terrible things. Angelo has banned me too. Banned me and abandoned me, just like Italy. Last November he was ordained to the priesthood, and I haven't seen him since.
Eva Rosselli.
Chapter 6. Shiva. 2 days after Italy entered the war, Camillo interrupted Eva and Felix in the music room, and the desperate look in her father's eyes had Eva's palms sweating and her heart racing.
"There are immigration officials here, Felix," Camillo said grimly. "Police. Carabinieri."
Felix froze, his bow in midair, his violin positioned for the swelling high point that would never come. Resignation shrouded Felix's features, and his hands fell to his sides even as his shoulders slumped. He set his violin carefully on the settee and placed the bow beside it. They all descended the stairs slowly, as if pulling against an invisible band that sought to draw them back to the security of the music room, to the safety of Paganini and Bach, to the comforting routine of long notes and scales. 3 Italian policemen stood in the entry. Fabia had ushered them in and offered them refreshment. She never could get used to the fact that she wasn't supposed to open the door like hired help. She was no longer a domestic. She was the lady of the house, but no one could convince her of that. In her mind, nothing had changed. Camillo's maneuverings were just that, maneuverings. It was his home, and she was his housekeeper. Beloved, but still the housekeeper.
"Felix Adler?" one policeman asked briskly. "Yes, I am Felix Adler,"
Uncle Felix replied wearily. He looked almost relieved, as if he had been anticipating the visit and was grateful not to wait any longer.
"We have an order for your arrest." "I see."
Felix nodded slowly and clasped his hands behind his back, strangely docile. He was neither the fiery maestro nor the melancholy philosopher anymore.
"But he is an Italian citizen."
Camillo was not resigned. He looked stricken, as if he had somehow failed again. Otto, and now Felix.
"He is a foreign Jew. His citizenship was revoked with the 1938 laws."
The policeman showed Camillo his orders. It had all kinds of official-looking stamps on it. Italians loved their stamps.
"But he received an exemption,"
Camillo insisted.
"It has been revoked as well."
The officer folded the paper and tucked it beneath his arm. Camillo reared back in shock, and angry color bloomed high on his cheeks.
"When? Why?"
The policeman ignored Camillo and addressed Felix once more.
"You will come with us, please." "Where will you take him?"
Camillo said, his voice shaking with outrage.
"He will be detained for a time. Eventually he will be sent to Ferramonte or maybe Campania in Salerno, somewhere in the south. But he will stay in Italy."
Camillo asked helplessly. He looked at his brother-in-law, but Felix didn't comment. Felix's quiet acceptance was almost as unsettling as the arrest order.
"Most likely. Don't worry. We are not like the Nazis. He will not be mistreated. We are at war, and this is for the security of Italy. That is all. It is simple internment. Nothing to be afraid of."
The Italian officer reassured them. He'd noticed Eva and had puffed out his chest and smiled at her as if she would possibly welcome the attention at such a time.
"May I pack a small bag?"
Felix asked politely. Eva could only stare at her uncle's blank face as he waited for an answer.
"Yes, but quickly. There is not room or time to gather all your belongings. Your basic needs will be provided for."
Felix nodded agreeably and walked from the room. The officer trailed him, as if those being arrested had been known to make a run for it, but he stayed at the top of the staircase, dividing his attention between Eva and Felix's room. Felix had left his door ajar and they could hear him moving about, opening and closing drawers, letting everyone know he was doing as he was told. When the gunshot came, it was oddly muffled, yet it reverberated through the house like a slammed door. For several stunned seconds, no one moved. The officer at the top of the stairs was the first to react, walking briskly to the room where his detainee had disappeared. They all stood, frozen, eyes lifted to the balcony overlooking the parlor, waiting for an explanation. Then they heard a shout and a string of Italian curses mixed with pleas to the Madonna. Camillo began to run, taking the stairs two at a time, a sight Eva had never seen before. Camillo Rosselli didn't run. His response had Eva racing up the circular steps behind him. But before she could enter Uncle Felix's room, her father turned and, with shaking hands, bade her to remain outside. "Wait, Eva," he commanded. "Let me go first." The carabiniere was suddenly back, his face pale, his upper lip shining with perspiration. He shut Felix's bedroom door behind him, as if the matter were closed. "He is dead," he said. "He has shot himself in the head." His voice was matter-of-fact, but his throat worked like he was trying not to be sick. He shoved his black cap back on his head, avoiding Eva's gaze for the first time since he'd arrived at the villa. She immediately shoved past him and reached for the door, bursting through into the masculine space that smelled like shoe polish, coffee, and the soap Felix used when he shaved. But there was another smell. Blood. It smelled like blood and an acrid scent Eva would later come to recognize as gunpowder. "Eva!" Her father grabbed at her arm and pulled her back, but not before she saw the crimson pool that crawled like a living thing beneath the closet door and across the terrazzo floor. Felix Adler had stepped into his closet, closed the door, and calmly killed himself. As far as families were concerned, they definitely weren't typical. Angelo was sure most Jewish families didn't include a Catholic priest and his Catholic grandparents. But they were the only family Felix Adler had. Felix didn't have any parents left. He only had Santino and Fabia. He had no siblings, just Camillo, a brother-in-law. He wasn't married and he didn't have children, though he'd treated Eva and Angelo as though they were his own. Thus, Camillo, Eva, Santino, Fabia, and Angelo gathered at the synagogue before the service, the five of them charged with the duty of Avilim, official mourners. Angelo had come from his little parish as soon as he received word, and Eva had fallen into his arms, the strain between them temporarily forgotten for a more immediate concern. They'd had no contact since his ordination. No letters, no telegrams, no friendly visits. It had been 7 months since he'd received his holy orders. 7 months since he'd been home. Now they stood side by side, Eva's arm wrapped around his as Rabbi Cassuto offered what little explanation he could for something inexplicable. Eva herself had had little to say. She had not been far from Angelo's side since the moment he'd arrived, and though she clung to him, letting him know she needed him, she'd been silent. She even wept quietly, as if Felix had taken sound with him. The maestro was gone, and the music was too. Camillo wanted her to play at the service, but she just shook her head and he'd seemed to understand. He found another student of Felix's to play something by Mendelssohn, something Felix would have appreciated, and the matter was dropped. Before the service began, they ripped Felix's shirt, a ritual called Kyria, or tearing, symbolizing their separation and the loss in the fabric of their family. He had been torn from them, and as each of them rent a piece of the garment, they recited the passage from the book of Job. God has given, God has taken away, blessed be the name of God. They would wear the strip of cloth attached to their clothing and would keep it there for the 7 days of Shiva. God had not taken Felix away. Felix had chosen to go, And though suicide was treated as seriously in Judaism as it was in Catholicism, there was no judgment, and Rabbi Kasuto was the first to add, Baruch atah Adonai, Dayan ha'emet. Blessed are you, Adonai, truthful judge. Felix was a casualty of war, Rabbi Kasuto said, and that was the end of it. Angelo had conducted his first funeral a month before. A beloved mother and wife in his impoverished parish who'd died unexpectedly. He'd been terrified of failing the family in their time of need, but found that as long as he kept his focus on the deceased and on her loved ones, and stopped worrying about himself, he was fine. He'd conducted the funeral service in Latin, and Rabbi Kasuto spoke in Hebrew. Eva had to translate what she knew, but the sentiments were mostly the same. We are made in his image, and to him we return. After the service, they'd joined the long procession to the gravesite, stopping 7 times as if to show the difficulty of the task, the pain of the ordeal. And when Felix's casket was eventually lowered into the ground, they shoveled dirt over his final resting place, committing him back to the earth. It was beautiful and painful, just like life, just like coming home, just like seeing Eva again. They went back to the villa and spent the rest of the day welcoming a steady stream of friends and neighbors, until eventually, just like the other rituals of the day, that too had come to an end. Now he sat next to Eva on a stool so low that his prosthetic stuck out in front of him, his eyes on the candle that had been lit the moment they returned and had been burning ever since. "What does Shiva mean?" he asked, wanting to pull her from the solitude of her silence. She was so withdrawn he was worried about her.
"It means 7,
she answered immediately. "Ah, I see. We stopped 7 times today, and you will sit Shiva for a week. 7 days.
Strange.
It had been 7 months since he'd been home.
Yes.
Why is 7 significant?
It's from Job. When he lost everything, his friends sat with him for 7 days and 7 nights, grieving with him and for him. They fell into silence once more, and Angelo was at a loss, sick at heart, helpless to the point of tears, frustrated that he couldn't hold her and make her laugh, that things between them couldn't be easy and comfortable, the way they once were. He fisted his hands in his hair and found himself confessing. "I can't stay, Eva. I would like to, but I have responsibilities that can't wait." "I know,"
she said softly.
"Thank you for coming."
"I would take it away from you if I could. I would take it with me. I would take your pain and bear it for you." He would happily endure her sorrow if it meant she wouldn't have to. "I know," she said again, as if she truly believed him.
"I know you would. But sadly, that is not how pain works, is it? We can cause pain, but we can so seldom cure it."
"Talk to me. Maybe that will ease it. Tell me what all of this means." He swept his hand around the room, including the candle and the covered mirrors, the low stools and the meal of condolence that the family had eaten. It had been a strange mix of eggs and bread and lentils, not the kind of comfort food he would have chosen. "Tell me about the candle," he suggested, giving her a starting point.
"A member of the family lights the candle immediately upon entering the home. It's called the Shiva candle, and it burns for the entire 7 days.
Angelo nodded, encouraging her.
"The candle reminds us of the soul of the one who has gone, and also of God's light. After all, he created our souls with his light. It's from a psalm, I think."
"The light of God is the soul of man," Angelo quoted.
"Yes,"
Eva nodded.
"That's the one."
She stopped talking, a contemplative expression on her face, and Angelo pressed her, not wanting her to slip away again.
And these stools?
Eva looked startled, as if she'd forgotten he was there for a moment. Oh, well, we are closer to the ground, closer to the loved one who is now in the ground. Symbolism. He was a Catholic priest. If he understood anything, he understood symbolism.
And the mirrors, he prodded.
The mirrors were all shrouded in dark cloth. Grieving is not a time to worry about appearances. There should be no judgment in grief. People should be allowed to grieve in any way they need. It is a kindness to the mourners. Shiva is about those left behind. He reached over and took her hand in his, needing to give comfort. And they sat, staring at the flickering candle, holding hands across the space between their odd little stools. I said Shiva after you were ordained, Eva blurted out suddenly. I didn't realize that was what I was doing, but for a week I didn't leave the house. I couldn't. I covered the mirror in my room so I wouldn't have to look at myself. And I slept on the floor. You left me behind and I was grieving. She laughed hollowly and let go of his hand. Angelo didn't know what to say, but somehow she'd given him some of her pain to bear, because all at once his heart was heavy with shared sorrow. She had come to his ordination. She, Camillo, Felix, Santino, and Fabia. His family. He had wondered often about her impressions of that day. What had she thought as he lay prostrate on the floor, his arms folded beneath him, his forehead pressed to the ground, his eyes closed, letting the litany of the saints roll over him, through him? Kyrie eleison, Lord have mercy. Christe eleison, Christ have mercy. Oh God, make me worthy. Make me better. Help me to be a valiant servant. Help me to be more than I am. He had silently prayed, wanting only to be better, to be worthy. Donatello's St. George had risen in his mind, and moisture had fallen from his eyes. Help me slay my dragons, he had whispered. Help me resist the serpent. Help me resist. Help me. Help me. O God, the Father of heaven, have mercy upon us. O God, the Son, Redeemer of the world, have mercy upon us. O God, the Holy Ghost, have mercy upon us. The voices around him had intoned. His hands were anointed and bound, consecrating them, sanctifying them, that whatsoever they blessed would in turn be blessed by God. The bishop had placed his hands upon his head, asking him if he could swear obedience. He had said yes. Yes to obedience. The bishop asked him if he could give his life to God and forsake personal wealth. He had said yes. Yes to poverty. And finally, he had said yes to celibacy, forsaking the pleasure of the flesh for the joys of the kingdom of God. He had said yes. He had promised his life and his heart and his loyalty. Yet still he had wondered. He had wondered if, as Eva watched, she felt the same stirrings that moved him whenever the Eucharist was raised and voices were lifted in worship. He wondered if she saw the beauty and understood. He had wanted so badly for her to understand, and he desperately needed to stop caring. She leaned toward him suddenly, and Angelo thought for a moment that she was reaching for his hand once more. Instead, she tugged on a loose thread hanging from the sleeve of his cassock and tore it free. She held the little string between her fingers, smoothing it over and over. When he left for Rome the next morning, the string from his cassock was tied around the piece of fabric from Felix's shirt and pinned to her blouse. In August, 2 months after Felix's death, Eva's father took her to the beach. A day trip, he called it. That's all they were allowed anymore, day trips. They couldn't stay at the resorts or rent a cottage. So they took the train from Florence to Viareggio, walked the 10 minutes from the train station, and kicked off their shoes and walked in the sand, pretending it was all the vacation they really needed. Camillo's ankles were skinny knobs sticking out below his rolled slacks. He took off his hat and let the breeze sift through his salt and pepper hair as the sun glinted off his spectacles. Eva shouldered their lunch and tucked her shoes inside the hamper so she wouldn't have to carry them. The beach was crowded, a forest of umbrellas and laughing children, and Eva longed for the beaches of Maremma, with stretches so isolated you could walk and never see another soul. Eventually, they found a place to sit and spread their lunch on a blanket, watching everything and nothing, trying to enjoy the change of scenery, if only for each other. The wind kicked up once, spraying them with sand and surf, and their lunch became decidedly crunchier. "It's funny, isn't it?" Camillo said vaguely, his eyes on his feet.
"What's funny, Babbo?"
"There is sand in my sandwich and sand between my toes." He shook one foot and then the other, as if verifying that there was indeed sand between his toes.
"That isn't terribly funny,"
Eva teased. "It is irritating me. Sand everywhere, in my food, in my clothes, rubbing against soft skin, every crack and crevice. I don't think I like eating on the beach. No matter what I do, I can't seem to avoid it."
His voice was thoughtful, like he was puzzling something out, solving a riddle.
Eva just waited, accustomed to her father's roundabout way of expressing himself. "But sand is my business. Sand, soda ash, and lime. Without sand, there wouldn't be glass. My father named the company Ostrica. Oyster, because the oyster takes the sand and makes it into something beautiful. Like we do. We take the sand and make it into glass."
"I didn't know that. Grandfather Rosselli was a romantic."
"We want to make the mundane beautiful. Isn't that right?" he asked.
Eva remembered the conversation she'd had with Angelo in the cemetery, when she'd explained what a mitzvah was. "Everything is a mitzvah to you," she said softly, and wrapped her arm through Camillo's, her eyes on the horizon, her thoughts on Angelo and oysters. No matter how hard she tried, everything reminded her of Angelo.
"Not so. I am just an oyster hiding in my shell, turning sand into glass."
His voice was so melancholy, the ache beneath it so audible, that she pulled her eyes and thoughts back to his face. "What are you talking about?"
"I'm really no different from so many others, I suppose. I have been hoping it would all right itself."
"What?"
"The world, Eva. The terrible state of the world. I thought I could just juggle, strategize, bend myself and my circumstances around the laws. And I have. I've managed to keep the business afloat, keep our home, provide for you and Santino and Fabia. But the world isn't going to right itself. Italy isn't going to right herself. Not without help. I can't continue hoping and doing nothing. I can't continue hiding in my shell and making glass. I have to do more. We all have to do more, or we will all die."
"Babbo," she heard the alarm in her voice, and her father turned to her with sorrow-filled eyes.
"I have to go get your grandfather, Eva. I owe it to Felix."
"In Austria? But isn't he in a camp?"
"The Germans can't possibly want one old man. He won't be a good worker. I will buy his way out, trade something of value. It is what I am good at,
I'm a natural-born salesman. You know that. I will get him and I will bring him here with us. Then Angelo will help us hide him until the war is over.
How will you get him out?
Eva, Ostrica provides bottles to many wineries in Austria. I have been to Austria dozens of times, and I have every reason in the world to travel there for business. I am an Italian citizen, and my documents clearly show that. No one will question me. I have identity papers for Otto claiming that he is also an Italian citizen.
How did you get false papers? She cried.
I have a very good printer at Ostrica. You remember Aldo Finzi? He makes labels for bottles, beautiful labels. And we have been making passes, Eva. We are making false papers for refugees. It is some of the best work Aldo has ever done. I didn't want to tell you. What you don't know can't hurt you.
Oh, Babbo, she moaned. If you get caught with grandfather, they might arrest you both. They could take the factory if they discover you are forging documents there.
I do not own the factory, Camillo said lightly. How can they take it away?
Does Signore Sotello know?
Gino Sotello was her father's best friend and non-Jewish business partner.
Yes, Gino knows. And if something happens to me, I hope he will let Aldo continue his work. It is work that will save lives.
Her stomach rolled and her heart plummeted. She was worried about her father's life most of all, and what he was planning to do would put it in terrible danger. Eva didn't really believe her grandfather was still alive in Austria. He'd been arrested, taken away, and Uncle Felix had lost hope. Then they'd lost Felix, too. But they lost him incrementally, inch by inch, indignity by indignity, until there was nothing left when he finally pulled the trigger.
Don't worry, Eva. I will be fine, and I will bring Otto back. I can't leave him there. He cannot save himself. No Austrians are being allowed to leave anymore, especially Austrian Jews.
You can't go. Please don't go.
I have everything in order. I won't draw attention. I will be courteous and quiet just like I always am. Invisible. And everything will go smoothly. You'll see.
If something happens to you, I will have no one left. No one,
Eva cried, abandoning her courage for honesty. She couldn't let him go.
I will be fine. But no matter what happens to me, you will always have Angelo. He promised me. You will always have Angelo.
Her father's voice was fierce, as if he could make it so by sheer will.
Oh, Babbo, you don't understand. I will never have Angelo.
She looked out at the horizon, squinting in the sun, letting her eyes burn as she cried,
I don't have Angelo. I don't have Uncle Felix. And soon I won't have you.
1943
16 September, 1943. Confession. I never feel safe. Just last Wednesday, people were dancing in the streets saying the war is over for Italy. Italy surrendered to America and an armistice had been granted. Everyone said the Americans would be arriving soon and our soldiers would be coming home. Some even said the racial laws would be revoked. But on Saturday, the Germans moved in and occupied Florence. They have taken control of everything north of Naples. The celebration is over, but the war is definitely not. The sides have just changed. We've had no word from Babbo. I try not to think about him at all because it hurts too much. Maybe I'm weak, but I've heard rumors about the labor camps. Some say they are death camps, and I'm afraid I'll never see Babbo again. So I put him out of my head completely, and I put one foot in front of the other. Forgive me, Babbo. Angelo is here. He's back. He says everything is going to get worse, not better. He thinks I need to go back with him to Rome. I don't know why he thinks Rome will be safer for me. The Americans bombed Rome in July, and so far no bombs have fallen in Florence. But he says he can hide me. He's been helping Jewish refugees since the war began. Santino and Fabia will be alone, but Angelo says I only endanger them. Santino and Fabia are afraid for me, and they begged me to go. They think Angelo can keep me safe. They don't know that Angelo makes me feel things that aren't safe. He makes me reckless and angry. He makes me sad. And I know he doesn't feel safe with me. Eva Rosselli. Chapter 7. The Villa. Angelo had made the trip from Rome to Florence 12 times in the last 18 months, and none of the visits were of a personal nature. He had a reason to visit his hometown, knew the city and its residents well, particularly those within church circles, and he spoke English, enough French to get by, passable German, and, of course, flawless Italian. He was young and handsome, drawing some attention wherever he went, but his black priest's robes, stiff white Roman collar, and his missing limb gave him an alibi that many Italian men did not enjoy. There were Jews hiding across Italy, but there were twice as many soldiers running for cover, trying to avoid being shot on sight or rounded up and sent to Germany to labor in work camps. Italy's surrender to the Americans on September 8th had put her citizens and her soldiers in an impossible situation. They were now Germany's enemies instead of her allies, and the Germans considered the soldiers, when they found them, prisoners of war. More than one young priest had been hassled by the Gestapo, and a few had found themselves in jail until someone could come and vouch for them. Angelo didn't have that trouble. He was exactly who he said he was, which made his movements a great deal easier. That morning he had escorted a group of foreign refugees from Rome, just as he'd been instructed. He'd separated the 8 refugees on the train, so that if one was caught, the others might still have a chance. He'd told them all to pretend to sleep, so when they were asked for their documents, they could sleepily hand them over without speaking and giving themselves away. The trip took 6 hours, but the refugees had played their parts. It had all gone as smoothly as he had hoped. He'd escorted them from the Stazione di Santa Maria Novella, and from there to the nearby basilica with the same name. At the basilica, they were met by another priest who would take them on to Genoa. From Genoa, someone else would take them on, hopefully to safety. There were other refugees who were escorted into the Abruzzi, where smugglers and a local priest would bring them into Allied territory. Angelo didn't know who. None of them knew who was involved beyond their initial contact. It was safer that way. If one person was caught, they couldn't betray what they didn't know. It was a network of volunteers who were blind to all but their part. No real mastermind, no official organization, just desperate measures by willing people. And it worked only through the grace of God and the goodness and courage of each individual. But Angelo hadn't come to Florence just for the foreign refugees. Not this time. This time, Angelo was going home, and the visit was very personal. He'd known the trip was inevitable, that the day would come. He'd been watching and waiting. When Benito Mussolini was overthrown in July and General Badoglio took his place, Angelo had waited, holding his breath. Many thought the old laws would be repealed and all would be made right. That hadn't happened. When the Americans started dropping bombs on Rome and the San Lorenzo district was destroyed, he reconsidered, wondering if Florence wasn't the safer place to be. But when the armistice was announced and the German tanks rolled in and occupied Rome, he knew he couldn't wait any longer. The war had hurt Florence, aged the ageless city.
and her head was bowed with long suffering like a widowed bride. Like in Rome, there were Germans everywhere. Long lines for rations, and the people didn't amble. They darted to and fro, as if rushing made them harder to hit, harder to see, harder to oppress. As a people, Italians were exuberant and effusive, and they didn't hurry. Italians meandered. Not anymore. Now they scurried. Angelo let himself in through the big gate. It wasn't locked. He would have to scold his grandfather. The days for open gates were long past. He walked across the silent courtyard of the place he had once called home, a place where he and Eva had played in the fountain and broken a few windows when he'd tried to teach her American baseball. He was pleased to see the villa looked the same. His grandparents had taken care of it. The flowers still bloomed in riotous color, and the walks were neatly swept with no debris or sign of the calamity that had gripped Italy in its fist. The heat had eased, and the September air was balmy and the skies a brilliant blue. The beauty made him uneasy, as if the mild weather and the soft breeze conspired with the Nazis to lure them into complacency. Angelo wondered if his grandparents' tender care of the palatial home would simply make it a bigger target. A property in the heart of the city, easily accessible. It rose up behind a high wall on a main thoroughfare. Beautiful, well-maintained, irresistible. Just like Eva and the wall she'd built around herself. But walls wouldn't be enough. It was time for her to hide. He had to convince her to leave Florence. Eva and maybe his grandparents too. They would be better off out of the city, away from the property that could only bring them unwanted attention. Camillo had been gone for almost 3 years. 3 years, and no word whether he lived or died. The only word they'd learned was Auschwitz. It sounded like a sneeze, harmless. But when it was whispered among the fearful, it became something else. The Grim Reaper come to call. The Black Plague. There were only rumors, but the rumors were enough to make some Jews flee with nothing but the clothes on their backs, looking for a hiding place. It made others cower in their homes, hoping that the plague would somehow miss them, spare them, and pass over, as it had once, anciently. But so often it didn't. The wisest ones hid. Camillo Rosselli had not hidden. He'd been so confident his Italian citizenship would protect him. Camillo had been sent to Auschwitz. That was all they knew. Angelo raised the knocker and let it clatter against the burnished red door. His eyes fell to the right, to the place where the mezuzah had once hung. He remembered the day Camillo took it down. It was 1938, and his shoulders had been set, but tears streaked his face. He'd transferred the home from his name and given it to Santino and Fabia to protect it from the racial laws. When Angelo had asked him why he cried, he told him he was ashamed. "I remove it because of fear. A better man would fight for his God, but I am not that man. It shames me to say I am not that man." The door opened slowly, and Fabia peered out into the afternoon sun, shading her eyes and squinting up at him. "Angelo," she gasped, dropping the hand that shaded her eyes so she could clap her own cheeks and then his. She pulled him forward by the face, her arms stretched to reach him. She was even smaller than he remembered, or maybe he had grown. "Angelo, my beautiful boy, Santino, look who's here!" Fabia called over her shoulder into the dim foyer, its cool expanse drawing Angelo's eyes. But it wasn't rest and refreshment or even his grandfather Angelo sought, but Eva. "You are so big," his nonna exclaimed, drawing his eyes back to her wrinkled face. "So handsome, mamma mia, you look like your father." Fabia promptly burst into tears, which hadn't changed. She couldn't talk about her Angelino, His father, without crying. It had been so long since she'd seen him. Angelo suspected they would never see him again. The thought bothered him more for his grandparents than for himself. His grandfather tottered from the back of the house on bowed legs, clapping and calling Angelo's name. His white hair was unchanged, thick and waving back from his sun-browned skin. His blue eyes, the eyes Angelo saw staring back at him from the mirror each day, were bright and relieved.
You came home. You came home, Angelo. Tell us you can stay a while. We have missed you.
Angelo kissed Santino's cheeks and bent to hold him close. Unlike his eyes, Angelo's height was not something he'd inherited from his nonno. When he straightened and stepped back, his gaze moved to the figure descending the wide marble staircase that rose grandly from the formal entry. Eva wore a dress of deep blue that made her skin look like cream, pale and smooth against the sapphire hue. She was thinner and her dark hair was shorter, brushing her shoulders in smooth curls, as was the fashion. She used to wear it longer. Maybe age had made her more aware and careful, more mindful of the opinions and attention of others. He hoped so. It would make her safer. Eva greeted him with a soft hello, her lack of enthusiasm contrasting noticeably with Fabia's tears and Santino's clapping. He greeted her just as soberly, wishing he could embrace her like a sister, wishing he could convince himself that was all she was, all she would ever be. His eyes clung to hers briefly, looking for forgiveness and finding none. Eva's eyes were guarded. She was young, only 23 years old, but she wore the same vibrating tension he had observed on so many others he had helped and sheltered throughout the last few years, and it made her seem much older than she was. But she was still the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen. She reached the last stair and approached him, holding out her hands. He clasped one of hers in both of his.
"Is that how it's done?"
she asked softly.
"Is that a priestly greeting?"
He felt a flash of anger at her mocking tone and immediately rose to the bait, pulling her into his arms and embracing her tightly, albeit briefly. He felt her jerk, as if she hadn't expected the contact, and her gasp tickled his neck before he stepped back from her. She still smelled like the jasmine that Fabia grew in pots beneath the windows. It mingled with a subtle hint of something new, as if the sadness she wore gave off a scent of its own. Her grief had grown stronger since he'd seen her last, but then life had delivered some heavy blows, and Eva had absorbed them all. Her jasmine-scented sadness was justified. It had been too long. He should have come back sooner. But he'd been trying to move on. He'd been trying to let her move on. He wondered if they would have to start over from the very beginning. And if they did, would they manage to find common ground? A place where a Catholic boy and a Jewish girl could be friends, even family once again? There'd been a time when she would have followed him anywhere. He wasn't sure she would follow him across the street anymore, but he was going to do his best to convince her. The evening meal was meager. Nothing was plentiful in wartime. But Eva brought out a bottle of her father's Austrian wine, and there was laughter and reminiscence, even if it was flavored with forced levity. Eva participated, but her quick smile had slowed considerably, weighted down by strain. In fact, it wasn't present at all. The sparkle in her lustrous eyes was more nervous than mischievous, and there was a wary tilt to her head, as if she were listening for calamity to strike. Eva had always been grace in motion, as if the music she created on her violin was just beneath her skin. Now there was a stillness in her posture, as if she were poised to bolt. He hated it, and his own tension increased considerably. There was talk of what came next. Fabia was sure the old racial laws, The laws inspired by Mussolini's desire to placate Hitler would be revoked now that Mussolini had been toppled and Germany was no longer Italy's partner in the war.
"It's going to get worse for a while, Nonna,"
Angelo said softly.
Worse?
Fabia cried, likely thinking of the losses Eva had suffered. The food shortages, the deaths of thousands of Italian young men on the Russian front and in North Africa, all for a war and an ideology most of the country didn't support.
"You have to come back with me, Eva, to Rome. That's why I've come."
Angelo turned to Eva, ignoring the stunned faces of his grandparents.
Rome will be no safer than Florence,
Eva protested immediately.
"It's farther south, closer to the Allied line, and no one knows you in Rome. You have false papers, yes?"
She didn't answer. She just stared, probably wondering what he knew and how he knew it.
"A false identity card won't do you any good here, Eva,"
he continued, as if she'd given him an answer.
"Too many people know you. Too many people know you are Jewish. Your papers will actually get you in more trouble. That's what got your father in trouble. He was recognized using false papers. You use them and they will torture you until you tell them where you got them. Until you give up Aldo Finzi and Gino Sotello and Nonno and Nonna too."
3 pairs of eyes widened, and Eva's chair shot back from the table.
How did you know about Aldo Finzi and Signore Sotello?
"I know all about them. They've been helping us for years. And I know all about what you've been doing too."
Us?
Eva asked sharply.
"The church,"
Angelo answered, unwilling to mention names, partly because he knew so few of them, partly because by not naming them they were safer. To give the whole church credit or blame was disingenuous. He'd seen many pastors and parishioners who'd needed their arms twisted and their salvations threatened. But there were many who helped, in whatever way they could, opening their doors, their cellars, and their hearts to one refugee after another. He'd witnessed nuns opening cloisters that hadn't been breached by a man, any man, ever. Jewish children were hidden in Catholic schools. Jewish mothers were wearing Catholic veils, and Jewish men were becoming monks, albeit temporarily, and learning Catholic prayers in order to stay alive, and no one was trying to convert them.
Do you really think my friends and my neighbors will run to the fascisti and give me up? I know many of the local police. Some of them are even friendly. They are Italians first, fascists second, and most of them hate the Germans.
But the Germans are in charge now, not the local carabinieri. And what about when they offer lire for the betrayal? When they start offering 3,000 lire for every Jew? How desperate are your friends? How desperate are your neighbors? Someone will turn you in, Eva. I've seen it happen. Some Italians even think that the sooner all the Jews are found, the sooner all this will end. Give the Germans what they want, so they will leave. That's what some believe. Santino and Fabia jumped in then, trying to soothe Eva, trying to placate Angelo, trying to talk their way out of the threat they didn't want to face. It was so much easier to hope it was all going to get better. Angelo knew it wouldn't. The subject was dropped for the sake of peace, and they all eventually retired to their separate quarters. Angelo back to his old room at the rear of the house, the servants' quarters, though he'd never been a servant. There were times he had wished his presence in that house were that clearly defined, that simple to explain or justify. He paced his room and finally forced himself to kneel before the old cross Nonno had hung on his wall to say his prayers. It was the hour of Compline, an hour that should be spent filled with praise and gratitude. But Angelo found himself veering away from praise and reciting psalms of entreaty. Make me know your ways, O Lord. Teach me your paths. Lead me in your truth and teach me, for you are the God of my salvation. For you I wait all the day.
Since becoming the pastor of a tiny parish at 22 years old, he had been begging God for direction on an hourly basis. It was a never-ending chant in his head. He didn't see that changing any time soon. When he was finished, he stood and scrubbed at his face, feeling renewed. He washed his hands and calmed his breathing, and then left his room, slipping through the halls and mounting the stairs, determined to resume his campaign. He was not leaving Florence without Eva. She answered his knock as if she'd been expecting him, and Angelo breathed a silent prayer of relief that she hadn't changed for bed. He didn't need to see Eva in a flowing dressing gown, regardless of how much it covered. She immediately retreated to the window overlooking the gardens Santino tended so carefully, the tennis court where she'd regularly trounced Angelo, and the moonlit darkness that was, to Angelo, menacing in its tranquility. It made his stomach feel hollow and his palms itch, as if the Gestapo stood in the shadowed corners of the yard and aimed their guns at the beautiful girl limned in gold and framed perfectly in the window. He walked to her and pulled her back, drawing the heavy drapes. She looked at him with eyebrows raised and didn't protest, but she immediately left his side, retreating to the opposite side of her room. "You told me once that you believed in me. Please believe me now. The things I've been told, Eva, the brutality I've witnessed. The soldiers who have made it back to Italy have seen the camps. They've seen the trains overflowing with Jews. Train after train. And the refugees have stories. None of it is propaganda. People don't want to believe, Eva, but I need you to listen. I need you to believe me again."
When did I say that? 1938. 5 years ago I believed in you. Now I believe in nothing. I will stay in Florence with Fabia and Santino, and I will do my best not to die or be arrested and sent off to a camp. Okay? You can go back to Rome and your church and continue being Padre Bianco with a clear conscience. You tried. I refused. End of story.
Madre di Dio! Angelo cursed beneath his breath, and then immediately berated himself, turning the curse into a silent prayer. Madonna, please. Mother of Jesus, help me control my temper and save this girl. He added a plea to his own mother and to Eva's mother, Adele, on the off chance that Jews and Catholics all went to the same heaven. The longer he remained on this earth, the more he was sure that mankind had no clue about God or heaven. Not when they used him as an excuse to kill, to punish, to discriminate. He loved God. He felt God's love in return, but he felt no special claim to that love simply because he'd been raised a Catholic, simply because he was a priest.
I have work to do here, Angelo. If you know what I've been doing, as you claim, then you know I can't leave.
What does your rabbi say? He had her there. He knew exactly what her rabbi said. Rabbi Casuto had already hidden his wife and children in a convent. Angelo had helped arrange it. Soon the rabbi would go into hiding too. The Delasem offices the rabbi helped run were closed. All the Jewish aid from the organization would go completely underground from this point on. Eva just looked at him, her throat working.
I can't just hide, Angelo,
she whispered. I will help you. I will hide you.
That's not what I mean. If I go to Rome, you have to let me do what I can. I want to help. I want to do what you're doing.
He insisted, but he could hear her weakening. He didn't let the relief he felt show in his face. He really hadn't thought he would be able to convince her. You're not in a position to do what I'm doing, he confessed. But if there is a way for you to help, I promise, I will tell you.
Why do you care, Angelo? Really?
She asked quietly. Angelo blanched and stepped back, as if Eva had walked across her bedroom and slapped his face. His cheeks stung like she had. Eva's expression was stony, her eyes black as she stared him down, her arms folded across her chest.
"That's a stupid thing to say, Eva."
He sounded like the boy he'd been, and hated that he was Angelo in this house and not Padre Bianco, ever patient and inflappable.
"Is it? You've gone out of your way to make me feel invisible. I don't exist to you, Angelo. I'm a Jew. Hitler doesn't want me to exist at all. Remember."
For a moment they both remembered. Too well. But it had absolutely nothing to do with her being Jewish, and she knew it. Angelo's breath grew labored as the vice that was Eva became impossibly tight around his heart. Eva was the vice. And the vice. That's what she'd become for him, and he couldn't deny it.
17 September, 1943. Confession. I'm going to Rome with Angelo. I don't know what else to do. It's too quiet and everyone is nervous, waiting. Rabbi Cassuto is urging everyone to leave their homes and hide. He says there are reports of fascist fanatics, militarized squads, rounding up Jews and anti-fascists, and no one is stopping them. The Germans have deported thousands of Jews from Nice in France, Jews who had been protected by the Italian army, an army that is now disbanded. Rabbi Cassuto says the Germans won't leave Italy, and now that we are not on the same side, they won't respect our laws or citizenship. The Italian government can't protect us anymore, even if they wanted to. No one can. Uncle Augusto, Aunt Bianca, Claudia, and Levi are in Rome already. Levi is studying law at the Pontificium Institutum Utriusque Juris, the only university that will allow Jewish students. Uncle Augusto seems to think the Vatican will be able to protect the Jews in Rome, but Uncle Augusto hasn't been right yet. Eva Rosselli. Chapter 8. Rome. Eva and Angelo boarded the train early, and Santino and Fabia saw them off. Their lined faces wreathed in encouraging smiles, even as their eyes worried. The platform was crowded with the normal bustle and cluster of people preparing for a journey, people disembarking while others jostled to get aboard. All around them, passengers were hurrying, Germans were watching, and whistles kept blowing, making them rush through their goodbyes and raise their voices to be heard over the din. The four of them pressed together, arms linked, heads bent to hear last words and expressions of love.
"Take care of her, Angelo,"
Eva heard Nonno say as he patted Angelo's lean cheeks. Angelo kissed Santino's forehead and embraced him tightly.
"Remember what I told you, Nonno. No resistance. If the Germans show up at your door, give them what they want. You need only to worry about yourselves. Camillo wouldn't want you and Nonna to be harmed protecting his possessions. The only thing he would care about is Eva. And I will keep her safe. I promise."
Strangely enough, Fabia didn't cry. She looked too frightened to cry, and her little hands shook and her smile wobbled, and Eva resisted the urge to tell Angelo she had changed her mind, gripped by a sudden, terrible premonition that this was the last time she would see Santino and Fabia, that they would be whisked into the ether the way her father and Uncle Felix had, never to be seen or heard from again. Her panic must have shown because Fabia grabbed her hands, and the fear in her face was replaced with stern affection.
"We love you, Eva," she said firmly. "We have lived good lives. We have been happy. Don't worry about us. We have each other, and we will be fine. Someday the war will be over, and we will be together again. And you will play for me, yes?"
"Yes," Eva whispered, unable to hold back her tears. Fabia hugged her close and spoke into her ear.
God sees you, Eva. He sees Angelo too, and he is a loving God."
Eva embraced Fabia tightly, but her mind resisted the sentiments. Either God saw everyone or he saw no one. Too many were crying out for him to see them with no response. Angelo touched her arm and picked up her heavy suitcase, setting his own small bag atop it, gripping it beneath his arm as he leaned into his cane and allowed his tiny nonna one more embrace. Eva clutched her little valise and her violin, and together they boarded the train, promising to send word as soon as they arrived in Rome.
"They will be all right. They have nothing to worry about,"
Angelo said softly. He didn't say, "Now that you're gone," but Eva heard the words anyway. Those who sheltered Jews would not be safe now that the Germans were in charge.
"This is your pass."
He handed her a document, and she took it, confused.
"I have a pass, Angelo."
A priest would not be traveling alone with a young woman he is not related to. "You are my sister now. See?"
He tapped the document she was holding, and she looked down at it. It looked completely authentic, from the different stamps to the emblem on the front to the type inside. And Eva would know. She'd been helping Aldo make false papers since her father had gone to Austria and never come home again. But her name was now Eva Bianco, and she was not a Jew.
"How?"
"Aldo," he said briefly. "I asked him to make it a while back, just in case."
"I'm from Naples,"
she asked, her voice pitched for his ears only.
"No one will give the Germans any information they seek south of the Allied line. They have no way to verify you aren't who you say you are."
"Except I don't speak with a Neapolitan dialect."
"A German won't be able to tell. You speak Italian, they don't. And if they do, you can fake it. You've always had a great ear. And the German won't be nearly discerning enough to distinguish dialects."
Their hushed conversation ended abruptly when a couple with a child entered the compartment and sat across from them. A heavy-set man followed a few minutes later and sat on Angelo's right. Unless they wanted to discuss inanities, which was far too much work, they wouldn't be talking much on the trip. It was better that way. Eva didn't need to talk to Angelo. She didn't need Angelo at all. She was going to see her Uncle Augusto as soon as they arrived, and she had every intention of moving in with him, Aunt Bianca, Claudia, and Levi. She would stay with them until the Germans left Italy. She would assist Angelo in refugee work where she could. She had grown adept as a printer's apprentice if he could find her a press. But she wasn't going to hide in a convent, as Angelo had suggested the night before. The first hours of their journey passed without incident. But at the station in Chiusi, several German officers boarded the train with a civilian translator wearing a black armband, signifying his fascist affiliations.
"Documenti!"
the civilian shouted, and people started to scramble for their papers. Eva's palms grew damp and her breaths short. There was always a first time for a false pass, and this was hers. Aldo had always told her his documents were without equal. She would know soon enough. Angelo seemed completely at ease, and when the German approached and demanded their passes, Angelo bowed his head in a priestly fashion and placed his in the officer's hand. The German looked at Angelo's pass for what seemed an eternity. He talked quietly to the Italian interpreter, and though Eva spoke fluent German, she couldn't hear what he said. Finally, he leveled pale, suspicious eyes on Angelo, who did not seem at all alarmed by the scrutiny. Then he looked at Eva sitting next to Angelo, and his eyes narrowed further. He stuck his palm in front of her face. "Papers." She placed her identity card in his hand, the one Angelo had given her only hours before. The German eyed the document with the same suspicion.
"Bianco, eh?" Interesting. Her name is the same as yours. He looked at Angelo. His companion rushed to translate. She is my sister. Angelo lied calmly. He was a very good liar, Eva thought. Sie ist meine Schwester, the translator repeated. I do not think this is your sister. I think this is your wife, the German said. The translator rushed to spit out the words they already understood. For all I know, you are a deserter, he continued. An Italian coward, a soldier running from your responsibilities. I do not think you are a priest. She is my sister, and I am a priest, not a soldier, not a deserter. Angelo pulled up his cassock and tapped his prosthetic, drawing the attention of the German inspector. I was never a soldier. Men with one leg do better as priests. Convinced but not happy about it, the soldier handed back their papers with a huff and moved on to his next victims. He'd been so intent on Angelo, he'd hardly looked twice at Eva's pass, other than to pounce on her name. Eva slid her pass back into her bag and allowed herself to breathe just for a moment. Her eyes slid to Angelo's and he met her gaze, smiling slightly. There was no privacy, no chance to celebrate the tiny victory. But when he tapped his nose, she tugged her ear, an old baseball signal he'd taught her once, and turned her eyes out the window so she wouldn't smile back at him. Eva marveled at the ease with which Angelo bared his prosthetic. It hadn't always been that way. He had made her wait 6 months before he'd shown her his leg. She'd been dying to know, and he'd been reticent to share. In exchange for the privilege of seeing the leg that wasn't there, she had read him confession after confession, journal entry after journal entry, and he had listened like she was the most fascinating person in the world. He hadn't looked at her that way in a very long time. In fact, Angelo tried very hard not to look at her at all. Even now his eyes were trained out the window, watching the countryside streak by, a blur of colors and shapes, the speed erasing the details and the definition, until it looked more like a smeared painting than real life. The way Angelo was now, she could almost believe that the boy he'd been had not been real either. Eva pulled her journal and a pen from her valise and opened it to a blank page, needing to do something to take her eyes from him, to forget him. But instead, she remembered the first time she heard his name. Angelo. Angelo Bianco. White angel. She had loved him instantly. They had both known loss, that much was true, but Angelo had felt his loss early and he'd felt it keenly. Eva had hardly felt it at all. Maybe that was part of the problem. At an early age, Angelo had learned to let go. Eva's experience came later, and when it did, it came all at once. She hadn't felt her mother's loss when it happened. She felt it more now that she was the only Adler left. Sadly, her mother would always be dying in her memories, and her father would never be dead. That's what happened when you said goodbye to someone. Watched them board a train and they never came home. Somewhere inside, you always believed they would come back. Going to Austria had been a fool's errand. She'd known it when she heard her father's plan. He'd reassured her by telling her she would always have Angelo. You will always have Angelo, he promised me. You will always have Angelo. He'd been wrong about that, too. Angelo had never been hers, and he never would be. Except for once, for a few hours in Maremma. The memory brought the same ache it always did. You still write in that old thing? There was a smile in Angelo's voice, and Eva looked up from her fat leather-bound journal. It wasn't the same old book Angelo remembered. She'd filled up 4 of them, but she'd always picked the same style,
as if the style itself gave her life constancy.
Yes, but not very often, obviously,
she answered, closing the book and wrapping the elastic band around it, keeping the pages tight and the book closed. She slid it back into her valise and folded her hands.
Do you still write confessions?
He asked gently.
No,
she lied.
I've decided confessions are only for priests.
She realized how confrontational she sounded, and she shrugged, shaking off her words.
I just write to record events, that's all.
What were you writing about just now? He pressed, and she found herself glowering at him. He reached up and smoothed the crease between her brows. I'm just making conversation, Eva. I'm not interrogating you. Stop glaring at me. She turned her face away, and his hand fell back to his lap. They sat in silence for several moments until she relented with a sigh.
I was thinking about Maremma, the train ride. It was awful.
She didn't specify which trip. But we still went. Every year, he said, smiling. She didn't want him to smile. The flash of white teeth beneath his well-shaped lips made her flinch and look away. It actually hurt when he smiled at her.
I'll never go back,
she said tightly. She closed her eyes so she could pretend to sleep. But instead, she thought about the last time she'd seen the red-shingled house with the big veranda, surrounded by forest and sea. The best of both worlds. Camillo's determination to get around the racial laws had been very impressive to Angelo. At the time, it had given him a great deal of hope. After the first round of laws were passed in 1938, Camillo had deeded his home to Santino and Fabbia, with promises to continue on exactly as they had all done before. He and Eva would pay rent for the 2 rooms they occupied. That rent was equivalent to what he'd been paying Santino and Fabbia as a monthly salary. So nothing changed. Camillo continued to pay all the bills from a household account, and things had all moved forward quite seamlessly. Gino Sotelo became sole owner of Ostrica Glass Factory on paper, but the two had written up a contract where nothing changed at all, and they filed the contract with a lawyer in the United States and put a large amount of money in a trust with Angelo's name on it. Angelo was still an American citizen, so it worked. Camillo went to work, but he didn't get paid. If anyone asked, he was just consulting. It required trust. What had Eva said so long ago? Sometimes God works through people. It was true. People were all Camillo Rosselli had to work with, and he'd managed to get around the laws just like he said he would, trusting the people closest to him. He'd made all the right moves, until he'd made the wrong one. Angelo knew Eva wasn't sleeping, though the rhythm and vibration of the Rome-bound train was making him a little drowsy. Eva was trying to keep him at a distance. She'd mentioned Maremma and retreated into herself. He could hardly blame her. It had the same effect on him, and his memories of Maremma weren't nearly as long and complicated. He was surprised Eva had mentioned it at all. It had been devastating, the way it all ended. When he was younger, he would stay for the full month of August, just like the rest of the family. But as he grew older and his studies intensified, an entire month just wasn't feasible. Plus, as much as he loved his family and the seashore, 3 weeks of sun, sand, and Eva's beauty weren't healthy for a young seminarian, regardless of whether or not they called themselves cousins. But his nonna would beg and plead and cajole, and he would inevitably show up, if only for a few days. Angelo loved the beaches of Maremma. It was a place filled with memories bathed in warmth and washed in white. White sand, white shells, white towels, and the white sundress Eva had worn that long-ago summer when he'd received his first kiss. It was Eva's first kiss, too, though he was pretty sure she'd received plenty since then. Eva had convinced him that they needed to see what all the fuss was about. She was 12 that summer, and he was 14, still too young and far away from the priesthood to worry about his immortal soul if he kissed a signorina. Eva's suggestion had seemed logical, enticing even, and he had shrugged and let her pull his face to hers. Her lips were soft, but his were sandy, and she had wrinkled her nose and laughed when their mouths touched.
That tickles.
She brushed at his lips, and they tried again, but neither of them closed their eyes. They stared at each other, even when they were too close to see anything but eyelashes and freckles. They stayed frozen, lips touching, until Eva started to laugh again. Angelo pulled away and scrubbed at his mouth, embarrassed. "I think we're doing it wrong," he muttered.
Really?
Eva frowned, her laughter fading.
What else should we be doing?
Well, for one, you could close your eyes.
But you didn't close yours,
she argued.
I'll close mine too.
Okay. What else?
He had a pretty good idea that kisses involved tongues. He wasn't sure how, as that seemed extremely wet and a little disgusting, but he thought he would try just a tentative stroke. He wouldn't tell Eva it was coming. Then, if it didn't work, he could claim the attempt was inadvertent.
"Tip your head so we don't bump noses," he instructed.
Okay. And come closer so we aren't stretching,
she suggested. They tried again, and he made sure there was no sand on his lips. They leaned in and simultaneously closed their eyes, tilting their heads instinctively. It was much better, especially because Eva wasn't laughing. Angelo's tongue tiptoed out and touched her top lip. She tasted like sunshine and grapes. She stiffened in surprise but didn't pull away, and his hands fisted handfuls of sand as her tongue hesitantly returned the caress. Then his tongue was touching hers, and her grape and sunshine flavor was in his mouth and tickling his nose, and his eyes were rolling back in his head, completely drunk on sensation. That was when his nonna discovered them. She shrieked their names and swatted them both on the heads, crossing herself and praying between the slaps. They were grounded from each other for 2 days, and Camillo sat them both down for a serious talk. When he was finished with his strange rambling lecture about men and women and babies and kissing, Eva just laughed and bounced up from her seat. She placed herself in her father's lap and looked him in the eye, her face deadly serious.
Babbo, it was disgusting. It was like kissing an oyster. I never want to kiss another boy for as long as I live.
"It was?" Angelo interjected, stunned that the experience had been so very different for him. "You don't?" Camillo looked as shocked as Angelo felt.
No, it was a silly dare. Angelo is like my brother. I am his sister. It will never happen again, Babbo. Don't worry. Now, please, I need my friend back. I don't want to spend my holiday all by myself.
"Angelo?"
Camillo was looking at him, his eyebrows raised.
"Huh?"
He was completely lost, and his feelings were more than a little bruised.
"Was kissing Eva like kissing an oyster?"
Camillo pressed. Angelo's eyes darted between Eva's face and Camillo's spectacled gaze, then back again. He always tried to tell the truth, especially to Camillo. Should he tell him it was nothing like kissing an oyster? Should he tell him it was the most amazing 15 seconds of his life? Eva had widened her eyes comically and tilted her head, giving Angelo a look that said, "Play along, you idiot." Oh. Oh.
Yeah. Maybe not like an oyster, but it was slimy and a little disgusting. Like kissing Nonna, maybe.
Angelo lied. Eva laughed, not offended in the slightest. Camillo narrowed his eyes at his daughter, and she grabbed his face and kissed his cheeks.
Don't worry, Babbo. Angelo is my brother. Now may we please go to the beach?
The memory made Angelo smile. Eva had been devious and oh so convincing. Camillo had sighed, and off they had gone. But they weren't left alone again, even once, for the rest of the summer. And there was no more kissing. It was as if a decision had been made. The response of their elders had made the pathway clear. If they wanted to remain in each other's lives, kissing was not an option. They had never talked about it, never admitted to each other that it was a beautiful first, a precious memory. But for years afterward, they couldn't mention oysters without grinning at each other. And when they did, Eva would get a look in her eyes. She got a look in her eyes, and Angelo got a pain in his chest. He rubbed his hand over his heart, absent-mindedly easing the old ache. His hand found his cross, and he traced it, closing his eyes and trying to say his midday prayers. But the sway of the train and the shape of the girl beside him made his mind flit away back to white beaches and forbidden kisses. Chapter 9. The Church of Santa Cecilia. A gong sounded and a whistle blew, and Angelo woke with a start. They were in Rome. He'd fallen asleep after all. Eva had too, and her head was tucked against his shoulder, as if she'd tried to prop it up against her seat, only to lose the battle to gravity. A surge of tenderness for her had him closing his eyes and asking for strength for the umpteenth time since he'd first seen her yesterday. She stirred against his shoulder and pulled away with a jerk. He finished his prayer and stretched his arms, giving her time to compose herself. He straightened his collar and ran his hands over his closely cropped curls. As long as he kept them short, the waves conformed to the shape of his head, keeping the curl relatively tame, before placing his wide-brimmed black hat on his head. "We're here," he said gently, finally turning toward her. She nodded, a quick dip of her head, as she repinned her little white hat. She slicked a fresh coat of red across her lips and snapped her handbag closed, tucking it back down inside her small valise. They stood and made their way off the train, the exhaust and bedlam of the station invigorating, even if the September day was still too warm. "I have a place for you to stay. It's not far from where I live," he said, tossing the words over his shoulder as he wove in and out of the crowd, using his cane to clear a path.
"I'm going to stay with my uncle. I sent a telegram. They're expecting me,"
she called out behind him. He stopped abruptly, and Eva cursed under her breath as she collided with his rigid back. He resumed walking almost immediately, but when they reached the street and set down their luggage, waiting for a bus that could take them across town, he murmured his displeasure into her ear. "They live in a predominantly Jewish neighborhood." Eva raised one delicate eyebrow and pursed her lips, waiting for him to continue. "Living with a Jewish family is the most foolish thing you can do. You might as well wear a star on your chest."
"Are you saying they're in danger?"
she murmured, keeping her voice as low as his. "Yes, Eva, that's exactly what I'm saying." He shook his head, incredulous. "Staying with your uncle will completely undermine the whole reason I wanted you to come to Rome. A place where you aren't known. A place where your name, your address, and your religion isn't on some fascist list, easily accessed by the SS. A place where no one can point you out."
I want to see them, Angelo. I haven't seen them in 2 years.
The bus pulled up, and Angelo moved toward it, still tugging her suitcase and his much smaller bag. "This is our bus," he said, though she had no idea what that meant or where it went. They boarded, sliding into a seat near the front, stowing their bags on a rack above their heads. When the bus lurched and groaned and eventually resumed its route, Eva tried to find out.
Where do you live?
"I'm not far from your uncle. I live on the west side of the Tiber near the Basilica di Santa Maria." Eva had no idea where that was. His landmarks were meaningless to her.
Do you live with other priests?
"I live in an apartment with Monsignor Luciano and his older sister, a lovely old woman who spends her days making lace when she's not playing housekeeper. She likes to pretend I'm her son. She takes very good care of both of us."
I thought you lived in a rectory. Isn't that what a priest's home is called?
"I used to. After I was ordained, I served in a village just south of Rome for about 6 months, before I was assigned as a curate at the Church of the Sacred Heart east of Trastevere, not far from the Colosseum."
A curate?
"An assistant to the parish priest. I served there for 2 years. In that time, I got to know the area very well."
And now?
"Now my duties have changed."
You don't conduct Mass every day?
She had always imagined him feeding wafers to open-mouthed parishioners and giving long sermons. She realized suddenly how little she really knew about Angelo's daily life. "I attend Mass every day, several times if my duties allow it. But no, I am an assistant to Monsignor Luciano, who is a senior official with the Roman Curia."
What is the Roman Curia?
"It is the administrative arm of the Catholic Church."
You work in an office?
She was stunned. "Yes, I do. When I'm not running all over the city, I work in an office in the Vatican. It is a busy time for my department. It will only get busier."
What is your department?
"Migrant assistance."
She stared at him, bemused. There is such a department?
"In a manner of speaking, yes. The official description is to promote pastoral assistance to migrants, nomads, tourists, and travelers. The congregation is overseen by a cardinal. Monsignor Luciano serves Cardinal Dubois. I assist Monsignor Luciano. My job is to attend the Monsignor in whatever duties he assigns, but I rarely sit at the desk and type, if that's what you're thinking. There are lay secretaries and assistants to do that. I tend to be the physical liaison, and I mostly do legwork."
How interesting. A one-legged priest doing legwork.
"Yes, ironic."
He smirked, and his blue eyes glinted.
She didn't smile even though she wanted to. It was too easy to fall back into their old ways, poking at each other and teasing one another. It wouldn't be good for her. It would make her miss him too much when she returned to Florence. She resolved to guard herself against him even as he spoke again, the humor absent from his voice. "I want you to stay at the Santa Cecilia. It's a cloistered convent, but there are rooms available for boarders along the entrance block. It's in Trastevere, and you won't be too far from your family." He sounded as if he were giving an order, dictating what she would do, and she opened her mouth to refuse. "Please, Eva," he implored so softly that she could almost pretend it didn't happen.
"I don't want to be alone,"
she murmured, hating herself for her vulnerability. "Better alone than arrested," he said, but his eyes were compassionate.
"I'm not sure that's true, Angelo," she answered. "I'm not sure of that at all."
"Eva," he sighed, "you don't mean that."
"How do you know, Angelo?" she asked sharply. "How can you possibly claim to know how I feel?" He shot her a look that said he knew exactly how she felt.
and she turned away with a shake of her head, dismissing him. He knew nothing.
"I told my family I was coming," she reiterated. "They are expecting me. I'm sure they would like to see you, too."
Angelo started to shake his head, anger tightening his mouth and causing the groove between his eyes to deepen into a canyon.
"I will see them. We will have dinner with them, and then you can lock me in the convent if you must,"
she added before he could resume his campaign. Angelo exhaled with relief, and the rest of the ride was spent in stony contemplation. They had to change buses and catch another before taking a streetcar that let them off 2 blocks from 325 Viale Domina. It was 2 in the afternoon, and they'd been traveling since 6 o'clock that morning. Angelo looked remarkably unwilted, his black cassock and wide-brimmed hat traveling much better than Eva's slim red skirt and white blouse. She felt filthy and wrinkled, and she removed her hat so she could smooth her hair as they waited for someone to answer the door. The building was neat and clean, the corridors wide and airy, but the residence was a decided step down from Uncle Augusto's Florence home, which was now being rented to non-Jews for a ridiculously small amount of money. The door opened an inch, and a brown eye appeared in the gap.
"Eva! Angelo!"
The door was flung open, and Eva's cousin, Claudia, decidedly less plump than she'd once been — war rations were only good for one thing — pulled Eva into the small parlor, reaching out a hand for Angelo as well. Eva took quick note of the polished floors, the pictures on the walls, and the pieces of furniture from their home in Florence. The homey atmosphere and the effort to make the apartment comfortable eased the knot in Eva's stomach. She had worried about her uncle and aunt, about her cousins and their life in Rome. From the looks of it, all was well.
"We've been waiting to eat. Levi got fruit. He's a black market guru, you know. He manages to get things no one else can."
She prattled easily as she led them into a sitting area teeming with people.
"Eva, you remember Giulia, don't you? Mamma's sister."
Giulia Sonnino was much younger than her older sister, barely 30 years old if that, and Claudia and Eva had always looked up to her, like a more sophisticated older cousin than an aunt. Giulia was still lovely, but she was hugely pregnant, and she smiled wearily at Eva and Angelo and tried to stand to greet them. Her husband, Mario, pressed her right back down into the sofa and stood in her stead. Mario Sonnino was a physician, a tall, slender man with kind eyes, a Jewish trait according to her father. "We Jews have kind eyes and quick minds," he would say. Eva didn't know if it was true. Camillo had claimed so many things as Jewish traits, but Mario reminded Eva a little of her babbo, so maybe he was right. Eva had attended Mario and Giulia's wedding when she was 12 or 13, and she and Claudia had thought Mario very good-looking. Plus, he played the violin, which made him a kindred spirit from the start. He wasn't especially handsome. Eva could see that now. But he wore goodness all over his face, and he was clearly devoted to his wife. Eva smiled at him warmly and shook hands with the little girl who hung onto his leg and dimpled winsomely when she was introduced. "This is Emilia," Mario said. "And the boy who is determined to beat Levi at chess is our oldest, Lorenzo." Lorenzo, a little boy of about 8 or 9 and missing his 2 front teeth, heard his name and grinned, lifting his head from the chessboard in front of him. Levi stood from the game and approached Eva and Angelo in 3 long strides, swooping Eva up in a huge hug that had her laughing and little Emilia squealing and begging for a turn.
Me, swing me, Cousin Levi."
"Yes, swing Emilia," Eva laughed as he set her down. Levi shook hands with Angelo. Then Aunt Bianca started ushering them to the dinner table, where prayer was offered to a nonspecific god, and the meal was quickly consumed. The conversation volleyed from one topic to the next, the time apart requiring a great deal of catch-up. When Angelo stepped in to field some questions, Eva turned to Julia to inquire about her pregnancy.
"When is the baby due?"
"We have a month," Julia sighed, as if a month was an eternity.
"I'm very ready now, though our circumstances aren't the best." "Do you live here in the building?"
"No,
we are in the old ghetto,"
she answered quietly.
"Mario's a doctor, but he lost his practice. We had a home in Perugia."
Her voice faded off, and Eva didn't pursue the subject.
"Will you be staying here with Augusto and Bianca?"
Julia asked politely, shifting the focus to Eva.
"I'm not sure,"
Eva hedged, not wanting to start a possibly uncomfortable conversation. Of course, her answer didn't go unchallenged.
"What do you mean?"
Claudia chirped from across the table.
"Of course you are. You will stay in my room."
"I've made arrangements for Eva," Angelo interjected, and Claudia immediately frowned.
"But why?"
"Eva will stay here," Uncle Augusto said, as if his was the final word on the subject. "It's not safe," Angelo said quietly. "It's not safe for any of you, honestly. You need to change apartments, Augusto. Or leave Rome." "But Rome is the safest place for Jews. The Germans have been on their best behavior. We'll be fine here. Your Pope is our best defense. The Germans don't want an international public relations problem with the Vatican. 1 in 3 Germans is Catholic. Did you know that, Angelo? That's why I brought my family here." "The Pope is in an impossible position. He holds no power over Hitler. He couldn't save the Jews in Germany. He couldn't save the Jews in Poland. He couldn't save the Jews in Austria. He won't be able to save the Jews in Rome." The table went silent, and Eva winced. Angelo put down his fork and stared at Augusto soberly. "If you won't hide, that is your choice. But Eva won't be staying here." He lowered his voice, as if the walls had ears. "At the very least, let me get you false documents that you can use if the Germans do come knocking. Like the documents Camillo used. Documents like that," Augusto retorted, pushing his chair back from the table in disgust. He didn't rise, but he leveled a finger at Angelo. "My brother pretended to be someone he was not. They caught him. And now my brother is gone." A week after Camillo Rosselli went to Austria to find Otto Adler, the Italian police had shown up at the Ostrica glass factory in Florence, asking questions. The Gestapo had contacted them. Camillo had been recognized in Vienna by someone who knew he was Jewish and knew he was not the person he was claiming to be. He was claiming to be Gino Sotello, his non-Jewish partner at the glass factory. Camillo would have been far better off with his own papers. An Italian Jew was safer than a man with false papers. Gino Sotello had pled ignorance and innocence, and they'd believed him, only because Camillo Rosselli had claimed he'd stolen the pass, unbeknownst to his old partner. It was a lie. Gino had known everything. But it saved Gino from charges, and it saved Camillo from having to tell authorities it was a fake pass, protecting the forging operation that was ongoing at Ostrica. It didn't save Gino from having to tell Eva that her father had been arrested. He had arrived at the villa, his hat in his hands, his face gray, and told Eva that her father was not going to be coming home any time soon. The only information police could give Gino Sotello was that Camillo Rosselli had been sent, along with other Jewish detainees, to a labor camp called Auschwitz. 3 years ago, Augusto held up 3 fingers, underlining his words. "And we've had no word. I won't do it. I won't do anything to endanger my family. No fake papers." He slapped the dinner table, and little Emilia stuck out her lip at the sound, as if she'd been slapped too. "That's your choice," Angelo repeated. "But Eva isn't staying here." Eva bit back her irritation. She didn't like being discussed as if she weren't there to speak for herself. But she remained silent. Uncle Augusto had always been too quick to choose optimism. Optimism could get you killed. They remained an hour longer, but the days were growing shorter, and a new curfew had been announced with the arrival of the Germans. Mario Sonnino followed Angelo and Eva to the door and walked with them to the street, chatting amiably. But when they moved to leave, he touched Angelo's arm, halting him. "I want documents," he whispered, "for my family. As soon as the baby is born, we are leaving Rome. Can you help me?" Eva and Angelo both nodded, and Eva gripped his hand. "It may take a few weeks, and if Angelo can't help you, I will." Angelo shot Eva a cautionary glare, but he didn't argue with her. Not there. Mario nodded gratefully. "Thank you. Thank you both." He scribbled his number and his address on a scrap of paper and handed it to Angelo. "Eva," Mario stopped her as she turned away. "Yes." "Don't come back here," he murmured. "The padre is right." The distance to the church of Santa Cecilia was relatively short, and within 15 minutes, Angelo was leading Eva toward a stately, gated edifice tucked at the far end of a cobbled piazza. There were hundreds of churches in Rome, big and small, ornate and old, famous and obscure. But the arched entrance of the Santa Cecilia was quietly welcoming as Angelo led Eva beyond the tall gate into a courtyard lined with roses and benches. A rectangular pool with a large vase at the center encouraged quiet conversation and meditation, though the space was completely empty. Rows of windows overlooked the courtyard on each side, several stories that made up the convent on one side and an ancient bathhouse on the other. Angelo said the church was named for Cecilia, a noblewoman who was locked in her bathhouse for 3 days, a murder attempt, only to come out unscathed and singing. The bathhouse had been turned into a chapel, and Cecilia had since become a patron saint of music. Eva tried to imagine what a bathhouse chapel looked like, and determined that she would sneak inside at some point if the nuns refused to show her. They walked into the nave, looking for the abbess, and found it as empty and silent as the courtyard. The nave was rather gray and depressing, the arch of the ceiling too low for transcendence, but the statue of a woman beneath the altar made up for it. The sculpture was unlike any Eva had ever seen before. It was lifelike and lovely, yet so forlorn. The woman appeared as if she were sleeping, but her face was turned into the ground, strands of hair obscuring her profile, and the gash on her neck told a different story.
"Is this Saint Cecilia? What happened to her?"
Eva asked, her eyes clinging to the slim white column of the woman's throat. "After failing to kill her in the bathhouse, they attempted again. They tried to behead her."
"Tried?"
"The legend is that 3 blows with an axe did not accomplish the task. She died slowly, converting many in the process," Angelo answered.
"What was her crime?"
Eva asked, unable to look away from the statue. "It was politics. She was an outspoken woman," Angelo said wryly, as if he thought Eva could relate. There was a smile in his voice, but Eva couldn't smile. She could only stare at the martyred saint.
"Oh, Father Bianco, we expected you much sooner," a woman called out in surprise, distracting Angelo from his response. Eva turned toward the voice and watched as a diminutive woman with sagging jowls and sharp eyes approached them at a speed that belied her age. She entered the nave through a door to the left of the apse. "Mother Francesca, this is Eva," Angelo said simply, as if he'd already told the ancient nun all about her. "You'd best be off, Father," the abbess directed. "There is trouble with the Holy Sisters of Adoration. A pilgrim has died, and there is some disagreement about what should be done." "I will check on you tomorrow, Eva," Angelo said, and with a quick bow toward the abbess, he was striding back toward the entrance, cane tapping, his small suitcase swinging. Eva could only stare after him, wondering again why she'd agreed to come to Rome. "Come," Mother Francesca commanded, and without waiting to see if Eva was coming, followed Angelo out of the nave and through the courtyard. Eva grabbed the large suitcase Angelo had carried all day, and juggling her valise and violin in her other hand, struggled to catch up. The nun led her through a small door to the left of the entrance wall. As they ascended a narrow staircase, the nun offered some information. "The convent is shared between the Benedictine nuns and the Franciscan missionary sisters of the Immaculate Heart of Mary. But we are smaller in numbers than we once were, and the convent is past its prime." Eva wondered how long it had been past its prime. 200 years? 3? "These rooms were used for lay staff, but we have no use for a large staff anymore. We have both a cloistered community as well as nuns who serve in an active apostolate beyond these walls. We use these rooms for boarders. The little bit of income is much needed, especially now." Eva nodded, wondering how long the stack of banknotes she'd brought with her would last. The value kept falling. Before long, they would be more useful as toilet paper. The jewelry she brought would get her a little further. The abbess opened a door and stepped aside. The room contained a narrow mattress on a metal frame, a wooden cross nailed to the wall above it. A simple chair, a chest of drawers, and a small closet lined the opposite wall. Mother Francesca flipped on the desk lamp, indicating this was home. "This is your room, washroom at the end of the hall. It is for shared use, but you are the only boarder here at the moment. A luxury. Vespers at 6. You are expected to attend."
"But I am not Catholic,"
Eva protested. "You are now."
18 September, 1943. Confession. I don't like nuns. I am tired, but sleep is as elusive as Angelo has always been. The convent is too quiet, and it smells old. Why is it that all of Rome smells so old? Or maybe it is just me, and I can't get the scent of loss from my skin. I feel as ancient and crumbling as the walls of the old temple the bus trundled past today. But at least the temple doesn't have to hide. I've been here less than 12 hours, and I miss Florence so desperately I want to start walking. Florence smells like flowers. It smells like jasmine and Fabia and my father's pipe. After all these years I can still smell him in the rooms of the villa, and I am both comforted and tortured by the scent. I'm lying in a little bed in a strange room, listening to the walls say nothing. I tried to play my violin, but the echo in the room made my skin crawl, like I was the Pied Piper of dead nuns. I didn't want to summon ghosts or rats, so I put my violin away. I went to Vespers as instructed and watched the nuns sing and an old priest conduct the service. There were more nuns behind a little opening on the other side of the apse. They never come out, apparently. I wonder if that's what Angelo wants for me. Maybe he thinks I can just hide in this little convent until the war is over, and then he'll pat himself on the back because he saved me. What am I being saved for? I look ahead at my life, even a life where there is no fear or worry that the Gestapo will swoop me up and send me away, and I can't find the will to be hopeful. Eva Rosselli.
Chapter 10. The Jewish Ghetto. The pilgrim who had passed was an old Jewish woman who had been left behind when her son and his family fled to Genoa. The nuns of the Holy Sisters of Adoration had taken her in, and she'd passed peacefully in her sleep, sitting in front of a window in a white wimple and a borrowed black veil, looking like one of the nuns who hid her. Angelo promised the abbess to pay a visit to the rabbi at the main synagogue first thing in the morning, to see if clandestine funeral arrangements could be made. Otherwise, they would be burying her among nuns with a cross on her grave. It was all they could do. She'd died among them. She would be buried among them, too. Maybe when the war was over, they could remove the cross and put a Star of David in its place. And maybe they could restore her name. Maybe someday her family would return and lay stones on her grave, the way Eva used to do for ancestors she never even knew. But the odds were that Regina Ravenna would be hidden in the ground under a false name and a meaningless cross, and no one but the Holy Sisters of Adoration and Angelo would ever be the wiser. The knowledge and responsibility weighed on Angelo. He wanted to keep records but didn't dare. He wanted to keep ledgers and lists of names and family members so that he could account for every person he felt responsible for. But records and lists were incriminating. So he'd devised a method to keep it as straight as he could, kept any necessary papers in the Vatican, and prayed that God would preserve his memory so no one would be lost to forgetfulness. He made his way home long after the curfew, but was not stopped, fortunately. He had a pass that allowed him to be out when his duties demanded it, but if he were challenged, he would have to lie about the old woman he'd attended to. And the old woman was a paperless Jew. The last year or two had been one lie after another. Sometimes he missed the simple little village where he'd spent the first 6 months of his life as a priest. Eat, pray, sleep, serve. That was all he did. Plus, the streets were so narrow, and the road to the village so winding and steep, it was unlikely the Germans could send in their tanks without getting them lodged between buildings. Then he was called to Rome, and he'd gotten a crash course in service and survival on the streets of the Eternal City. Then Monsignor Luciano, his sponsor of sorts, the man who had kept an eye on him for so many years, brought him in to assist him at the Curia. A totally different kind of experience. At the Curia, he'd met Monsignor O'Flaherty, an Irish priest at the Vatican who was deeply involved in refugee work. And Angelo's double life had begun. He'd begun traveling from one end of the city to the next. Every church, every monastery, every convent, and every college. And he'd made note of numbers, rooms, availability, and access. And the people had started to come. A Jewish mother needed to hide her sons. A rabbi, fearing he was a target but unwilling to leave his congregation, still wanted to protect his family. The word had spread, and people came. The church was now in the business of hide-and-seek, and Angelo was the eyes and ears, a young priest with a limp and an affinity for languages, with a special understanding of the Jewish people. He understood their dietary needs and their worship practices, and he was just another cog in the wheel of clergy who had begun the enormous task of trying to hide the hunted. They'd started with foreign Jews who had been ordered to leave Italy in 1940, but had nowhere to go, just like Felix. But since July the tide had turned, and with the fall of bombs and dictators, the church was hiding Italians. The Monsignor instructed him to find alternative methods of hiding refugees, and Angelo remembered Aldo Finzi. He made a trip to Florence and asked the little man to help him. Together, they'd distributed over 200 passes to Jews who could hide in plain sight if they had the right paperwork. This made room for the Jews who couldn't blend in due to language or physical appearance. It was harder to hide the Jewish men. They couldn't just pretend to be non-Jewish Italians and be absorbed into the populace. Young Italian men of a fighting age were expected to be doing just that, fighting. Soldiers had to hide from the Germans, too. And there were so many children. They had 3 convents throughout the city that were full of Jewish orphans. Some of them could be placed with families, but children presented a specific danger. All it would take was one wrong word, a forgetful comment, and the child, along with the family that sheltered him, would be exposed. They'd branched out into the countryside, but transporting them was difficult too. The whole operation was difficult and made more challenging every day. Angelo wasn't working alone. There were hundreds of fathers and sisters, monks and nuns, opening their doors and closing their eyes to the danger all around them. But sometimes Angelo felt incredibly alone. It was safer not to share, safer not to confide, safer to handle as much as he could without involving anyone else. And he was tired. That night, he fell into bed after hasty prayers, his leg aching, feeling wearier than he'd ever felt. But his mind kept returning to Eva. She'd watched him leave the chapel without protest, her face blank, gripping her violin like it was all she cared about in the world, and he'd walked away without looking back. He'd had to. She was safe, and he was needed elsewhere. But it reminded him too much of August of 1939, when he'd walked away and left her in the Pazzi chapel. They'd come back from Maremma, back to reality, with a new knowledge of each other and of the world they found themselves in. Angelo had known what he had to do, and he'd done it. But the memory haunted him still. On September 26th, less than 10 days after Eva moved in with the sisters at Santa Cecilia, Lieutenant Colonel Kappler, the head of the German SS in Rome, demanded 50 kilograms of gold be delivered to German headquarters on Via Tasso. If the Jewish community failed to do so within 36 hours, 200 of Rome's Jews would be rounded up and deported. Lines of Jews formed outside the main synagogue on Lungo Tevere de Ceni, desperate people donating all they had to keep the dragon at bay. Angelo forbade Eva from going anywhere near the synagogue, but she ignored him, taking every piece of gold jewelry she'd brought to Rome and waiting in line to add her offering to the pile. Uncle Augusto was among the elders assisting with the weighing and the counting, and when he saw Eva, he assured her once more that the extortion was a good sign. "The Germans are logical men. Taking our gold makes much more sense than taking our people," he said. Eva could only shake her head. Nothing about the Jewish persecution was logical or rational. But she gave her gold with a glimmer of hope that it was exactly as her uncle said. Eva was leaving the synagogue when she saw Mario and Giulia Sonnino standing in line with their 2 children. Giulia was so hugely pregnant that Eva convinced those waiting in front of her in the line to let her move ahead so she wouldn't have to stand for hours. The Sonninos donated their wedding rings and a Swiss pocket watch that had been in Mario's family for 3 generations. Giulia joked that the thin white line on her finger was proof enough that she wasn't a loose woman. But there were tears in her eyes when she left her thick gold band on the pile. Eva waited with their children until they were finished and walked with them back to their ghetto apartment, merely a block from the huge synagogue.
"We need pictures, and they need to be official quality,"
Eva murmured. Mario nodded once. understanding immediately what she was referring to.
"We will get them to the printer. He will add them to the passes so he can stamp the picture when he stamps the pass. It makes it more complicated, but it is the only way to keep them authentic. We can add your fingerprints and signatures when we have the passes, but we need the pictures as soon as possible."
Angelo was being impossibly close-lipped about his maneuverings, refusing Eva's help at every turn. He was determined to keep her tucked in the convent and out of harm's way, but she was slowly going crazy. She knew the Soninos were on the bottom of a very long list of those in need of false identity cards, so she decided to make them her responsibility.
"I have them," Mario said softly, "and I have pictures for 10 other people in the community who will need passes as well."
He looked at her apologetically.
"I don't mean to take advantage, but these people have nowhere else to turn."
Eva left Mario and Giulia's apartment with the 12 pictures tucked into her brassiere and a promise to be back with the passes as soon as she could arrange for their completion. She simply had to get past Angelo and get back to Florence to see Aldo. She would buy a round-trip ticket, work all night, and return to Rome the next day. If Angelo would let her, she would deliver pictures and obtain more passes for his refugees as well. She found him at the synagogue, standing in line with several other priests from parishes across the city. Angelo had managed to gather a significant amount of gold from non-Jewish Romans who wanted to contribute but thought they might be turned away by the rich Jews. Old stereotypes persisted, apparently. No one was turned away. The average contribution was 1/8 of an ounce, and the fear of failure was palpable. The lieutenant major of the SS graciously extended the deadline by 4 hours, and then 4 hours more. The rumors started to circulate that the Pope would step in and donate Catholic gold if the Jews failed to gather the required amount. Uncle Augusto relayed the rumor to Angelo, grinning like a Cheshire cat. "What did I tell you, Padre? We have nothing to worry about in the shadow of the Vatican." Miraculously, the number was reached without a donation from the Vatican, and more than 110 pounds, 50 kilograms of gold, consisting of every last precious thing sacrificed by an already impoverished people, was delivered to German headquarters before the deadline on September 28th. The Jews of Rome congratulated themselves. Augusto opened a bottle of wine, and a collective sigh of relief echoed down the cobblestone streets. But the very next day, trucks pulled up in front of the synagogue and emptied out the rabbinical library. Every book, every sacred scroll, and every precious document. Then they cleared out all the offices, carrying out filing cabinets full of records, contributor lists, and community members. Jewish leaders watched helplessly as every last piece of paper was confiscated by the very Germans who had promised to leave them alone only the day before. The city held its breath once more, but the week passed uneventfully. Then another. Eva bought a ticket for Florence and informed Angelo she was going. Regardless of the lull, time was running out for the Soninos. He argued heatedly, but when she wouldn't relent, he arranged to go with her, and they set out for Florence again, less than a month after Eva had arrived. The trip went without incident. No one stopped them, no one questioned them, no one looked twice at the two of them. They saw no one they knew, and no one they knew saw them, except Aldo, who welcomed them to his little workshop at dusk. He reported the same thing. All was peaceful in the city of flowers. But his expression echoed the nagging feeling none of them could shake. They spent all night setting type, tightening the string and screwing down the plates, adjusting the ink, refilling the feed board, and churning out card after precious card. Then they attached pictures and stamped the seals, printed emblems, and assigned names of southern places that the Germans would have no way to verify. They dried, cut, trimmed, stacked, and started all over again with different samples from different places guiding their efforts. Eva and Angelo took quick turns napping on a corner cot, and they finished the long night with a stack of hope and blackened fingers. Aldo's fingers were perpetually stained, but Angelo and Eva spent 20 minutes scrubbing their hands raw to remove the evidence of the night's activities. They boarded the 6 a.m. Rapido for Rome, with fresh clothes and red hands without ever seeing Fabia and Santino. It couldn't be helped, but Eva realized Angelo had probably been in Florence dozens of times over the last 2 years without ever seeing her.
I forgive you,
Eva murmured, closing her eyes as the gong sounded and the train pulled away from the station, right on time.
You do, he answered just as softly. He sounded as tired as she felt.
Yes, I do. But maybe I shouldn't. How many times have you come to Florence since the war broke out?
Many times, he confessed.
And I never saw you. Not once.
No.
Why?
He opened one of his eyes and looked at her. She'd already opened hers. You know why, Eva. Something hot and needy sliced in her belly, and she closed her eyes once more, unable to continue the conversation without revealing her longing for the forbidden. Her lips tingled and her palms grew damp, and she had a hard time drawing breath. It took her a long time to drift off, and nothing more was said on the subject of knowledge and forgiveness. Hisako Sonino, a healthy 7-pound baby boy, was born on October 15th, 1943. He was delivered by his father, but was passed quickly to Eva, who washed him, diapered him, and bundled him in the thin white blanket Julia had set out in preparation. Eva had never held a baby before, never diapered one either, but she managed with the help of Isabella Donati, an old woman from across the hall who had been a business owner before her shop was closed by the racial laws. Her husband was gone, her 2 sons lost in the Great War, and she claimed there was nothing left for her to do and little left to fear. She was as calm and comforting as a breeze in summertime, and Eva liked her immensely. She made a note to herself to convince the woman to come to the convent at Santa Cecilia. There was room, though Angelo had placed 2 families there in the last week. Eva would like her company, the nuns would like her soup, and Signora Donati would be safe. Eva had come to the apartment late that afternoon with the precious passes in hand. All that needed to be added were the fake names, the signatures, and the fingerprints. But Julia was already well into her labor, and Eva tucked the passes away and stayed, making herself as useful as possible, playing with the children, timing contractions, and eventually, in the early hours of the morning, watching a baby come into the world. Signora Donati went home at midnight, but the curfew made it too dangerous for Eva to walk home, and so she stayed put, putting the other children, who had slept in fits and spurts throughout the long night, back to bed. As the hour approached morning, Mario made his way out the front door, bleary-eyed but smiling, claiming he needed to be the first in line for rations with another mouth to feed. Lorenzo and Emilia, bedded down in the living room, were awakened once more, and they were irritable and hungry. Eva warmed what was left of the soup, and let them fill their bellies in hopes they would sleep again. When they finished, she brought out Mario's violin and tuned the strings by ear, plucking and tightening until Emilia grew impatient and begged for a song.
Can you play the bird song?
Little Emilia started to sing in lisping Yiddish, a song about being a free bird and a loyal little friend, something Eva herself had been taught as a child,
and Eva felt her own fear abate.
I don't know that one very well. Sing it a few more times so I can learn it.
The little girl kept singing, and before long Eva was moving the bow across the strings, matching Emilia's sweet voice with the wail of the violin.
Something else,
Emilia said suddenly, with the limited attention of the very young.
Something happy,
Lorenzo grumbled, unable to resist the lure of distraction.
But you need to sleep. We've been awake all night, and your mother is sleeping now. I will play something from America. How about that? But you must lay down and close your eyes,
Eva insisted. The children climbed under their blankets on the makeshift bed and closed their eyes obediently. Eva left the smallest lamp on and curled up on the sofa, determined to get the children to sleep before their father came home. He would need sleep too. It had been the longest night of her life, and Eva longed to close her own eyes and grab a few minutes of rest. She notched her violin between her shoulder and her chin and channeled a little Duke Ellington, smiling as she thought of Angelo shaking his hips and his head, the first time he'd introduced her to jazz music. It had been during the week at the beach house, the time he'd kissed her for real, the one time he'd loved her. Then he'd donned a cassock and rejected her once and for all. It don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing. Those were the only words she could sing, and only because Angelo had told her what they meant. He'd laughed when she'd tried to say them, her mouth tripping over the blunt words. But she wasn't a singer, and the words weren't important. The song was fun and fast. But she didn't want fun and fast, and she changed the tempo, the melody curling from the strings, making the song unrecognizable, haunting even. Angelo said jazz was all about lament. She could hear it now. The dissonance of the song, stripped down and robbed of its tempo, made it sound like a song for Shabbat.
That's not happy,
Lorenzo yawned, but his eyes were closed. Emilia was asleep already.
But it's beautiful, and beauty is always joyful.
It doesn't sound like American music,
he mumbled. Then he was quiet. Eva played for a few more minutes, her eyes heavy, her limbs loose, and her head drooped as she slid the violin to her lap. Dawn would come soon, and when Mario returned, she would stumble home, but she would sleep until then. She came awakened to her feet when screams pierced the night. Pounding feet and a series of gunshots rang out from somewhere outside. Eva scrambled for the window, pushing the curtain aside so she could squint down at the still darkened streets to make out what was happening below. It was raining, and the darkness was inky and slick. Then she saw them. Germans, SS officers in their gunmetal gray raincoats and bulbous black helmets, almost blending into the night. They lined the alley, and as she watched, one lifted his weapon and shot at the sky, sending the message that no one should try to get past them. Answering shots came from farther off. The building came awake with a start, and as Eva watched, one family, then another, staggered into the dark streets, still in their bedclothes, holding children and clutching each other. They were herded immediately into the back of a waiting truck. The Sonino's apartment was 4 floors up, and it was only a matter of time before the Germans were pounding at the door. Julia called out from the bedroom beyond, and Eva raced from the window, stepping over the children who had miraculously remained asleep.
It's the SS, Julia. It looks like they have surrounded the building, maybe the whole ghetto. I can't be sure, but they're loading people in the back of trucks.
Julia rose gingerly, tucking her newborn between 2 pillows and pulling a robe over her nightgown. She staggered, and Eva reached for her, sliding her arm around her narrow back. She was too thin, and now she had a baby to nurse. But at the moment, that was the least of their worries.
"Mario, he isn't back yet,"
she whispered, looking past Eva toward the small sitting room.
"No, but that is good. If he isn't here, they can't arrest him."
Julia started to shake, and Eva knew with a sick surety that if the Gestapo arrested Julia, she wouldn't last a week. Nor would her children.
"We have to hide, Julia," she said firmly. "We have to hide somewhere. Think. Where can we hide?"
Julia shook her head numbly, her eyes wide and unblinking.
"There is no place. There is nowhere, Eva."
Eva left Julia and ran back to the window. People were filling the streets. Soldiers were shouting instructions, and every so often another shot rang out. Eva hoped it was simply a shot into the sky like the first shot had been. Warning shots, shots designed to incite fear, and not shots aimed at anyone in particular. If the shooting was to instill fear, it was working. Yet Julia's children slept on.
"We will hide here,"
Eva said briskly. It wouldn't work. It couldn't, but it was something.
"Here," Julia squeaked. "Help me."
Eva started shoving the rectangular table with the thick marble top, the table that had been too heavy for the previous tenants to attempt to take with them. If she could get it in front of the door and turn it on its side, it would reinforce the door if the Germans tried to break it down. It was the only thing she could think of. Julia was suddenly next to her, pushing with all her meager strength, and they scratched and scraped their way across the wood floor, inching the table toward the door. When they were 2 feet away, they tried to ease it over, but the weight was too great, and it crashed to its side, as high as the knob and extending several feet on either side of the door frame. Eva gave it a final shove, snugging it up under the doorknob. She wondered suddenly if it had been used this way before.
"Is the door locked?"
Julia said feebly, her breath harsh from the exertion. There was blood on her nightgown and drops of it trailing across the bare floor. Eva didn't know how much bleeding was customary after so recently giving birth, but she pretended she didn't see it. There was no time for compassion.
"It's locked, but I want you and the children to go into the bedroom and get in the closet. You have to keep the children quiet, no matter what. I will keep the table pressed against the door. Maybe they will think there is no one here and they will leave, but we have to be absolutely quiet. If they come in, I will tell them I am the only one here."
Eva didn't wait for Julia to respond, but ran to the sleeping children, scooped up little Emilia, and raced to the narrow closet, tucking her into the corner, her small body propped against the back wall. She curled into it like it was her mother's breast, and didn't even let out a whimper. Julia was rousing Lorenzo, helping him stagger into the bedroom, his eyes still closed. Eva trusted that Julia could handle her children from there and shut the bedroom door behind them. She could hear the clatter of boots on the stairs. She ran to the front door and threw herself down, her back against the table, her legs extended to the opposite wall that made up the narrow entryway, serving as a divider between the kitchen and the sitting room. She braced her feet and closed her eyes. She found herself reciting some of the words of the Amida.
"O King, you are a helper, a savior and a shield. You are mighty forever. You are powerful to save."
She couldn't stand and take 3 steps back, as was customary, and she left the words out. But if God cared about such things at a time like this, he wasn't a God who would bother to save them. Her lips moved over the words, adding, "Deliver us," as she repeated them. The apartment door shook beneath the pounding of an upraised fist. "Öffne die Tür," a voice demanded in German, and Eva slapped a hand over her mouth to muffle the shriek that tried to break loose. There was no sound from the bedroom beyond. Öffne die Tür!
O King, you are a helper, a savior, and a shield. You are mighty forever. You are powerful to save,
she mouthed against trembling fingers.
Open the door!
Another voice shouted in badly accented Italian. Fists beat against the door once more. The doorknob rattled, and there was an emphatic shove from the other side, but the lock held with the heavy table as reinforcement. Again, a powerful shove. Eva's legs started to tremble with exertion. 2 shots rang out above her head, stunning her, and her legs buckled momentarily. German cursing could be heard from the other side of the door. Apparently, the shooter hadn't warned his comrades to cover their ears. There were 2 holes in the wall about a foot above Eva's braced legs. The bullets had easily penetrated the door and buried themselves in the old plaster wall. A cloud of dust lazily floated down around her. Terrified tears ran down Eva's cheeks, and the prayer died in her throat. But she didn't move, and she didn't scream.
No one lives there,
a voice rang out in the hallway.
It was damaged during the air raids in July. It's been condemned. Something is pushing against the door,
the German argued.
Debris. The ceiling collapsed in several places. People died.
Eva realized suddenly that the voice belonged to Isabella Donati. The woman's calm demeanor made her a convincing liar. Her claim that the residents had died should comfort the SS. They wouldn't need to relocate dead Jews. Another shot rang out right above Eva's head. Then another, and the table bucked at her back. One German barked at the other, and then, miraculously, Eva heard them moving away, retreating down the hall to the next apartment. She waited, breath held, listening for their return. She waited for what felt like hours, until there were no more boots, no more cries, and no more confusion in the hall. The silence felt false, like the silence in a room where death waits behind the door, knife raised, waiting for the unsuspecting victim to turn her back. Eva's legs gave out when she tried to stand. Her muscles ached, and delayed shock stole her equilibrium. She moaned and steadied herself on the wall, looking down at the table that now had a web of cracks extending in every direction. Either the last bullet, the bullet she'd felt at her back, hadn't penetrated the marble, or it had miraculously missed her. She stumbled across the parlor and into the bedroom, crossing the tiny space and flinging the closet door wide, anxious to share the news of their deliverance. Julia shrieked, one arm extended, clutching her baby who was latched onto her breast, as if to ward off any would-be attackers. She blinked rapidly at the light, her eyes trying to adjust after an hour spent hiding in the darkness. Apparently, Lorenzo was also temporarily blinded. He barreled out of the closet like a demon freed and crashed into Eva, fists thrashing, fighting as if his life depended on it.
"You can't take us! Leave us alone!" he shouted.
"Lorenzo, it's me, it's Eva. Shh! They are gone, they are gone."
She wrapped her arms around the flailing child as the fight left him, and her eyes found his mother once more. Julia staggered to the bed and sat weakly upon it, one hand buttoning her gown, the other wrapped tightly around her now squalling infant.
"They're gone," Eva reassured. "But they've cleared the building. They've taken everyone else."
How many? There were hundreds of Jews living in the ghetto neighborhood. Hundreds.
"Oh, God. Oh, dear God,"
Julia moaned in horror.
"Mario. What if they arrested Mario?"
Eva could only shake her head helplessly.
"Where's Emilia?"
Eva asked suddenly, realizing the little girl was absent.
"She's in the closet."
Julia laughed hollowly.
"She slept through it all."
The sudden pounding at the front door had Lorenzo crying out, and Julia staggering to her feet, babe in arms. "Quiet!" Eva hissed, urging them back toward the closet as she raced for the door, determined to hold it closed once more. "Julia! Julia!" A desperate voice, barely muffled by the door. A key scraped in the lock, and Mario Sonnino pressed his face into the small crack in the now opened door. "Julia!" he cried. "It's Mario," Eva called, her voice cracking with relief. "Julia, it's Mario." "Papa!" Lorenzo shouted, racing from the room, ahead of his mother. "Help me move the table," Eva instructed, shoving at the heavy furniture, and the little boy was at her side, pushing it out of the way. Mario fell through the opening, grabbing at his son with one arm, embracing his wife with the other. Eva took the baby from Julia and held the tiny body against her chest, kissing his downy head and patting his little back. The baby quieted instantly, but Eva's heart was slower to calm. The stress of the last hour was slowly unraveling her control. "They are rounding up all the Jews, going from house to house. I ran all the way here. I was in the queue when the news hit, and everyone left the line, running in different directions, afraid for their lives. I didn't get our rations, Julia," Mario said sadly as an afterthought. "I thought I was too late. I thought they'd taken you and the children and left me behind." "You were lucky," Eva spoke up. "If you'd arrived when they were still here, you'd have been taken, and you might have given us away." "How did you manage? How?" Mario was weeping now, relief and joy seeping from his eyes unchecked. "Is everyone all right? The baby? Emilia?" "We hid in the ripostiglio." Lorenzo puffed out his small chest and placed his hands on his hips. "And we were so quiet, they thought no one was home." "You hid in a closet, all of you," Mario whispered. His gaze lingered on his wife's face, noting her pallor and the strain that tightened her mouth and lined her eyes. "Not Eva. Eva held the door closed," Lorenzo offered up. All eyes were suddenly on Eva, Mario's wide with awe. "Your neighbor told them no one lived here. I don't know if they would have moved on if not for her." Eva's mouth trembled. "Signora Donati is gone," Mario whispered. "Her door was wide open. All the doors are open, all down the hall, all except ours. The SS police must have entered each one, making sure no one was left behind. It looks like the phone lines have been cut too." "They didn't find us," Lorenzo crowed. "Where will they take them, all those people?" Julia asked quietly. "I don't know." Mario shook his head in disbelief. "But it won't stop with the ghetto. I heard someone say they have addresses, names. Rome is no longer safe for Jews." "My sister and her family," Julia cried, suddenly realizing now that Mario was safe that she had others to be worried about. The same thing had just occurred to Eva. Uncle Augusto and his family needed to be warned. "I have to go." Eva thrust the baby into Julia's arms and turned toward the door, halting as she realized she was shoeless. She ran to the lumpy sofa, shoving her feet into her shoes and her arms into the long red coat she had always loved. Now she wished for a coat in the drabbest brown, something that wouldn't draw attention or admiration. She needed to be invisible. Hadn't Babbo always said, "Keep your head down and your manners in place"? The thought of him made her stomach clench painfully. She missed him. Oh God, she missed him so much. Had the SS dragged him away like Isabella Donati? Loaded him up in the back of a truck, never to be seen or heard from again.
"Oh, Eva, be careful,"
Julia warned. Eva kissed her cheek and embraced Lorenzo before looking up at Mario.
"Will you be okay without me?"
she asked softly.
"I will come back when I can, and we will finish your new documents. Julia needs to be in bed, resting. But you know you can't stay here. If you have nowhere else, come to the convent of Santa Cecilia. We will figure something out."
"I will take care of my family," Mario said firmly, but his eyes found hers and held. "Thank you, Eva. Don't worry about us. We are the lucky ones today. Do you have your pass?" She nodded, knowing that he wasn't referring to the papers that labeled her a Jew. He was referring to the fake ones, the ones that claimed she was Eva Bianco from Naples.
"Mama," a sleepy voice said from the bedroom door, "are we playing hide-and-go-seek? I want to count."
Little Emilia was rubbing at her eyes and yawning widely, completely oblivious to the terror of the morning. Her parents laughed quietly, and the laughter broke into grateful tears as they clung to each other and to their small children. Eva slipped out then, letting the young family have a moment together, her mind on what remained of her own family and the danger they all faced.
Chapter 11.
Trastevere. The alley leading out onto the Via del Portico d'Ottavia was eerily quiet, the 4 cramped blocks wedged between the Tiber and the Teatro di Marcello, gutted of their inhabitants. The dome of the church in the nearby piazza peered down at Eva, making her feel exposed and small. She wanted to run from doorway to doorway, from tree to bush, hiding herself in spurts, but she made herself walk at a leisurely pace. It was early, but not terribly so, and the streets were filling with Romans going about their day. It was as if the terror of the pre-dawn was just a strange mirage, shimmering in and out of focus. She saw a single German truck, thick flaps obscuring its cargo. She didn't duck her head or slink. She walked, telling herself that running would only draw attention, even as her stomach twisted more tightly with each step. She walked across the Garibaldi Bridge and down the wide Viale di Trastevere, too unfamiliar with her surroundings to duck onto side streets. It took too long, and when she finally turned onto the narrow street lined with palms and little stores, she was numb with fear. The street was too quiet, just like Via d'Ottavia, and she finally started to run. She was almost to their building when strong arms wrapped around her from behind and dragged her back. When she cried out, a hand clamped around her mouth as she was pinned between a man's chest and an alcove wall. "Eva, shh! Be still!" It was Angelo. The relief was almost as great as the despair as she turned and wilted against him. "Grazie a Dio," he cried, and pressed his sandpaper cheek against hers before pulling away so he could cradle her face in his hands. Angelo had failed to shave, a testament to the kind of morning it had been, and his blue eyes were wild beneath the unruly black curls drooping dejectedly over his brow. Their eyes clung, gratitude and relief giving way to a baser need, a need for affirmation, even celebration, and suddenly his mouth was on hers, kissing her fiercely, desperately verifying that she was indeed safe, present, and accounted for. Eva froze beneath the onslaught, but only for a heartbeat. Her hands rose to his face, her mouth opened beneath his, and in those few stolen moments there was euphoric frenzy. Lips, teeth, and tongues that tasted truth and reaffirmed life. The dam broke, and there was only unbridled feeling, stripped of duty and civility, of pretense and propriety. There were no lies between them, no space. But the suspension of time could only last so long. Eva pulled back, gasping for breath, and with oxygen came remembrance.
Angelo, the SS are coming,
Eva cried, hands gripping, lips pleading.
I have to warn my uncle.
Angelo still held her face in his hands, his relief and lust slower to dissipate, and he forced his gaze from Eva's lush mouth to meet her pleading eyes. She immediately began to shake her head, refusing the dreadful compassion she saw in his face. I know, Eva. The SS are everywhere, all over the city. They are rounding up Jews.
Oh, no, no, Angelo. Oh, please, no.
I went to the apartment, Eva. I went there first. When the nuns said you never came home last night, I thought you must have been caught. I thought I was too late. I thought they'd taken you, too. His breath caught, and he swallowed back the black nausea, the horror of that moment so fresh he could still taste it. Eva closed her eyes, as if closing her eyes would protect her from what he knew.
Maybe they were warned. Maybe they left before the SS arrived,
Eva said hopefully, her lips trembling around the words. They're gone, Cara, he said gently, unable to keep the truth from her. I saw the truck. I saw the truck drive away, Eva. I saw your uncle climb in. I think he must have been the last. And he saw me. Eva's legs wobbled, and Angelo was there, wrapping his arms around her, bracing her as her tears began to flow and her strength left her.
Where did they take them?
She cried, the wail only a whisper against the wall of his chest. I don't know, but we will find out. We will find out, Eva. He smoothed her hair with a trembling hand and kept her locked in his embrace. It was several long moments before either of them had the ability to say more, stricken into silence, as if a meteor were jetting toward them, promising certain annihilation, and no matter where they turned, where they hid, the results would be the same. So they stood, waiting for the world to end, wrapped in each other's arms, breathing, unable to process thoughts into words. But after a time, brain function returned, and with it, a terrible realization. The gold. All that gold that was gathered, the gold they insisted upon. It was a lie, wasn't it? They wanted to make us think we were safe, Eva said. Angelo stepped back so he could meet her gaze. Then he cursed angrily, one of the American words he'd taught her to say more than a decade ago. He dropped his arms from around her and gripped his hair, repeating the ugly word over and over. His eyes were bright with outrage. Yes, it was all a lie. They are pulling our strings, watching us dance. The Jews apprehended in the day-long Roman roundup were transported to the Italian military college and held there under armed guard. People had gathered outside, a substantial crowd, curious bystanders and horrified neighbors who had witnessed the arrests, gawking and gossiping as people are inclined to do. They watched as truck after truck unloaded terrified prisoners into the college courtyard, SS guards pushing and shoving them with shouts and directions that almost no one understood. 1,200 Jews, more than half of them women and children, many of them in their pajamas without food or blankets, were told they were being sent to labor camps in the east. Eva's uncle, aunt, and cousins were among them. The Pope could have looked out his window and seen the crowds, the military college a mere 600 feet from Vatican City. Angelo even hoped that the Pope might intercede. After all, he'd known about the gold, even offering to make up the difference if the 50 kilograms wasn't raised. And these were mostly Roman Jews, protected by Italian law. But there was no Italian law anymore. There was only the Führer's law, and the Führer wanted all Jews deported. The Führer wanted Judenrein, a world clean of Jews. Angelo and Eva had wound their way back to the Church of the Sacred Heart, gathering information on their way. Angelo knew everyone, and everyone knew the young father. He gave comfort and instructions as they went, sending people scrambling for this or that, listening patiently, acting quickly. He was a natural leader and a good priest. It suited him. Eva stayed with him, and no one seemed to think it odd or unseemly that they were together. War made a mockery of convention. When they arrived at the church, Angelo had deposited her firmly in a basement room, recently vacated by a janitor killed during the air raids that had left portions of the city in rubble. He'd been running through the streets, terrified. They'd found him shoeless and minus an arm, sitting against the church doors, seeking sanctuary he wouldn't find. The entrance was still lightly stained with his blood, and his rooms weren't much more hospitable. A mattress on an old spring frame, an oddly ornate yet faded Victorian-era chair, and behind a small partition a little sink, a cracked oval mirror mounted on a bare joist, and a toilet. "You will be safe here for now. The bedding is clean, the bathroom too. We knew we would need the space before long. I will tell Suora Elena you are here. She or one of the other sisters will bring you something to eat. I don't want to bring you back to the convent until I know for sure they weren't visited during the roundup."
Almost no one knows who I am. No one, Angelo. I don't need to hide here. I could come with you to where they are holding my family. I speak German. Maybe I can help in some way.
No, you have to stay far away from all of that. All it would take is someone pointing you out, recognizing you, and you would be inside the college with the others. All it takes is one, Eva. One person telling the wrong person. And I may not be able to save you.
She started to follow him out of the basement room. Maybe we can find a back entrance, an unlocked door. Maybe we can get my family out.
No! Angelo's roar was so enraged, so full of fury, that Eva stopped mid-sentence and stared at his livid face. Her eyes immediately filled with frustrated tears. But Angelo pushed her back, as deep into the minuscule space as he could get her, pressing her against the back wall, his arms braced on either side of her head. "No, Eva. You avoided arrest twice today. Twice. God smiles on you, Eva, in so many ways, but I won't let you do this. I will go. I will do everything I can to save as many as I can. But if you insist on coming, I will tie you to that bed. I will tie you up, and neither one of us will leave this room."
You act as if you aren't in any danger.
Eva put her hands on his chest and pushed him back, angry because he was angry.
But I know better. Priests have been tortured, shot, hung from bridges, shipped off in trains loaded with the Jews they've tried to help. In fact, non-Jewish Italians caught helping Jews are sometimes worse off than the Jews themselves.
The only thing that matters to me, the only thing in this whole world that truly scares me is something happening to you. Do you know that? I think I could face anything, endure anything if I knew for sure you were safe and well. I cannot serve the way I need to serve. I can't be the kind of priest I need to be and be full of fear. My faith is being drowned by my fear for you. You aren't the only one who has lost their family. Your family is my family, Eva. I've lost them too. And I can't lose you. Please, please, Eva, if you have any feelings for me at all, you will stay here until I come back for you. You will let me do what I need to do, knowing you are out of harm's way. Please. Eva could only nod, shocked at his vehemence, touched by his sentiments. She sat down on the thin mattress and nodded once more. I will wait. But you have to come back here.
No matter what happens, no matter how late it is, you have to come back, Angelo.
Eva lost her battle with sleep, making the hours of waiting easier to endure. She wrapped the thin blanket around her shoulders and pulled her knees into her chest, pretending that she was an oyster in a shell, a maker of glass, and nothing more. She fell asleep to the drip and creak of the basement walls, a prayer on her lips and the echo of cries and gunshots from the morning still haunting her thoughts. When she awoke, she was afraid, caught in her old dream, the one with the crowded darkness and the need to escape, to jump, though jumping was almost as terrifying as staying put. She opened her eyes, trying to convince herself that the darkness was empty and she was stationary. No one grabbed at her clothes and pulled at her legs. The light that flickered was not from moonlight penetrating the cracks in her consciousness. It was an oil lamp, turned down so low it glimmered without lighting the space around it.
Angelo?
The wick was lengthened, the flame danced, and the light grew, casting a glow over Angelo in the odd Victorian chair, sitting in the dark like he didn't want to wake her. She sat up and reached for the water Suora Elena had brought her. There was bread, too, and she split it in half and brought it to Angelo, insisting that he eat. He relented, and they ate in silence, the bread doing little to fill the empty dread in both their bellies. When they finished, Eva made him drink. Then she crouched in front of him and peered up into his face.
Tell me.
Angelo was silent. Eva took his hands in hers, giving him something to hold on to.
Tell me, Angelo.
He answered with a deep breath, as if it required courage to speak. I walked around the perimeter of the college. I even found an unlocked door, just like you said. Being a priest with Vatican City so close by, I was sure I could simply keep walking or come up with a plausible excuse if I was caught. He paused, then added quietly, I saw Levi.
Eva's heart leaped in her chest, hope giving her a fleeting smile.
But Angelo's grave face in the lamplight stole it from her lips, and her heart resumed beating with a despondent thud. He and several other boys had already discovered the unlocked door. They were standing near it, arguing among themselves. I beckoned to them, whispering that there was nothing to stop them. The back was completely unguarded. They would have been able to slip away, Eva.
But they wouldn't leave,
she whispered knowingly, seeing her cousin in her mind's eye, insisting that he couldn't leave his family. They wouldn't leave, he confirmed. One boy argued that if they left, others might be punished.
So they stood by an unlocked door and refused to use it,
Eva moaned. Can you blame them? What would you have done, Eva? He said softly. I know I would not have been able to save myself if I couldn't save you with me. They wanted to stay with their families.
They are all going to die,
Eva whispered. Maybe not, Angelo protested, his voice just as soft.
They will be sent to camps. You've heard the reports. You've heard, Angelo. You know, they are death camps.
Some still say those are rumors. British propaganda. He didn't want to take her hope from her.
Angelo, you know.
Eva's face crumpled, and she covered her tears with shaking hands.
You heard what the soldiers said. They've seen the crematoriums. They've seen the mass graves.
We got some out, Eva, he offered, needing to give her something, anything to hold on to, needing to rid his mind of the images her words evoked.
Some of the Jews had Italian names, non-Jewish Italian names. We convinced them to line up with the non-Jews who were arrested by mistake. One of the prisoners spoke German, and he was keeping everyone calm, translating for the Germans, telling people what to do so there would be no reprisals. The Germans said if anyone lied, they would be killed on the spot. But bravado won the day. The officers let all those insisting they were non-Jews go. I vouched for several of them, swore they were my parishioners. Angelo stopped talking, and Eva wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him to her, horrified by the risks he'd taken and moved by his courage. That was awful. They confiscated their belongings. The guards told them it was to provide for those who couldn't work when they arrived at the labor camps, those who were too sick, too old, or too young. But I saw the most valuable items being pocketed by the officers. And there was a woman giving birth, Eva, right there on the concrete floor. They wouldn't take her to a hospital. She gave birth to a healthy baby girl. Angelo's voice broke, and for a moment he couldn't speak. He had wanted to give Eva hope, and he'd lost all of his. His arms moved around her, embracing her as she was already embracing him, and he buried his face in her hair. The more I see, the harder it is to believe in God. What kind of priest can I be if I don't believe in God anymore? He confessed, his voice thick. Some days it hurts too much to believe. It hurts more not to believe, Eva whispered back, stroking his hair. I'm starting to think God is the only reason any of us are still alive. His arms tightened desperately, and his voice was a harsh whisper against her neck. I have to get you out, Eva. I have to get you out of Rome. But I don't know where to send you, all alone as you are. I don't know where you'll be safe, and I'm afraid if I can't see for myself every day that you are alive and well, I will lose my mind. There is nowhere that is safe, Angelo. I am as safe here as I am anywhere else. I left Florence, but I won't leave Rome, and I won't leave you, she added gently. Seeing his devastation made her want to be strong, if only for him. It made her long to be honest. When loss was a constant threat and a terrible likelihood, there was no time for pretense. She held him as he held her, neither of them speaking, finding a temporary peace and comfort in each other, if nothing else. She fell asleep with her head on his shoulder. In the inky dark, always blackest before dawn, Angelo walked to his apartment, only a few blocks from his old parish and the Church of the Sacred Heart where he'd left Eva for the second time in 24 hours. When daylight came, she would be safe enough, with her false papers, to walk back to Santa Cecilia on her own. The nuns had not been visited in the day-long raid, making Angelo breathe a little easier. None of the convents, churches, or monasteries where he had refugees hidden had been included in the razzia by the SS. His people, Jews and Catholics alike, were safe for the time being. And after today there would be so many more that needed to hide. Angelo needed to sleep for a few hours, and then he would return to the Italian military college and see what more could be done for the Jews being held there. He let himself into the modest flat, leaving his cane and his hat by the door and unbuttoning his cassock, eager to be free of it, to wash himself and fall face first into his bed. He jerked in surprise when he heard his name being called from the sitting room. Monsignor Luciano was sitting in pajamas and a dressing gown, next to an unnecessary fire, a closed Bible in his hands,
as if he were comforted by its heft but too tired to open the cover.
Monsignor, are you just waking up, or have you been awake all night? A little of both, Monsignor Luciano said with a smile in his voice. It was a terrible day. My sleep was troubled.
Angelo didn't want to sit. He needed to sleep. But he sensed his mentor had waited there for him, and he fell heavily into a chair opposite the Monsignor and closed his eyes.
Where have you been, Angelo?
The tone was kind, not accusatory, but still Angelo weighed his words.
Eva's uncle, aunt, and cousins were arrested today in the roundup. After I spent all day trying, I had to tell her I could not obtain their release,
he said. It was the truth, but the simplicity of the truth was in itself a lie. Words did not exist that could fully express the horror of the day, the desperation and the gut-sickening realization that he was almost powerless to save anyone.
I am worried for you, my young friend,
Monsignor Luciano admitted quietly.
Why?
Angelo was worried too, but he doubted his concerns were the same as the Monsignor's.
This is the girl who made you question your decision to become a priest. This is Eva.
Monsignor Luciano clearly hadn't forgotten Angelo's agonized confession, or his counsel to Angelo after that terrible, wonderful trip in August of 1939.
Yes, it is,
Angelo nodded, his eyes on his mentor.
You love her?
Yes, I do.
But love in itself isn't sinful,
Angelo said simply, another truth that skirted a lie.
True, but it is distracting, and you've promised your heart to another. God's heart is big enough for all of mankind, yet mine can't be big enough for two. Not when you're a priest. You know this, Angelo.
The Monsignor sighed.
You know the dangers. I have loved her since I was a child. It isn't something new, something I haven't grown accustomed to. My heart is God's.
Truth, 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 and still a lie.
We are at war. War has a way of stripping us of perspective. War is about life and death, and it paints everything in shades of now or never. We do things we otherwise wouldn't because never is so frightening and now so comforting. Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we may die. You are quoting Isaiah. You must be worried.
Luciano laughed ruefully.
Do not change the subject. You may think I'm rationalizing, and I probably am. But I know one thing. She makes me serve him better. In fact, she is the very reason I serve.
Monsignor Luciano raised his eyebrows and folded his hands, ever the patient father, listening as his child tried to talk his way out of hell.
In every Jewish face, I see her. I think it would be easier to ignore their plight and say, as some have done, it was foretold. They crucified our Lord. Some say that, Monsignor. You know they do.
Monsignor Luciano nodded his head once, slowly, and Angelo knew with a flash of intuition that the Monsignor had said the very same thing himself at one time or another.
But Eva didn't crucify our Lord. Her father didn't either. Not a single Jew living on this earth crucified our Lord.
Angelo felt his neck getting hot and his temper building in his chest. He paused and took a deep breath, reminding himself that the Monsignor was not the one persecuting the Jews.
They are just people, and many of them, most of them, are good people. Camillo and Eva loved me and gave me a home. They are my home. Signore Rosselli would never admit it, but I know that he gave a great deal of money to the church so that I would be allowed to attend seminary. I believe he donated again so that I would have a position waiting for me when I became a priest. I never waited in line, Monsignor. Unlike so many others, after ordination I was simply assigned a parish. It was that money and your influence, not anything I did. Camillo gave my grandparents a home, and when the laws were passed, those ridiculous laws, Camillo Rosselli signed his possessions and all his property over to them. He asked that they would return a portion if the laws were ever revoked. And if they weren't, he asked that they look after Eva and give her a home when he was gone, should she need it. When I see a family running for their lives, no home, no country, no one to protect them, hunted, I see Eva. And it makes me try harder. It makes me pray harder. It gives me purpose, Monsignor. I see Eva. Try instead to picture our Lord. Instead of seeing Eva, you should see our Lord. Our Lord was a Jew too, Angelo. The Monsignor's voice was pleading, trying to redirect his focus to a safer place. Yes, he was. And if he were on Earth today, the Germans would arrest him too. They would arrest his mother. They would arrest the apostles. They would load them all aboard a northbound train, traveling for days without a place to sit. They would make them stand in their waste, no water, no food. And when they finally arrived at their destination, they would work them to death or gas them immediately. Angelo. The Monsignor was aghast at Angelo's crass response. Angelo almost laughed out loud at his horrified expression. But he didn't laugh. He didn't cover his head and cry either, which was what he wanted to do. It was crass, but it was true. Funny how that worked. Here is the difference, Monsignor. Jesus gave himself willingly. He could have saved himself, but he was God, and he chose. Eva is just a girl. She wasn't given a choice. The Jewish people have been stripped of choice. They have been stripped of liberty. They have been stripped of dignity. And they cannot save themselves.
Throughout the next day, Angelo watched the military college where the Jews gathered in the roundup were being held. It was close enough to the Vatican that he could see portions of the courtyard from the window in Monsignor Luciano's office. He arranged for food to be delivered to the prisoners, as much as he could gather and cobble together with permission from his higher-ups. The soldiers made them leave it in the courtyard. He wasn't certain anyone inside received any of it. There was little movement. German soldiers with submachine guns guarded the facility, and no one left. But in the early morning hours of October 18th, 48 hours after the raid began in the old ghetto, army trucks started leaving the Italian military college. When Angelo arrived at dawn, he managed to arrange for a Vatican car to follow the row of trucks at a distance. The trucks didn't go through the regular terminal, nor were the prisoners put aboard passenger trains. He and Monsignor O'Flaherty, the Irish senior official who had cleared the food delivery, watched as the trucks filed into the loading platform at Tiburtina station. Men, women, and children, many still in their pajamas, the clothes they were arrested in, were loaded into freight cars, packed in at full capacity with barely room to stand and no room to sit. The doors were shut and locked. The empty trucks left and returned again several times. All day they watched. Truck after truck arrived at the loading dock, and the process was repeated. The day was warm, but the cars were never reopened. The people inside never received water, and the cattle cars had no bathrooms. Angelo and Monsignor O'Flaherty could only watch from afar, a pair of cassocked spies sharing a set of binoculars. They couldn't hear the crying children or the questions that must have been raised among the crowded occupants of the trains, but they voiced some of their own. Why would the Germans want to transport all those people hundreds of miles just to kill them? And what reason would they have to kill them in the first place? It would be completely irrational. Surely they would be put to work. It was the only logical conclusion. But Angelo knew. He'd had a group of refugees from Czechoslovakia that had told him about the trains. And the evidence was in front of his eyes. The words he'd said to Monsignor Luciano in the early morning hours of the previous day were riveted in his head. They would load them all aboard a northbound train, traveling for days without a place to sit. They would make them stand in their waste, no water or food. And when they finally arrived at their destination, they would work them to death or gas them immediately. "Why won't the Pope do something?" Angelo cried, watching yet another transport arrive. "Can't he intercede? These are Rome's Jews. They were guaranteed this wouldn't happen, and it's happening. We are standing here doing nothing to save them." Monsignor O'Flaherty put down the binoculars and rubbed at his tired face, crossing himself and muttering a quiet prayer before he turned to Angelo with wounded eyes. "I can't answer that, Angelo. All I know is that sometimes we only see our corner of hell. The Pope has to consider what intercession in one place will mean in every corner, to all people. If he starts making demands for these Jews, what will Hitler do? The line is so tenuous, Angelo. Lives hang in the balance of every decision. Many lives, more lives than these. The Church is hiding thousands of Jews and caring for people in every community throughout the world. We can't continue what we're doing if we draw a target on the Vatican walls. Now can we?" Angelo had no answer, and he could do little but watch as his corner of hell continued to widen. Finally, at 2 p.m., 8 hours after the first trucks arrived at the loading dock, the cargo train, pulling 20 freight cars filled with more than 1,200 of Rome's Jews, left Tiburtina Station.
20 October, 1943. Confession. Uncle Felix was right about long notes. Uncle Felix used to torture me with long notes, the most tedious, painful, boring exercise known to violinists all over the world. One note sustained endlessly. No volume change, no variance, no vibrato. Babbo hated long notes almost as much as I did. The music room was on the other side of his library at the villa. One day I heard him heave a book at the wall after I'd been playing long notes for more than an hour. It ruined my concentration, and I stopped, falling just short of my record. Uncle Felix shouted,
"You will never master this instrument if you do not master the long note, Batsheva."
I was so frustrated I yelled back, "And you will never master Italian if you speak only in German." Babbo heard that too, and I was grounded for a week for my impertinence. I play my long notes when I am alone in my room at the convent, and for the first time in my life, I am comforted by them. I am comforted by my ability to master that one continuous sound, though my arm aches and my spirit longs for music. Life is like a long note. It persists without variance, without wavering. There is no cessation in sound or pause in tempo. It continues on, and we must master it or it will master us. It mastered Uncle Felix, though one could argue that he simply laid down his bow. I wonder what the nuns think of this exercise, the long note that wails from my room night after night. I would think if anyone understood the power of constancy, it would be the nuns of Santa Cecilia. Eva Rosselli. Chapter 12. Via Tasso. 2 days after the raid, looters,
realizing the city's Jews had been forced to leave their belongings behind when they were arrested, had moved into the ghetto and started taking anything and everything of value. In the darkness before dawn of the third day, Mario Sonnino and his little family walked the dark streets to the church of Santa Cecilia and rang the bell on the gate.
Father Angelo told us to come here,
Mario said when Mother Francesca peered at him through the iron bars.
And Eva,
the little girl chirped up.
Is Eva here?
Mother Francesca took one look at the tired mother, an infant in her arms, and the two children holding their father's hands, and ushered them through the gates and up the stairs to the room next to Eva's. Eva came awake to the sounds of a baby crying and the padding of nuns' feet scurrying down the corridor, trying to make accommodations for the new arrivals. She jumped out of bed and dressed in the dark. Another bed was brought into the little room, and a crib was fashioned out of a large crate. Mario and Lorenzo would stay on the lower floor, where two other Jewish males were boarding. The nuns had rules about these things, but Mario could only nod gratefully. He'd had a plan in place, but it was too late to implement it.
The escape routes have closed. The Germans have shut down the port of Genoa, and the Swiss border is too dangerous. Julia and the children would not be able to make it, even if they weren't. It is too grueling a trip. I don't know where to go, Eva. We have the false passes, but nowhere to live. And my pass won't be sufficient to hide me.
I was worried about you. I should have come back to check on you myself. Angelo wouldn't hear of it. He said the ghetto was too dangerous,
Eva said, as she helped Julia unpack their small suitcases.
It was, but don't worry. Father Angelo came himself, and he told us to come here before the sun rose. It is the safest time to be on the streets. There was a family who offered to hide us, another doctor and former colleague of mine. But it is getting too dangerous. It's not just the Germans we have to look out for.
Eva knew what he meant. The Black Shirt Brigades, OVRA, the Organization for Vigilance and Repression of Anti-Fascism, and the Fascist House, all Italians, were reporting to the Gestapo. They were actively hunting Jews and spying on other Italians.
I didn't want to endanger his family.
Mario stopped suddenly and looked at the ground as if he were ashamed.
Yet we are here, endangering these women,
he whispered brokenly.
You will be safe here, and so will the nuns,
Eva replied firmly.
It was the right choice.
In the days that followed, Angelo brought two young sisters, one 15 and one 16, who had escaped the razzia when their older brother had forced them out an upstairs window and told them to flee across the rooftops, promising them that he wouldn't be far behind. He'd been shot instead. An older couple and another young family with two little boys, not much older than Lorenzo, followed shortly thereafter. A pair of brothers in their early 20s and a man and his young daughter rounded out their numbers. The small convent was starting to burst at the seams with new boarders. It was illegal to take in boarders without legal documents, and only Eva and the Sonninos had papers that wouldn't get them immediately arrested. It was also illegal not to list all boarders on an official register. But then again, at this point it was illegal to be a Jew in Rome. Mother Francesca had fretted about their growing numbers and the official register that she had to produce if the police asked. Angelo had pulled her aside and reminded her how the Mother Mary herself had been turned away time and time again and ended up giving birth to the Savior of the world in a stable.
We can't turn them away, Mother. They have nowhere else to go.
Angelo also had letters from cardinals, asking all religious institutions to open their doors to refugees and do what they could to shelter them. And he used the letters without remorse or restraint, He'd told Eva that the pastors throughout the countryside around Rome had reminded their parishioners that Jesus was a Jew in order to coax them into opening their doors. Catholic guilt was a powerful tool, and Angelo and his brothers showed no qualms at wielding it. In the days that followed, Angelo and the abbess gave instruction in catechism and liturgy and taught lessons in paters and aves to the refugees, a crash course in Catholicism on which they were continually grilled. The refugees who had false papers and whose accents or appearance would not give them away went with Eva to the municipio to obtain food coupons and proper residence permits. Aldo was able to get forged documents to Mario Sonnino, consisting of release papers from the Italian army and a doctor's labor permit. He shouldn't flaunt it, but it would give him a measure of cover if he were discovered or detained. Even with some of the boarders able to register for ration cards, the number at the convent, the numbers at every convent and monastery throughout Rome, were far greater than the rations allotted. Mario knew where Levi had gone to buy items on the black market, and he and Angelo braved a few clandestine meetings to secure butter and milk, two things Giulia Sonnino desperately needed. She wasn't well, and she wasn't producing enough milk for her new baby. But Angelo was resourceful. 2 weeks after the raid on Rome's Jews, a woman in his old parish lost her baby in a house fire. Somehow Angelo got wind of it and brought the poor mother to the nuns of Santa Cecilia, giving the woman a roof over her head and providing little Isacco Sonnino with a wet nurse. If there was a need, he found a way, his abilities as a goalie translating beautifully to his abilities as a wartime priest. Scramble, protect, defend. Angelo inspired the same ingenuity and respect among everyone he served, and he never stopped moving. He'd drawn some attention from the local Italian police, who had questioned him on more than one occasion, but he'd just blessed and genuflected his way out of trouble every time, doing as much business as he could from inside Vatican City, where the law of Rome could not touch him. But he was adamant where Eva was concerned. She would not risk herself. It was his one stipulation, until it was taken completely out of his hands. He sat on the long bench, slumped, his cap in his hands, a German officer alone, and people scurried past him. He seemed unaware of the discomfort he was causing, the fear and derision and the looks tossed his way. Eva had spent the morning in long ration lines, the one thing Angelo would allow her to do, and she had very little to show for it. She had brought Mario's violin with her that morning, instructed to barter with it if there was anything worth bartering for. There had been nothing. Now, several hours later, she was waiting for a streetcar to take her back across town. She still had 15 minutes to wait, at least, and she was tired, her feet hurt, and watching the big German occupy the whole bench suddenly filled her with a rage and an insolence her father would have trembled to see. She could almost hear his voice in her head. "Invisibility is our best weapon, Bathsheba." Invisibility may have worked for Camillo Rosselli, a thin, slightly stooped man of indeterminate years, but it didn't work especially well for a beautiful woman. Eva had learned that long ago. Her best weapon was to make others stare. Stare and assume she had every right to be exactly where she was. She sat down next to the man, her back stiff, her violin case in her lap. She perched with her nose in the air, reminding herself that he was the interloper, an unwelcome visitor to her country. He could move if she made him uncomfortable. He looked up in surprise. She felt him jerk, and she turned her head and eyed him in haughty rebellion before looking away. He continued to stare, his gaze heavy on her face. "Can you play?" he asked in German. Eva pretended not to understand. He signed. He leaned over and tapped the violin case. "Can you play?" he asked again. He mimed the action, and Eva noticed how tired he looked, how dark the hollows were beneath his eyes. She nodded once, a sharp inclination of her chin, and looked away again. "Play," he said simply, tapping at her case insistently. She shook her head. No, she would not play for him. He fell back dejectedly, and she thought that would be the end of it. "My father could play. He loved music. Beethoven and Mozart. Bach. He loved Bach." He was speaking so softly, Eva could have shut him out. But his voice broke on the last word, and his sorrow was palpable. Eva almost felt sorry for him. "Play," he demanded again, his voice rising. He leaned toward her aggressively and jerked the case from her hands. Eva instantly stood and stepped back. It was not her prized Stradivarius, but she wasn't foolish enough to grab it back, even if it had been. He set her case on the ground and opened it. He pulled the violin and bow free and stood, shoving them at her. She bobbled and almost dropped them, but he didn't care. "Play!" he yelled, his pale face suddenly ruddy with anger. A child started to cry, and Eva realized they were drawing attention. But no one stepped forward. No one intervened. Invisibility was the word of the day. She was too shocked to respond and stood staring at him, her bow extended like a sword. "Are you an idiot? Play!" he roared. Then he drew his pistol from the holster at his side and pointed it at her face. With a quick tightening of her bow and a hasty tuning of the strings, she lifted the violin to her shoulder and, turning her face from the unwavering pistol, notched it below her jaw. His father loved Bach. That is what he had said. Without looking at the German officer, Eva began to play Ave Maria, the version by Bach and Gounod, the one that had made her weep for her own mother and vow to master the violin if only to feel closer to her, to understand her. From the corner of her eye she saw the gun lower slightly, but only a bit, and Eva squeezed her eyes shut and concentrated on keeping the tone clear, the tremolo controlled, and the shaking in her legs where it wouldn't affect her performance. She had shunned invisibility. Look where that had gotten her. Now her only weapon was to play, and play well. The first sustained note was shy, hesitant, but Eva bore down, gripping the instrument fiercely, her chin pressed against the faded varnish like she was embracing a lover. The melody shimmered and strengthened, and before long she was coaxing a soaring aria from the singing strings that not even a trained soprano could match. Still, Eva heard it all as though she listened through a waterfall, her heart drowning out the sweet silvery slides and the quivering crescendos, and she wondered in the part of her brain that knew only thought, the part that watched as if from a safe distance, if this would be her final performance. She wondered if it was worthy of her uncle's sacrifice, her uncle's time, of all the hours she had spent practicing, hearing Babbo grumbling and Angelo begging for more. Then it was over. Complete. Eva lowered her bow from the strings and raised her eyes to her oppressor. He had dropped the gun to his side, and his face was streaked with tears. He carefully reholstered his pistol and turned away. He hesitated, his back to her, and Eva wondered if she would be asked for an encore. Her chest burned, and she realized she needed to breathe. Without turning around, he said softly but distinctly, "Vergib mir." Forgive me. He walked several steps, his spine stiff, his arms clasped behind his back. Then he resumed walking with a brisk determination, like he knew exactly where he was going. The streetcar was coming, the screech of the wheels on the track music to Eva's ears. The German officer headed toward it, as if he thought he could brandish his gun and make it stop, the way he'd pointed his gun and made her play. As it neared, he quickened his steps, and with a composure that struck Eva as instantly familiar and terrifyingly predictable, he threw himself in front of the streetcar. The sound was hell unleashed. A shrieking, tearing, grinding groan, and the car bucked on the track, attempting to swallow the man whole and spewing him out again. People were screaming and pointing, and within seconds, minutes, a siren blared, then another, a cacophony of banshees in the bright blue day. Eva walked on wooden legs to the case that lay thrown open on the ground. She carefully placed her violin inside, closed it, and sat heavily on the bench. She resumed waiting for a streetcar that was already there, a streetcar that wouldn't be taking her anywhere. Her hands shook and her stomach revolted, and every horrified breath felt like fire in her throat. Yet still, she sat, composed, her terror held inside the bony cage that sheltered her war-torn heart and her shrapnel-ridden lungs. Then there were Germans with whistles and clubs, pushing onlookers into a cluster, yelling in a language no one seemed to understand. But Eva understood. "Someone pushed him!" an officer shouted. "Who pushed him?" The terrified crowd looked around, as if to find the culprit, and one woman pointed toward Eva as if to say, her. "She was with him," the woman said in Italian. "That woman with the violin. She was with him." Several of the officers and a handful of horrified onlookers followed the woman's pointing finger to the bench where Eva sat. The Germans may not have understood what the woman said, but they understood her gesture. Eva rose from the bench, shaking her head. "Nein," she said. "No, he was not pushed. He walked right in front of the streetcar. I watched him." Her voice rang out in German, and two of the officers broke away and came toward her. "What is your name?" one barked, his hand on his gun. "Eva," she answered numbly. She couldn't remember her last name for a moment. Then she remembered she wasn't supposed to say it, and was grateful for the shock that had stalled her tongue. "Documents." He waited with an outstretched hand. She fumbled in her pocketbook and rushed to set her fake pass in his hand. He looked at it for several seconds and handed it back. "You will come with me?"
What? Why?"
she asked in Italian and repeated the question in German.
10 civilians for every German. That is the Führer's rule. You saw what happened? Who should we take instead?
"But he killed himself,"
Eva shot back.
"So you say. Come with me."
"He walked in front of the streetcar,"
Eva cried out, this time in Italian, her eyes on the onlookers, knowing someone had to have witnessed the suicide. The people stood huddled, frozen, eyes wide, mouths closed, and no one said a word.
"No one was even close to him,"
Eva pressed.
"He just stepped in front of it. Someone had to have seen the same thing I did."
Then one woman nodded. Then another took courage, and before long, several people were agreeing, adding their voices to Eva's claims. The German officer either didn't understand or he didn't care to. But he took Eva's arm and marched her toward a jeep parked haphazardly in the middle of the street. He snapped at two of the officers and shouted orders at several more, and Eva was shoved into the back of the army vehicle and taken away. Whisked off the street, easy as you please, and there was nothing she or anyone else could do about it. The German police had converted a row of buildings on Via Tasso into their headquarters. It was an odd choice, just a modest thoroughfare of apartments and schools that was bracketed on one end by a crumbling arch and the sanctuary of the Scala on the other. Red banners with large swastikas hung down the front of the largest structure, looking official and garish against the dull yellow exterior. Inside, it was a construction zone guarded by soldiers with machine guns. The Germans had been in Rome for less than 6 weeks, and by the looks of it, they were anticipating a long occupation. Walls had been torn down and reconfigured, offices sectioned off, and a long row of dark cells, rooms without toilets or beds, stretched down one corridor, and many of the cells were filled. Eva was deposited in a room that looked more like a closet, and locked in. It was so dark it took her eyes several minutes to adjust. She could hear an occasional cry or barked command, and she put her hands over her ears to block it all out. Then she focused on what she would say if given the opportunity. Her mind kept tripping back to the melancholy German in his last moments. She had hated him on sight. She'd hated him even more when he'd held his gun to her head. But then she'd seen his tears and felt his despair. She didn't hate him now. She couldn't. She understood him too well. "Forgive me," he'd said. She did forgive him, wholeheartedly, and she forgave her Uncle Felix as well. For 3 long years she'd pushed all thoughts of him away. But there, in the dark, she could feel him with her. They left her in the closet-like room for hours. Eva had no way of tracking the time, but she desperately needed to go to the bathroom, and her throat was so dry it was sharp when she tried to swallow. When a soldier finally arrived and ushered her out, she was given a drink and allowed to use the bathroom, another dark closet with a bucket on the bare cement overflowing with waste, before being led up a flight of stairs into an office that made the lower floors look like a different planet. A uniformed German of medium height and compact build waited for her inside a large office beside a large mahogany desk, as if sitting were beneath him. His uniform was crisp, his manner brisk, his eyes were sharp and his tone was sharper. "I am Captain von Essen. What is your name, Fraulein?"
Eva Bianco.
She'd been rehearsing her lines for hours. "Why are you in Rome, Miss Bianco?"
My brother is a priest at the Vatican. I came here to be closer to him and to find a job.
What is your brother's name?
Angelo Bianco. He works for the Roman Curia.
No job in Naples? She shook her head.
No.
You speak German very well, but you sound Austrian. She nodded. Surely you didn't learn to speak German so well in school.
I learned in school, but I had a music teacher who was Austrian.
Is that so?
Yes.
What kind of music?
He taught me to play the violin. I spent a great deal of time with him.
And where is your teacher now?
He is dead.
She thought he would ask for details, and he seemed to consider doing so, but changed tacks. A German soldier is dead too. He was a very dedicated officer. I am having trouble believing he would just walk in front of a streetcar.
But he did,
Eva said quietly, firmly. He met her gaze and then lowered himself into his chair and steepled his fingers in contemplation. You did not push him?
No.
And you didn't see anyone else push him?
No. No one pushed him. He seemed very upset.
And how would you know this?
He held his gun to my head and demanded I play my violin for him.
Eva said simply. Captain von Essen raised his furry blonde eyebrows and leaned forward. And did you? He asked.
Yes.
Show me. He pointed toward the door. Her violin case had been set against the wall, just to the left of the entrance. It had been taken from her along with her documents when she'd arrived. She wondered why he was asking her questions he obviously already knew the answers to. She stood and retrieved the case, willing strength to her limbs. For the second time in one day, Eva was being ordered to perform, wound up tight like a jack-in-the-box and told to play for her release.
"Do you know any Wagner?"
the German asked curiously. Eva stiffened, hearing Felix's voice in her head.
"No, Wagner. He doesn't care much for Jews, so I don't care much for his compositions."
"Not well enough to play."
What a shame. But there are so many wonderful German composers. Mozart, Chopin.
"Mozart is Austrian, Chopin too,"
Eva corrected him. She knew she sounded belligerent and was pleased at her tone. She wasn't sure at what point she'd stopped being terrified. Maybe sitting in the dark with thoughts about suicide had tipped the balance.
But Austria no longer exists. You must know. Austria and Germany are one and the same,
he reasoned. Eva just nodded, not trusting herself to speak.
"Play Chopin,"
he demanded. Eva lifted the violin obediently. Shutting the captain out, she found the thread of music in her memory, the variation she'd played for Uncle Felix. Chopin mixed with Rosselli, sprinkled with Adler, and doused with anger.
"Genug,"
the captain said briskly. That's enough. The music didn't seem to impress him. Eva stopped immediately.
"Others have verified your claim. It appears you have done nothing wrong. You are free to go."
He stood once more, as if it had all been a formality to begin with, as if the hours she'd spent locked in a 4x8 room were just an oversight. She stared at him stupidly, wondering if he was toying with her.
"Can you type?"
he asked abruptly. Eva stared at him blankly, trying to switch from Chopin to freedom to this new line of questioning.
"Yes."
Her answer sounded more like a question, lifted on the end, confused.
"I need a secretary who speaks German."
Eva could only sit in frozen horror.
"You want me to work here?"
"Yes, here. We will compensate you well. You will run errands. You will file, you will type, you will get coffee. Nothing too difficult. No one will hold a gun to your head and demand for you to play your violin."
He didn't smile, though Eva was sure he was attempting to be humorous.
"You said you needed a job,"
he prodded.
Yes, I do."
Her mind reeled with the horror and the possibilities.
"Then it is settled. 6 days a week. You will have Sundays off. Be here Monday morning at 8. You will leave at 5. Your brother, the priest, is here. He's been waiting for you. You must tell him you were treated fairly."
It was not a suggestion. Eva could only stare in amazement once more. Angelo was there.
"It is after curfew. We will have a car take you both home. You will report back on Monday."
He waited for her to stow her violin, and then handed her her fake identity card. It had held up twice now. She would have to tell Aldo. He had a soldier escort her to the reception area, where 2 Germans with submachine guns were parked on both sides of the entrance, and 2 more behind a large desk. Angelo sat on a metal chair with his head bowed. His hat had been removed, and he held a cross in his hands. When she approached the bottom of the staircase, he raised his head half-heartedly, like he'd been lifting his head all day to disappointment. He shot to his feet, his eyes on her face, scouring her expression for duress. She tried to smile to put him at ease, but the twist of her lips felt strange, and the effort made her feel like weeping, so she gritted her teeth and let the soldier lead the way.
"There is a car out front.
the young German said to Angelo. "You will both be taken home. Please follow me." He strode briskly for the door, expecting them to do as he said. Angelo took Eva's arm, clutching her so tightly she would have bruises. She welcomed his grip, though the irony that she would leave German headquarters bruised only by Angelo was not lost on her. Their armed escort held open the door of a shiny Volkswagen for them, waiting as they slid into the back seat. He leaned down, his gray turtle-shell helmet pointing toward them. "Address." Angelo answered for both of them, supplying the address that Eva assumed was the apartment he shared with Monsignor Luciano and his sister. The German snapped his heels together and shut the door firmly. He relayed the directions to the driver, and seconds later the car pulled away from the curb. The streets were quiet, Romans hiding obediently in their homes, waiting for sunrise, when they could start the process all over again. She and Angelo didn't converse. The German at the wheel shot them a curious look in the rearview mirror, his eyes lingering on Eva, and then flitting to Angelo before looking away. Angelo had released her arm when she'd climbed into the vehicle, and he didn't take it up again. "There was a woman hung from a streetlight today. A partisan," the driver said conversationally in German. Neither Angelo nor Eva responded. "She asked for last rites. Were you aware, Father?" he pressed. Angelo nodded once, but his hands balled into fists. "When you said your sister had been brought in, Father, there was talk going around that the partisan was your sister. We don't have many women at headquarters. Not yet. Fortunately, I was wrong." He commenced whistling like it was a truly happy occurrence. With the streets bare, the ride took a quarter of the time, and before long, Eva and Angelo were stepping out onto the dark sidewalk in front of a building Eva didn't recognize, and watching the black Volkswagen pull away.
10 November, 1943. Confession. I never used to pray. Prayer wasn't something I ever thought about when I was younger. It wasn't something that mattered to my father, and so it didn't matter to me. Then one day, it did matter. So I started to listen, and I started to pray. The prayers of the Jewish people have been passed down generation after generation, and when I say the prayers, they are like lullabies. In the prayers I feel my parents and their parents and their parents before them. I feel them all singing to me, and they are not gone, but just away. We are apart, but not forever. So I will keep saying the prayers. I will never stop, and because of this, I will always be a Jew. Angelo does not pray the way I do. He calls his God a different name. But I'm convinced God is not just my God or Angelo's God. He is God. He wouldn't be God if he was only God to some of his children. Would he? Whether or not his children call him by the same name. I called my father Babbo. Angelo refers to his father as Papa. Does it matter what we call him? Does it matter how we pray, if our devotion is pure, if our love for him leads us to love and serve and forgive and be better? I guess it does. Sadly, it does. Because my prayers could get me killed. Eva Rosselli. Chapter 13. The Church of the Sacred Heart. "Come with me," Angelo said softly. He turned, not taking her hand, not holding her arm. He acted as if the buildings had eyes. He walked swiftly, his cane clicking on the cobblestones, and turned up a narrow alley. He walked in the shadows along the back of the building until he reached the rear entrance of a large church surrounded by a high wall.
Eva realized belatedly that this was the Church of the Sacred Heart. They'd just approached it from another direction. Angelo groped beneath his stiff white collar and pulled up a chain that was hanging around his neck. Several keys hung from the links, and he selected one and unlocked the gate. It opened soundlessly, as if the hinges were kept well oiled. He closed it behind him, a careful clang, and led Eva up a little path that ended at the back door of the church. With another key, he unlocked the rear entrance, and they slipped inside. The scent of incense and candle wax assailed her, and beneath that heavy fragrance, the smell of old stone and damp corners. Vespers was over, and the minimal lighting from the wall sconces was mellow and muted. Angelo genuflected before the cross and slid into a pew, indicating that Eva should sit as well.
Why are we here?
She had known Angelo wasn't taking her to the convent when he gave the German soldier a strange address, but she'd thought he was taking her to his home.
I didn't know where else to take you. There is nowhere else where I can speak freely.
You don't trust Monsignor Luciano and his sister?
I trust them. I just don't want to endanger them. And every time I turn around, there is a new threat.
He clasped his hands and rested them on the back of the pew in front of them.
What happened today, Eva?
I saw a man die. A German soldier. He killed himself, just like Uncle Felix. I was waiting for the streetcar. He held a gun to my head.
Mio Dio,
he moaned, and he dropped his head to his forearms.
He held a gun to my head, Angelo, she repeated, and he told me to play my violin, so I did.
The whole bizarre incident felt like a Greek tragedy, acted out by unfamiliar actors on a makeshift stage.
When I was done, he asked me to forgive him. Then he walked away.
How did he die?
Angelo asked.
He threw himself in front of the streetcar. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Eva pressed her hands into her eyes, wondering how she would ever forget what she'd seen, forget what it had sounded like.
Then there were people screaming, and I just sat there. Before I knew it, I was being taken away. I told the soldiers what happened, but they didn't believe me.
They believed you. You wouldn't be alive if they hadn't. You would be swinging from the street lamp with that poor girl they hung today.
Angelo stared at her gravely, his blue eyes gray in the flickering shadows.
Who was she?
Part of the resistance. A partisan. She was even younger than you, and she was murdered in the street.
He looked away and scrubbed at his face with open palms, and Eva knew she wasn't the only one scarred by the day.
How did you know I was there, Angelo?
She asked, her eyes on the blue-robed virgin who looked at them from her corner perch with patient acceptance.
One of the nuns from Santa Cecilia was in the ration line, and she saw them take you away. She came to the Vatican and found me.
He rubbed his hands over his head once more, and his throat moved convulsively.
I have never been so scared in my life, Eva,
he whispered.
I have,
she replied softly.
Several times.
He looked up at her, and he didn't look away for several seconds. He just looked at her, drank her in, and she held his gaze.
I was offered a job, Angelo.
What? He gasped, the spell between them broken.
The captain who questioned me, Captain von Essen. He needs a secretary who speaks German.
Eva pointed at herself.
I do.
Eva, mio Dio.
Angelo was shaking his head again.
No, you can't do it.
I have to. What possible reason would I have to refuse? The convent needs the money.
No, you will hide. When you don't show up, he will find someone else. He doesn't know where you live. He won't be able to find you. But he can find you, Angelo. He knows where you work. He knows who you are. I will be fine, he snapped. No, you won't. And I am going to take the job. Maybe I can help in some way. I will be in a position to hear if there is going to be a raid. Eva! Angelo grabbed her shoulders and shook her so hard her teeth rattled. This is madness. No, it isn't. It's war, and I will do my part. I will not sit by while others die. If I can help, I will. Your job is to stay alive, he cried, still gripping her by the shoulders, his face inches from hers. He was furious, but under the fury was a desperation she recognized. It was the desperation she felt when her father told her he was going to Austria to find her grandfather. But she understood her father now like she never had before. He had been compelled to act. Action was life, even if it ended in death.
No, Angelo. My job is not to simply stay alive. My job is to live, not hide, not wait, not hope that it will all end. You can't tell me not to fight, Angelo. I don't tell you what to do. You can't tell me not to try to help in some way. Eva, if I can't fight, then I might as well swallow a bullet like Uncle Felix, or throw myself in front of a streetcar like that German soldier. I am this close to hopeless, Angelo. She held her fingers an inch apart. Resistance is all I have left. Don't you understand? He looked down into her face, wanting to comfort her, wanting to comfort himself, needing to save her, needing to save himself. Resistance. He repeated the word like it was his own, and dropped his forehead to hers, closing his eyes and willing himself to move away. Resistance, he said again. I do understand, he said softly. I understand completely. His own resistance was shot, and he released Eva's shoulders and pushed himself up from the pew. I don't want you to walk in the dark. It's after curfew and it's too far. Can you stay here tonight? He asked Eva tiredly. He looked at her long enough to see her nod. Then he walked away. But he didn't leave the church. He approached the altar, lit a candle, and used his cane to sink down to his knees in front of the cross. He buried his face in his hands, and for several long minutes he prayed. He didn't know if Eva watched, or if she'd retreated to the little basement room that she'd used once before, leaving him alone. All he knew was that his resistance was failing him, and he had no armor against her any longer. He started with his face in his hands. It was the way he always prayed, the way he'd been taught to pray. It kept him from sight and distraction, cradling his face that way, as if he covered himself from everything but the words he spoke. But before long he was overcome and he found himself prostrate, the way he'd lain during his ordination, his arms extended in front of him toward the wooden cross that hung above the altar. He was just a man, young, crippled, scared. But he would give his life for Eva, and he would give his life for the people he was trying to save. That had to count for something. It had to. He'd broken a promise. He'd held Eva in his arms, and he'd knowingly, willingly broken his vow. He'd kissed her. Yes, he'd been vulnerable. Yes, he'd been scared. Yes, it was forgivable, even understandable. But there is a consequence for every broken promise, and he feared the consequence would be an innocent life. Not his life, but someone depending on him. Please don't let my weakness be reason to withdraw from me. Please don't let my love for Eva endanger her or remove her from thy grace, he said without sound, his lips moving around the silent words. That was what he feared most, that his own sin would cause a cessation of blessings, of divine intervention,
and he could not risk it. There were too many people counting on him. When he'd gone to see Monsignor Luciano before he was ordained, the Monsignor had read him the account of David and Bathsheba in the Bible, and the name Bathsheba had not escaped him, essentially the same name as Eva's. At the time, it had struck him how King David hadn't averted his eyes as Bathsheba bathed. He hadn't looked away from her beauty, shielded her from his gaze. He hadn't stayed away, not after he'd discovered she was married, not after he'd realized who she was married to, loyal Uriah, who had faithfully fought for his king and country. Not after he'd gotten her pregnant and created a mess. Not after he'd had Uriah put in death's path. He'd persisted in his sins, making them worse every step of the way. Was Angelo doing the same thing? Persisting in his sins by being near Eva? Was he willfully looking at her beauty and not averting his eyes when he should? The problem was he didn't know how to stay away from Eva. He didn't feel like it was a choice. She was not another man's wife, another man's responsibility. She was his responsibility. He'd made a vow to God, but he'd made a promise to Camillo. And Eva was his. She had been his from the moment they met. Create in me a pure heart, O God, and renew a steadfast spirit within me. Do not cast me from your presence, or take your Holy Spirit from me. Restore to me the joy of your salvation and grant me a willing spirit to sustain me. Then I will teach transgressors your ways, so that sinners will turn back to you. He recited David's prayer like it was his own, and when he finally finished and rose to his knees, he raised his head, his eyes seeking the candle he'd lit and the cross above it. A candle and a cross. The only thing that separated him from being hopelessly lost. But there were several candles now, and Eva sat nearby, her head bowed in her own prayer. He didn't disturb her, but watched as she prayed, her hands outstretched toward the candles she'd lit. When she raised her head and saw him watching her, she curled her fingers and stared down at her palms. "What are you doing?" he asked softly. "It's Shabbat." He nodded. She was saying her prayers beneath a cross. If it didn't bother her, it certainly didn't bother him. She continued speaking, her eyes on her bent fingers. "With our hands we reach for things we shouldn't have, and we grasp what isn't ours. The way I have always reached for you." She raised her eyes then and looked at him steadily. "The way I have always reached for you." Angelo's pulse quickened immediately, but he didn't look away. "We reach for things we shouldn't have, and we grasp what isn't ours." Her eyes returned to her hands, and she traced one finger over the opposite palm as she spoke, as if she were anointing it the way the bishop had anointed Angelo's hands at his ordination. "With our fingers we touch the filth that is all around us. Our fingernails collect dirt. The lines in our palms become stained and soiled. Yet when we raise our hands in prayer or supplication, we demonstrate that even that which is sullied by the world can commune with the Spirit. That is why, during Shabbat, when we hold our hands toward the candle, we curl our fingers away from the flame, allowing the light to be reflected in our fingernails. Even our fingernails, the part of us that is most unclean, can still reflect God's light. At least, that's how I understand it." She smiled ruefully and let her hands drop to her lap, but her eyes stayed fixed on the candlelight. Angelo raised his hands the way she had done, palms up, curling his fingers toward his chest, so he could see the light reflecting in his nails. He would never have the hands of a scholar, though he supposed he qualified as one. They were large and rough. They looked as if they belonged to a peasant, not a priest. They were his father's hands, he realized suddenly, the memory rising from somewhere in his past. His papa was wrong. He could have been a blacksmith instead of a priest. He had the hands to prove it. "Fire purifies," he said softly, looking at the dirt on his palms. The floor in front of the cross obviously needed a good scrubbing. Eva nodded.
"When we wash our hands and say a blessing in the morning, we pour the water with our right hand over our left, which signifies kindness before might. When we wash, we are also remembering the close of Shabbat and the flame or power that purifies." He shifted his raised palms so they were no longer tipped toward the candle, but tipped toward her. "I keep reaching for you too, Eva," he confessed. "I keep trying to grasp what isn't mine." He dropped his hands and tried to rise, his bad leg making him awkward and clumsy, and his exhaustion making it worse. Eva rose with him. "I have always been yours, Angelo,"
she said, echoing the very words he'd thought while he prayed. She was his.
"But you have never been mine."
It was true. She had always come second. But now instead of coming second, he was simply being torn in two. The priest and the man warring with each other. The scripture about serving two masters flitted through his head.
"Angelo."
"Yes?"
"Life is hard,"
Eva whispered, so softly he strained to hear. Then she laughed without mirth, just a quiet huff of disbelief.
"Life is hard. What an understatement. Hard is too mild a word for the trouble we've seen. Life is hell shot with just enough heaven to make the pains of hope all the sharper. Life is impossible, ugly, agonizing, inexplicable, torture."
She stopped and he waited, and when she spoke again, her voice was no longer a whisper. She still spoke softly, but there was steel in her words, and he heard her conviction.
"But there are some things that don't have to be hard, Angelo. Loving me doesn't have to be hard. Being with me doesn't have to be hard. You don't have to long for me and fight thoughts of me. You don't have to beg God for forgiveness day after day and pray a dozen rosaries because you're in love with me. It doesn't have to be hard, Angelo. It can be the easiest thing in the world. It can be the only thing in our lives that isn't difficult. If you stop being a priest, no one will die. No one will lose his soul. In fact, there is not a single person on this planet who will suffer at all. You can be mine, I can be yours, and it can be easy."
Her words clanged through his head and his heart, like the old parish priest of the Church of the Sacred Heart was ringing in lauds 7 hours earlier. He shook his head in disbelief. No, it couldn't possibly be easy. "What about God?" he asked.
"God forgives."
"What about my vows?"
"God forgives."
"You are so sure about the nature of God?" Angelo's voice was mild, even mocking, but his eyes were troubled, his brow furrowed.
"Angelo, there are only 2 things I know for sure. The first, I love you. I've always loved you. I love you now. I will love you in 50 years. I love you. Second, no one knows the nature of God. Not you, not me, not Monsignor